feel like larger groups, so they want to see different towns. Don't know that it needs to be as good as it did with EC Fiber in Norwich, where they have 20 towns, but it works.
Because certainly that's connected to bringing young people to the area.
Well,
I mean,
one of the things.
I have friends that just moved up, you know, way above me, and one of the people moved, and she said, well, here I'm living in this place and I can't work at home. I have to go into town to work. She didn't even realize what it meant to only have dial-up. And
you've talked
she just
about
couldn't
that
even
with
imagine not opening her computer and having internet.
Exactly. I have a very close friend of mine. She lives in Boston, but she very desperately wants to live in Vermont, and she runs a successful business online, selling jewelry and making jewelry. But you know, there are very limited places where she can live in Vermont. She wants to live in a rural area, but it would.
So I'd say it's pretty equal to schools.
Yeah.
You know, for people moving. Is this house going to have internet? You know, and how are the schools?
It is a selling point.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
You know. And looking ahead to the future of Vermont, I think it bodes well if we can do this. And this is the plan we have, because we've come to terms with it. I have Southern Vermont Cable, but I think every year they maybe add about 10 customers.
Right.
I don't know if it's the same here in Dummerston, but what happens if you know, they're a pretty small company? What happens if a pretty small family company? How much longer into the future are they going to be able to do this? So these are, you know, some long-term things, but it might be something to look into. And Chris Campany, I think, is the person over at Wyndham Regional who has more and better information about this.
Great.
Well, thank you guys very much, and I'm sorry I dropped the ball once again to everybody here and to everybody for not putting it on the agenda.
Glad I'm not the only one who does that. I'm in good company there.
There you go. So, well, thank you very much.
Yeah,
guys.
thank you very much for coming. Really appreciate your time.
And even though I made a joke about emails earlier, feel free to drop me an email if you have any questions or anything. We're both pretty responsive.
And good luck with your budget.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So, road foreman's report. Did everybody get a chance to see that? Right on the top.
The Surf Pro.
The Surf Pro.
Yeah.
That's about that. And I was talking to Lee about that, and he really thinks and I do too. After we saw the amount for it, that we get somebody else to look into that, because he didn't think it was as bad as the first pictures had showed, and he thinks this
I'd do it for this much.
There you go,
Go
right?
for it. I haven't gone up to inspect it yet.
It's not as bad, so.
Okay.
So that's that.
So not to go for this.
Right.
Yeah.
Get a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correspondence for information, anybody have anything there?
Pretty short.
Correspondence for discussion and or action. Geraldine, you were gonna do that, right? The report, the select board report, I thought.
Yeah, I think the deadline was December 10th, was it?
Or 9th, I think.
9th.
December 9th?
Yeah, I think it's the 9th.
Yeah, and Louis, I'll write it, but I do want to send it to you and have you make sure that you're good with it.
Yeah.
And you know, I've been writing my articles and just submitting them. I haven't been passing them to the group, but I think for the town report, I think it's important that you're good with it.
Absolutely. Okay. New business. We've got the LHMP
Yes.
paperwork.
That's got to be submitted in by January for the big report for FEMA. It's a matching grant, so we'd have to budget in $2,500 for our portion of it. I think it's $10,000 from the state. I'd have to look back on it. It'll take 6 months to know if we're going to get the grant, and then it'll take a year. We'll have to put it out to bid to have it done, And then it'll take a year to do the whole thing that's needed to be done.
And what is it?
It's the overview of the whole town for emergency management. It's the best way to put it, really. The detailed, and it's set for. So if we ever had a disaster, we would be set for the FEMA grant, FEMA money.
And we can't get FEMA money unless we
We
have
we
this.
have to do, yes.
Sounds like a great thing for a group of volunteers who feel, strongly about this to get together and help do it. Sounds like it's a lot of
Well,
work.
this money is for somebody to do it for us.
That's
Yeah,
great.
and
This is.
Wyndham Regional has done it in the past.
Yes, and it's changed this time around. Normally, they would bid on it.
Mhm.
When I talked to Alyssa, she said, we need to put it out in the newspapers to go out. They don't look at the newspapers, so if we want Wyndham Regional to bid on it, we have to call them to tell them it's out.
Okay. All right. And then usually, there are public hearings to consider
Oh,
different
okay.
things.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah.
there are opportunities for the public to be involved and express their thoughts and concerns.
Great. Well, thanks for following that, Terry.
So I'll fill that out.
So do we need to,
Do we all, since we're all EMDs on this, should we all sign it, or?
I'd say so, yes.
Okay, all right, we can.
So you want to make a motion to sign that?
So I'll make a motion that we fill out the LMP paperwork to submit for the grant.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we'll all sign that before we leave tonight. Health insurance, we have to sign that paperwork. I talked to Lori about, there's a slight, did you see that in there?
Yeah.
Going with the same thing, there's a
Yes.
slight raise in there, so
Right,
we'll
right.
have to put that into our
10%, yeah.
budget number, but she
Mhm.
thought they'd be happy with staying with that, so we have to.
And I don't think it was, I think it was Mike that was talking about 25%. I don't think
Yeah.
it was
No,
25%.
No,
Oh, no,
10
it's not.
point something.
Yeah, it's
It's-
much,
We're on
much
the
lower.
low end of
Yeah.
his
Yeah.
10 to 25, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so, um,
Now, so are we going to sign that, or is Lori going to sign that?
we have, I think there's one signature, I have to sign
Okay,
it,
all
but
right.
we have to make a motion to sign that.
Right.
So
Okay. Good.
I'll make a motion to approve for Lewis to sign the renewal for the health insurance, MVP.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Okay, I guess we had it under
Estimate
new,
for the
new
town office.
business instead of road stuff, but that was the estimate we saw.
Yeah.
And we'll be putting that out to some other people now. We gotta find people that actually do that type line of work.
I
think
have
I
no
know.
idea.
I think some of these pest
Ah,
companies
that's an
Yeah, that'd be a good
idea.
idea,
do it, so. Yeah, I saw that, we'll have to put that on the next agenda. Anything else anybody has to bring up?
Just that I went to the
Oh, yeah.
Shelters Fundamentals course on Monday afternoon, and I've got a thing for everybody to look at, for the American Red Cross, just to give you an overview on it.
Great.
So, it was an interesting course.
It was?
Yeah, it really was. There's a lot of information to be had, but it doesn't mean that we have to have our shelter surveyed by the American Red Cross. I mean, we always call them in and they'll help us, but it is a slight bit of work to have them come in and go through the building and certify it.
Yeah,
And
So-
what is our shelter?
The
school?
church.
no, the basement of the church.
Church.
The basement of the church is
Yeah.
Dummerson's shelter.
That's one of them, yes.
Yeah. But it's an interesting read, if anybody's interested in reading.
Anything else anybody'd like to bring up? Again, guys, I'd like to apologize. I can't believe I let that slip. I was going back and forth with him, and we were gonna do it the last meeting, and then we decided this meeting, and I just let it go. Sorry. All right, motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second it.
All right, we are adjourned.
I'm Attorney General T.J. Donovan. With me today is Justin Giron from the Chittenden County State's Attorney's Office, Dominica Padula, who is the Chief of the Attorney General's Criminal Division, and Major Ingrid Jonas from the Vermont State Police. I want to acknowledge that Doug Kilburn's widow, Sherry Kilburn, is with us today, as well as Doug's and Sherry's son, Tyler, is here as well. Tyler and Sherry will have a statement to make to the media after we are done. I want to thank Sherry and Tyler for being here today. Earlier this week, I met with Sherry and Tyler to inform them of my decision. I want to thank them for their time that they spent with us. I want to thank them for their presence here today. We are here to announce our conclusion of the review of the use of force incident involving Burlington Police Officer Corey Campbell with Douglas Kilburn. We have reviewed the officer use of force incident that occurred on March 11th, 2019 in Burlington. The Attorney General's Office is declining to prosecute Burlington Police Officer Corey Campbell for charges related to the use of force against Douglas Kilburn. Based on the totality of circumstances, I've concluded that it was reasonable and justified for Officer Campbell to use force to defend himself. It should be noted that Officer Campbell's actions in his second interaction with Mr. Kilburn, while justified under the law, did contribute to the situation in which the need for self-defense arose. Training and accountability on de-escalation techniques are essential to ensuring that officers are not putting themselves and citizens in danger. It's our hope that the Burlington Police Department will take necessary steps to ensure that their department is equipped with the tools that they need to effectively and safely respond to members of our community in crisis. In reaching this decision, our office considered the opinion of a police use of force expert, Steve Iams, whose report will be made public after the conclusion of this press conference, and reviewed all the materials provided by the Vermont State Police, who conducted a very thorough investigation into this matter. The facts are as follows. On March 11, 2019, Burlington police officer Corey Campbell was dispatched by the BPD to the University of Vermont Medical Center for an individual yelling in the waiting room to the point of spitting and arguing with security and refusing to leave. When Officer Campbell arrived at UVM Medical, he encountered the individual Douglas Kilburn. Prior to Officer Kilburn's arrival, Mr. Kilburn had been at the hospital with his wife, Sherry, who was receiving treatment. When Officer Campbell arrived at UVM Medical, he met Mr. Kilburn in the parking lot. After speaking with Mr. Kilburn, Officer Campbell then spoke with UVM Medical Security, and they agreed that Officer Campbell would escort Mr. Kilburn through the emergency department to his wife's room. Officer Campbell returned to Mr. Kilburn and escorted him through the emergency department to Sherry's room. Officer Campbell asked Mr. Kilburn to remain civil before leaving him in his room. After a brief discussion with the medical staff, Officer Campbell left the area. Campbell was then dispatched to provide a ride from the emergency department to a shelter for another unrelated individual. Soon after Campbell left Mr. Kilburn in his wife's room at the hospital, staff again requested UVM Medical Security to remove Mr. Kilburn from his wife's room, making the decision that his behavior was not conducive to his wife's health, who was critically ill. UVM Medical Security officers asked Mr. Kilburn to leave and escorted him out of the hospital. Mr. Kilburn swore and screamed at them the entire way. A short time later, UVM Medical Security Officer Heather Gray observed Mr. Kilburn pull his vehicle into the ambulance bay of the emergency department. This is a restricted area with signs to that effect. Officer Gray approached Mr. Kilburn in the ambulance bay. At the same time, Officer Campbell was also exiting the emergency department with the individual he was transporting to the shelter. UVM Medical Security Officer Gray confronted Mr. Kilburn, telling him he had to move his vehicle from the area. Kilburn continued to argue with her and did not move his vehicle. Officer Campbell asked UVM Medical Security Officer Gray if they were going to trespass Mr. Kilburn, and she stated she did not know. Mr. Kilburn then said they did not need to trespass him as he was leaving. Mr. Kilburn started to drive away. He stopped and pointed to the vehicle saying, quote, "Christ, I've known that guy for 30 years. The following exchange ensued. Officer Campbell, shut the F up and leave. Go, they don't want you here. Mr. Kilburn, did you just swear at me? Officer Campbell, yes I did. Mr. Kilburn, you're an effing punk. Officer Campbell, yeah, whatever. Officer Campbell then began to walk away. Mr. Kilburn, get the F before I come over here. After this exchange, Officer Campbell turned around and approached Mr. Kilburn's vehicle. At the same time, Mr. Kilburn placed his vehicle in park and began to exit his vehicle. UVM Medical Security Officer Gray yelled no at Mr. Kilburn. As Officer Campbell approached the vehicle, the driver's side of Mr. Kilburn's vehicle opened and Mr. Kilburn began to get out, saying, "He ain't got the right to swear at me." Officer Campbell then put his right hand on the door and then on Mr. Kilburn's left shoulder as Mr. Kilburn continued to exit the vehicle with the seatbelt still on his left shoulder. Mr. Kilburn repeated, "You ain't got the right to swear at me." Officer Campbell grabbed Mr. Kilburn's left arm with his right hand and attempted to put it behind Mr. Kilburn's back. Mr. Kilburn continued to move forward, getting out of the vehicle. Once out of the vehicle, Mr. Kilburn punched Officer Campbell with his right fist, hitting Officer Campbell's lower left jaw. Officer Campbell then punched Mr. Kilburn in the right area 3 times with a closed fist as Mr. Kilburn was brought to the ground. UVM security officer Richard Howard then aided Officer Campbell in securing Mr. Kilburn and placing him in handcuffs. Mr. Kilburn sustained injuries to his face as a result of being punched and was immediately treated at UVM Medical. He was arrested and charged with disorderly conduct and assault on a police officer March 11, 2019, and released on conditions of release. Mr. Kilburn was released from UVM Medical on March 12th. On March 14th, members of the Burlington Police Department conducted a welfare check at the request of Sherry Kilburn. At Mr. Kilburn's residence, officers found Mr. Kilburn deceased in his bed. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of Vermont conducted a final autopsy report, and Vermont Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Stephen Shapiro made the following findings, quote, cause of death, undetermined terminal mechanism due to multiple underlying conditions. Contributory cause, hypertension, cardiac and cerebral vascular disease, obesity, skull fractures due to blunt impact. Manner of death, homicide, struck by other. The medical examiner, by law, has only 5 options to choose from in the manner of death category: natural, homicide, accidental, suicide, or undetermined. Dr. Shapiro included in further clarifying statement that homicide is a medical, not a legal designation. The Attorney General's office, in thoroughly investigating this matter, consulted with Steve Iames to review this incident specific to police practices and policy. Steve Iames is a highly recommended expert on police practices, including use of force, and has trained law enforcement on these issues both here in the United States and abroad. Mr. Iames evaluated both interactions between Officer Campbell and Mr. Kilburn. In the first interaction, Mr. Iames noted that Officer Campbell demonstrated empathy, patience, and professionalism in regard to Mr. Kilburn. However, that was not the analysis of his second interaction. In his second interaction, Mr. Iames noted 2 factors that precipitated the onset of Mr. Kilburn's assaultive course of action / behavior directed at Officer Campbell. According to Mr. Iames, the first factor was Officer Campbell's language, quote, telling Mr. Kilburn to, quote, shut the F up and leave, go, they don't want you here. And the second precipitating factor was Officer Campbell's, quote, return to Mr. Kilburn's vehicle after walking away. Mr. Iames noted that, quote, officers should not use profanity when verbally interacting with citizens, and that contemporary police training policy and practice generally prohibits officers from using rude or profane language. However, Mr. Iames concluded that the above precipitating factors did not create, quote, a basis or justification for the assaultive behavior directed by Mr. Kilburn towards Officer Campbell. In Mr. Iames' opinion, quote, the closed fist strikes delivered by Officer Campbell in response to Mr. Kilburn's initial closed fist strike were, quote, in self-defense based on adequate cause and provocation, and were generally consistent with contemporary police training, policy, and practice. Under Vermont law, a person who kills or wounds another in just and necessary defense of his own life, quote, shall be guiltless. In Vermont, self-defense is justified when 1, the defendant was not the initial aggressor, 2, the defendant was justified using a reasonable amount of force against another, and 3, he reasonably believed that he was in immediate danger of unlawful bodily harm and that the use of such force was necessary to avoid the danger. In our analysis, based on the totality of the circumstances, we concluded that it was reasonable for Officer Campbell to use force to defend himself. Officer Campbell was not the initial aggressor, as Mr. Kilburn delivered the first punch, a closed fist strike to Officer Campbell. Second, Officer Campbell was justified in using a reasonable amount of force against Mr. Kilburn. Officer Campbell used a closed fist to strike against Mr. Kilburn. Officer Campbell did not employ any other weapon in his response to being hit, and Officer Campbell was reasonable to believe that he was A, in immediate danger of unlawful bodily harm, and his use of such force was necessary to avoid this danger. Mr. Kilburn had already been assaulted, and Officer Campbell's force was necessary to avoid this danger from continuing. It should be noted that while Officer Campbell's initial interaction with Mr. Kilburn showed exemplary tactics and compassion, his second interaction did not. Officer Campbell's use of foul language and antagonistic behavior did not de-escalate the situation, which ultimately put him in a position when it was necessary to physically defend himself. It's our hope, and I know it's the Kilburns' hope, that the Burlington Police Department will commit to de-escalation training, to continue to commit to de-escalation training for their officers to ensure that their department is equipped with the tools they need to effectively and safely respond to members of our community in crisis. I want to note that Doug Kilburn was in crisis that day at the hospital. His wife Sherry was in critical condition up at the hospital. He was trying to see her. This was a tragic situation that frankly could have been avoided. I spoke to the mayor last night and I spoke to the chief this morning. They've committed to continuing to working on de-escalation tactics. When we were talking about what those tactics look like internally, my chief, the criminal division, Dominica Padula, said tools like empathy, compassion, and kindness are just as effective as a taser or any other weapon. This is a challenge not just in the city of Burlington, this is a challenge in our entire state. We have far too many of these cases happening. We seem to be dealing with these monthly, if not weekly. The legal system looks at a finite period of time to determine whether or not these are justified in the legal sense. And I want to stress that. It is a matter of seconds that we look at to determine whether or not legally these are justified. We need to do a better job. We need to look towards other jurisdictions to see how they're handling these questions of use of force. We have to continue to build public trust in our law enforcement, not just in the police, but in the prosecutors as we continue to make these decisions. And we have to be open to challenging the conventional wisdom of how we keep our public safe. I didn't know Doug Kilburn, but I know this, that he was a lot more than these few minutes that are shown on this body camera footage. He was a husband and he was a father, and we need to be mindful when we engage in these public debates that we're talking about somebody who has left us, who has died, and we need to be respectful of his memory and respectful of their family while still doing our job. As I said, our copy of our use of force experts report is available. It is a public record. I will now turn it over to the office of the Chittenden County State's Attorney. Chief Deputy Justin Gyron is here to discuss their finding. As in all use of force cases, this is a concurrent review by the Attorney General's office and State's Attorney's offices in the county in which these happen, but they're independent. So with that, let me turn it over to Justin Gyron.
Thanks, DJ. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Attorney General Donovan and his office for their review of this incident, as well as the Vermont State Police for their very thorough investigation. I would not change anything in terms of what our opinion is from our office. We did review the facts, the investigation, came to the same conclusion as the Attorney General's office, and likewise echo the sentiments that this is a very tragic event. Our condolences to Ms. Kilburn and her family for what happened to Douglas Kilburn, but we do agree that in this case, no criminal charges are justified against Officer Corey Campbell. Thank you.
Before we open up to questions, I want to acknowledge and thank Major Ingrid Jonas from the Vermont State Police for being here today, and thank the Vermont State Police for conducting a thorough investigation into this matter. I want to note that on all these cases throughout our state, we look to the state police to do these types of investigations. I know they remain committed under the leadership of Major Jonas and Colonel Birmingham to continuing to develop not only the best practices, but the emerging best practices in this nation to best police our communities in a safe, transparent way where communities have trust and communities feel safe. And we have work to do, and we acknowledge that. So with that, let me open it up to questions.
So this Kilburn died while facing, as I understand it, a criminal charge for disorderly conduct as well, and I think assault on a police officer. Was that charge against him justified in light of the body cam video, which showed that he seemed to swing at the officer in response to the officer putting his hand on his wrist?
So I believe that was brought by the state's attorney's office. I'll let Mr. Gyron address that.
So, yes, the review of the body cam and the investigation, the subsequent investigation by state police, wouldn't change the decision to charge Mr. Kilburn as we did. Obviously, the charges were dismissed after his death, but there's no reason to think that anything we learned afterwards would have changed our decision to charge.
It was dismissed by a judge or by your office?
By our office.
So it wasn't really dismissal, it was more you opted not to charge because no judge had found probable cause, is what you're saying?
Well, I think I think the court had found probable cause because we filed the charges. So we had to dismiss the charge. So it wasn't, we didn't just bring it.
So there's an affidavit on file?
There should be.
What can you say about the length of time that this review took? In the instance of the officer involved shooting Montpelier, that took a matter of, I believe, maybe a month. This has been several months later. What about the timing of the review of this?
Sure. I can certainly speak for myself and Ms. Padula and others in my office. I was troubled by this. I think we're all troubled by what happened here, and I think when you look at that expert opinion, the decision by Campbell to engage Mr. Kilburn and use that language escalated the situation at that point in time. And I thought that it was incredibly important to bring in an independent third-party expert in the use of force to look at this and provide that expertise and opine whether or not that his actions were reasonable under the circumstances, because we were troubled by what we saw on that video. And the length of time was because we were waiting for the expert's report.
How did you find this independent expert?
He's actually used and worked with VSP, and I think is very well regarded by the Vermont State Police.
What was most troubling to you about the interaction?
Because it could have been avoided. That's the bottom line. It could have been avoided.
Did you anyone in the investigation end up talking to Campbell?
No.
Interviewing him?
Nope.
Would that potentially have made a difference in any part of this investigation?
Look, everybody has a right not to be interviewed. You know, we're having this debate right now about whether or not police officers should be entitled to review body camera footage before they're interviewed by the police. I agree with the Vermont State Police that they should not. Here's why. Any other suspect in any part of this state today that is interviewed by any member of law enforcement is not going to be presented evidence before they're interviewed.
No, but they may have seen it in, somebody else's video or photos.
But they're not giving it to them by law enforcement. That's entirely different. And this comes down to public trust, and I think I'll let Major Jonas speak about this. We want their perceptions of what they remember, but let me turn it over to Major Jonas to talk about that.
Yeah, I think TJ said it well, but in an investigation like this, we're looking for the independent recollection from the officer. We're looking for their authentic perspective on it. We have the video, so that is one piece of evidence, but we're really looking for their perception, because the determining factor in cases like this really is the perception of the officer in terms of the threat.
Do you think Officer Campbell should face discipline in the Burlington Police Department?
That's up to the Burlington Police Department.
Did you invite anybody from Burlington to be here today?
No, I did not. I talked to the
I mean, they had a lot to say about it. Why wouldn't you invite the mayor or the chief in particular, since he seems to have some thoughts on this?
because I think we wanted to be as respectful as we possibly could to the Kilburn family today. As I said earlier, Doug Kilburn died. And this isn't about a debate. We have a job to do, and we're going to do our job. But I think we can do our job incredibly respectfully to Mrs. Kilburn and to Tyler Kilburn. And yep. And I think sometimes we all lose sight that there's a community member here and families who are grieving. And I talked to him, I informed him of our decision, had a very productive call with both the mayor and the chief. They are committed to policing the best possible way in the city of Burlington. And as we said, we all can do better. I include myself in that definition. We all can do better. There's too much of this going on in our state.
When you say there's too much of this going on in our state, what's happening here and what needs to be done?
I don't know what's happening here. I would say, and I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but we're doing a lot of these. And I think that we want to make sure that everybody feels safe. Not specific to this case. I think mental illness is a major issue in this state. The Vermont State Police do a tremendous job in policing the state. We have to continue to, I think, learn how to best de-escalate and to talk to people. I know the city of San Antonio has a great program in their policing and interacting with folks who are in crisis. And the police have a tough job. Let's be honest about it. When there's a crisis, the police are called. And we have to have a conversation in our state about, do we want the police responding to everything? Because they do respond to everything, and a lot of those calls are mental health calls. Or do we have community outreach? Are we willing to fund those programs? Are we willing to train on them? So it's a complicated issue. I don't think there's any easy answers, but I think we all remain committed to doing this better, to making sure that Vermonters feel safe, to making sure that Vermonters feel safe to call the police. And that comes down to public trust.
You mentioned trust in your opening comments and everything. I'm just wondering, you and your predecessor are like one for 45 now for filing charges against police and use of force cases. So one case you did file, called a grand jury. Why no grand jury in this to let the citizens in Chittenden County determine whether this conduct was proper or improper, rather than you, who has a record of not prosecuting?
Well, we look at the facts, and that's our job. And you talk about transparency and the need for transparency. You know as well as I do, the downside to a grand jury is that
they could indict,
or they could not, and then nothing would be released.
No, you can release.
Nothing would be released. A grand jury proceeding is secret, Mike. You and I both know that.
You are free to talk about it. Your predecessors have talked about grand juries.
I would respectfully disagree with you on that.
I'll show you.
And I think our job is to make decisions based on the facts, to do it in a transparent way that the public, while they may not agree, can acknowledge and understand the reasons why we made a decision, and to do it in a way that is, as I said, transparent. So whether people agree or disagree, at least they understand the factors and the facts for which we made our decision on.
In mid-September, when refiling the charge against Aida Gurung, you said the community hears the evidence, all the evidence, and they get to decide. If you were very interested in the community weighing in on that case, what's different about this one?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Each case is different, and you go by the facts and the evidence. We reviewed the facts and the evidence, and we ruled that the use of force used was reasonable therefore there is no criminal charge.
So question, this is the second case that I've heard where you've said at a press conference similar to this one that our scope of the law is too limited in situations like this. But yet I have yet to see anything legally change as a result of that. And as you mentioned in your comments, we keep coming back to these kinds of cases.
Yeah.
At what point do we actually take a look at what our law says is allowed and change it if we're going to keep coming back to the same statement at press conferences about use of force incidents?
I think you've had some conversations this session. I think this is incredibly complicated. I think there is no easy answer. And I think what we struggle with is the facts, which I articulated, really come down to those matter of seconds. And I think there's a whole other story that we try to tell about why was Doug Kilburn at the hospital? Why was he struggling that day? What was going on with Sherry? And I think understanding the full context of the situation is incredibly important. But when you get into the use of force and whether or not something's justified, you're going to look at those seconds where force is presented, and then the question is, was that reasonable how this person responded to that force directed at him or her? And I think, I know California has changed their law, and I'm not endorsing the change in California. What I am endorsing is a conversation about it.
Would you support, if that conversation comes up, expanding that window like California has done?
What I would support is a conversation and to challenge the conventional wisdom of our current practice. And what that means, Liam, whether or not that's going to be a change, I don't know. What I do know is this, that we have to take a critical look at our system and to get all the facts and the evidence and see what works.
You seem to have an issue, though, or at least are troubled by some of this. So supporting a conversation is easy, but supporting change is more difficult. So, where would you come down?
Well, it would also be unreasonable to support change when you're not fully cognizant of all the nuances of the law, and I'm not there yet. And I think we got to do more work, but I think any prosecutor, any police officer, any member of our community is going to be troubled by this. Somebody lost their life. I'm troubled by that.
How is the law too limited?
Because you look at seconds and you look at use of force, and it's the force directed at you, and whether or not the force that you respond with is reasonable. And in this incident and many others, that is a matter of seconds. And I think that when we look at the totality of circumstances, somehow expanding that and looking at perhaps at some of the other factors is something that we should do. The other part is to acknowledge that just changing law is not going to solve this. We have to do a better way of building trust in our community and responding to mental illness in our community.
Would your decision in this case have been different if you had been able to look at the wider?
I don't know. It depends on the standard of law. It depends on the standard of review. And I made a decision based on our current law. I'm confident in my decision. My point simply is that I am troubled by this. Anytime somebody loses their lives is troubling. We have to legally justify it or not. I don't make any of these decisions lightly, and it troubles me.
Was any? Oh, sorry. No. Keep going.
On a different subject, what did you say to the city of Burlington when you called them up during Brandon Del Pozo's press conference?
Say that again.
After Douglas Kilburn died, Brandon Del Pozo hosted a press conference in which I understand you made a call to city officials during the press conference to say something. During the investigation, you wouldn't comment on it, saying the investigation was ongoing. I'm wondering what you said.
Well, generally, my private conversations are my private conversations. But I think what I most likely said was, let the process play out.
Did they?
Yeah, they did.
Aiden and Derek looked at the reporting. They looked at the mayor and the chief had been trying to maybe slow the release of the medical examiner's report. Was that part of your review at all? The actions taken by it?
We did not review the actions of city officials.
Do you have any comment on?
Will you?
No, I won't.
Why not?
I think that we have to be mindful and respectful that somebody lost their life. Doug Kilburn died here. And he died with involvement with a member of the police. That triggers a review by the state's attorney and my office. And if we're talking about public trust, then you have to let the process play out. And you have to let this process play out as it would in any other case. And I don't think in any other case would you have had that type of press conference, frankly. And treat people with respect, treat people fairly, and do your job. And I think that's what we should be doing.
Why not go and check to see why the mayor and the chief were trying to redirect how this thing was being done?
I'm not.
You're going to have full transparency.
Our review has concluded. Whether our review is concluded.
The governor's office had said that the interventions by the city officials were borderline unethical. Do you feel the same way?
As I said, I don't think you would have seen that press conference in any other case. And you want to treat people fairly, you want to treat people respectfully, you want to treat it like there's anything else. At the end of the day, you let the process play out. And you let independent prosecutors, investigators do their job. That's how you build
I'm
the
not sure
public.
I understand, because you said you felt like they let the process play out, but it also sounds like you didn't see the press conferences appropriate.
Well, I think I'm being incredibly clear. I called because I was concerned. I called during the press conference. That's been reported. I told you why I called, and since that day, the process has played out.
Did you look at all at the medical examiner's report? I mean, the chief and the mayor, I think, were raising questions or concerns about that. Was that part of your review at all?
No, other than that it was a piece of evidence. The medical examiner, as he said, it made a medical diagnosis. You have cause of death, which he articulated many different factors, and then you have manner of death, and he has 5 choices to make, and he made his decision. The fact of the matter, there was a use of force. That then triggers a review by us. We then determine whether or not a crime occurred.
So we've talked about this press conference, but I don't think you've addressed the fact that the mayor and police chief reached out to the Department of Health chief, which is what the Scott administration officials were questioning is, ethical or not. Do you think that decision to reach out and question the results of that? I'm
gonna let the city of Burlington answer those questions, and I'm sure those questions will be brought up in different venues.
One question: did anyone, as part of this investigation, check why the hospital released Mr. Kilburn, and then he later died at his home from injuries in part that he sustained? Was there any investigation or question on why he was released when he was clearly not well?
That's not part of our review. We looked at whether or not Officer Campbell's conduct arose to the level of a crime. I'm sure your review was consistent with that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it wasn't part of our review to go and talk to the hospital about the care that Mr. Kilburn received.
I'm curious, does anyone actually look at that?
I think in different venues, those questions may be asked.
What venue would that be?
I think in different venues, those questions may be asked.
Which one?
Other questions?
The Burlington police have been pretty vocal about their use of force training. Do you see anything lacking in that training?
I go back to what Dominica Padula said earlier about how we de-escalate and what we use as tools. And I think meeting people where they are, oftentimes in crisis, understanding why they're in crisis, asking those questions, demonstrating compassion and empathy are effective tools, and sometimes just listening. And I know when you look at the city of San Antonio, their outreach is really based on that. Meeting people where they are and simply listening and understanding as a way to de-escalate. Frankly, in this case, Officer Campbell demonstrated that with his first interaction. But it was a completely different interaction the second time he encountered Doug Kilburn. And I think that's troubling to me that, and I think the expert talks about this, that he really was an exemplary police officer. That first interaction, he was compassionate, he was demonstrating empathy, he was trying to solve a problem. But that did not happen the second time they met.
What's the status of Officer Campbell right now?
I don't know. I know you'd have to ask Burlington Police.
My understanding is that Officer Campbell is on, he's not doing his regular duties. I think he's doing administrative type tasks inside the department until this review is complete. So I'm sure that they'll reassess after today's decision.
Thank you. So let me now turn it.
Did he return to the street before he gets a little more training?
That is a question for the Burlington Police Department and the mayor.
If they ask you your opinion?
I will give them my opinion in a confidential manner. With that, let me turn it over to Tyler and Sherry Kilburn. Thank you.
To begin, I want to thank TJ Donovan for giving me the opportunity to speak and address you all today. I'll be reading a statement, and I personally will not be answering any questions at the conclusion. While we do not agree with the decision that was made, I would like to thank the detectives and TJ Donovan's office for the hard work, dedication, and compassion they showed my family. What happened that day between my father and Officer Campbell was a tragedy that was further corrupted by the insider politics of Burlington Police Chief Del Pozo and Mayor Merle Weinberger, when emails were sent demanding that the Chief Medical Examiner change or alter his ruling. You willingly interfered in an ongoing investigation, and this behavior can no longer be tolerated. I find it appalling that you, as a Chief of Police, would interfere with an ongoing investigation with cooperation from the Mayor's office. You take this career path knowing you must always hold yourself to a higher standard. You failed, Mr. Del Pozo. Mr. Mayor, you failed. You failed by allowing the Burlington Police Department to use and abuse your office to further their agenda. I beg of you to do better. I'm not asking for perfection. Just be better. Improve so that no other family has to endure a tragedy such as this. Be better so that we can keep our family members alive. This cannot happen again. It's your job to fix it. Now you need to fix it. My dad was an incredibly loving man. He was an avid sports fan and was an incredibly talented musician, among many other wonderful traits that he had. Please keep in mind that in recent times, after suffering multiple strokes, that my dad struggled with his mental health. It was a daily battle for him, as it is for most of us. He was winning this fight. He was getting better each and every day, with hard work and dedication. Every day was an improvement. I implore each and every one of us to remember that my dad was so much more than the few seconds that changed our lives forever. He was so much more than the few seconds you all judge. He loved my mother with every inch of his being. He loved his mom, his dad, sisters, aunts, uncles, cousins, nephews, friends alike. He loved life, and he did not deserve the treatment that he endured. I cannot begin to fathom the fear that was racing through his head that day. I wish I could have taken all the pain away. I would do anything to just have 5 minutes back so that I can tell him how much I'm sorry and how much I loved him. I'll never get that chance. My dad needed help, not handcuffs. For everybody that's going to be watching this, if someone needs help, help them. This is not a problem with one solution. It involves each and every one of us. Be understanding that everyone has their own battles, their own demons. It's time we start lifting one another up, not degrading someone's life and legacy. Give a helping hand when it is needed, and don't cast judgment upon somebody that you know little to nothing about. Show compassion to a stranger on the street because they look like they're having a bad day. Because we all have no idea what each individual life is going through. We are all human. In closing, go home, hug your loved ones, tell them that you love them, tell them that they matter. One day, the people that we love dear will be nothing more than the memories that we share. Cherish the time that we have. Thank you.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the sound bites. Tonight I am turning the studio over again to Deb Bilodeau and the chair of the GOP. And just so you're wondering, on September 23rd, we will have Terry Anderson come on the show. Terry is the chair of the Democratic Party here in Vermont. Just to sort of balance things out, I've extended an invitation to the Progressive Party. Haven't heard from them yet, but we'll keep working on it. So I hope you enjoy this show. Deb will introduce her guests, and I'll turn the show over to Deb. Just take it away.
Thank you, Pat, for allowing us to use your studio again for this panel discussion that we are having today. Today we have a panel discussion with 3 panelists. Those people are Dave Kelly, Rick Keene, and Job Tate. And the topic of discussion tonight will be education in Vermont. And with that being said, I will ask a question. Each one of you will have 2 minutes or close to that to respond. and then any questions from each other after that. So, are you ready?
Yeah,
Oh,
all
first
set.
of all, I'd like to take a moment and have each of you introduce yourselves to the audience and just tell us a little bit about who you are.
We'll
start with Dave.
Okay, my name's Dave Kelly. I'm an attorney. For 25 years, I was the general counsel for the Vermont ski areas. So I represented most of our ski areas here in Montpelier. I've been the chair of our local school board. And I've spent years organizing high school exchange programs for Vermont students throughout Europe and Eastern Europe. I think that's probably enough.
Wonderful. Rick?
My name's Rick Keene, and I'm a 30-year resident of Vermont. I've spent 6 years as vice chair of the Calais School Board, and then another year and a half until merger replaced us on the school board as well. And my background has been in engineering and robotics in the past, and then I've worked also in transportation engineering and planning for many years, working with municipalities. And then I have a business, a prototype design business as well in Portland, Maine.
My name's Job Tate, and I'm a former state representative. I worked down the street for a little bit more than one term, twice elected. Represented Bridgewater, Chittenden, Killington, and Mendon in the legislature. Currently, I'm a Chief Petty Officer in the United States Navy Seabees, and I serve on the Board of Directors for the Ethan Allen Institute. And I am the very fortunate husband to Lisa and the loving father to Mendon and Everett.
Wonderful, wonderful. Tremendous amount of experience in the room here. So we'll get started with our questions. The first question we have is, what would you say is the most important consideration for legislators regarding education issues in Vermont? A couple of ideas would be funding, cost, scores, children. Job, we'll start with you.
For me, I think it starts with the kids. I think that when we're trying to think of what is the priority when it comes to education funding, I think it's an excellent question to ask, is where is our focus? And I think we need to stop thinking of our education funding as funding schools. What it is it's funding kids. And so I think as long as we keep the kids in the forefront, and there's some orbital stuff there too, we've got to keep the parents at the forefront. I think that's where I land on that. It's kids first, obviously, making sure they're educated, making sure they're equipped for what's ahead.
Great bumper sticker.
Yeah.
Kids first. Rick?
Kids are really important in this, and they are the primary focus. However, I think fundamentally, something that's been lost, I think, is that our communities are very important, and they're fundamental to the success of our kids. And the schools in Vermont are unique in their the deep connections that they have with the communities. And I think this is under challenge these days, and I think it could have a severely negative impact on the long-term success of our kids and certainly the quality of our schools.
If we're talking about priorities for our legislators, I think there are two. First, there's an enormous financial mess that's going to catch up with us because we have a $1.5 billion deficit. It's our public teachers' pension fund is underfunded by $1.5 billion, and the medical health benefit for public teachers is underfunded by $1 billion. And even if we are really disciplined for the next 20 or 30 years, that's going to be an enormous challenge to bring that under control again. The people that manage those funds have been talking about a 7.5% return. If we get 5%, we'll be lucky. So we're not even managing those funds the way we should. I also think there's a deficit in leadership because we are at a point where we need to redesign education, where we need to be thinking, what is a 21st century education? What does it look like? And while we have some good leaders in the legislature, I don't think we have the imaginative, creative, visionary people we need to be creating that kind of a school system. We have great leaders in our school system in Vermont, but we don't have enough really imaginative, visionary leaders. So I think there's a deficit with money and leadership.
Okay. Any questions amongst yourselves? I have one perhaps for you, Rick. So were you suggesting that communities and the school systems are disengaging from each other?
They are, and it's got a lot of ramifications. With the consolidation of schools and the ultimate closure of many of the small schools, it has a couple of really bad impacts that you actually transcend education. There are a few major pathways where we grow our leadership for this state. Select boards and school boards are big ones in this state. And it is a direct path that engages people in the community in their governance. So this is kind of a high level. It's one of the reasons that Vermont has been so successful, I think, as a state, and that we actually turn out honest politicians generally. I'm originally from Maryland, and I can tell you the politicians are not honest there. That link does not exist. There's a break between the constituent base and the politicians. And I think that, this reduces that pool of talent that we'll see filtering up into our legislature. And what is really disturbing is that the reason people get involved in community and participate in these boards is because their voice matters. They're heard. They've got kind of a regulatory presence. And that is getting shoved aside. The voice is just becoming a checkbox on public participation. Decision-making is being now isolated, often by people who are not elected officials, and certainly are not protecting the interests of the community itself.
I would agree with Rick 100%, because what Act 46 did was it disposed of his enormous amounts of volunteer talent and leadership at the grassroots level where it's most important. And I think importantly, our school boards have become especially important training grounds for women leadership. And if there are going to be more women in leadership positions, our school boards are important to bringing those leaders forward. And to just throw them out the window the way we did was a really tragic loss.
One thing I'd say off of that, Dave, or back to your original statement there about the deficit in leadership. I think you're absolutely correct. One thing, though, is on the other side of the coin. I think there's some excellent leadership for the teachers union and some of those other forces that we've been able to see them make incredible inroads, especially over the past 15 years or so. And to challenge that, this is one of the problems I have with Act 46, is you're forcing school boards to go up against this this massive force in the NEA. They don't lack for leadership, but more and more we see with Act 46, we're seeing ourselves get gutted, and
Right.
we're bringing a knife to a gunfight more and more.
Yeah, absolutely. And back to your point with regards to lack of, I think, did you use the word creativity, in terms of redeveloping our educational system? Do you think that is the case because there is so much pressure from the current the lobbyists, the NEA in Montpelier, on the legislators to keep the status quo and not think outside the box?
I think we have sort of a narrow-minded conventional wisdom about education across the board in our legislature. The notion that somehow more bricks and mortar, more centralization is going to be more efficient and provide greater equity. And I think that's just plain nonsense. We live in a time when technology has given us enormous advantages we didn't have before, and we're not taking advantage of those opportunities. Our small rural schools are vital to the future. We are not going to attract young couples. We want more young people with children coming to Vermont. We are not going to attract those people to Vermont if we take our small rural schools out of our small rural communities. They won't want to go there. We'll ghettoize those communities. And so I think the leadership in the legislature and their priorities and their vision is just misdirected. We need to be thinking in terms of more personalized education, more community engagement. We don't need to be thinking about longer bus rides and more bricks and mortars and bigger, more centralized schools.
Good. Thank you very much. Okay, well, let's move on. We might have touched on this a little bit already, so we might not need to spend a lot of time on this. Act 46 merged many communities in Vermont. Mine was one of them. I'm in Essex Junction. And we merged with the town of Essex and
Westfield.
Westford,
right.
yes. Westford lost school choice in that process, and they were willing to give that up to merge. What is your opinion of the successes or not successes of these mergers? I think we just went through.
I'm glad to start if you want. I think that's yet to be seen, but I think what you will see, and speaking, having a business in Maine, and Maine did this in 2008, went through this consolidation, and last time I looked, roughly 42% of the schools that were forced to consolidate were either in the process of or had pulled out of consolidation, because what the suburban schools tend to do fine, or the Middleburys, or your larger school centers, but the small municipalities end up giving up schools, and then they give up the heart of a community. That schools play a unique role, especially in rural communities, which is most of Vermont. They are a gathering place for adults with and without kids. And in our town of Calais, we're the fourth poorest town in our group of 5, and yet we consistently have, if not the highest performing kids, probably the second highest, and very neck and neck for first position. And we had, on all my years in the school board back from 2000 to 2006 originally, and even recently, we had close to 100% engagement in that school by community members, by parents, and then other community members also who didn't have kids in the school. And it's that connection to that local entity and that kind of ownership that is the reason our population, our student population, has been stable since 2000, whereas the rest of the state has been dropping 1% a year. It's a destination. The kids are there to learn. They see the importance of this by the engagement of the community and the people. And that is key to the success of learning. And I think, within one thing that has been lost, and it actually touches back on the last question a little bit, one thing that has been lost in our education bureaucracy is it's become this isolated bureaucracy that just does not look at a community as a living, breathing block that education is part of. They think that is the thing in itself, and within their own dogma even, they come up with these processes that are kind of cookbook, and they are rather inflexible, and Act 46 is an example of this, where it's a one-size-fits-all model that's forced down on communities, whether they fit or not. And you look across the state at the dozens and dozens and dozens of alternative the plans that were put forward, and very few of them were even looked at or accepted. And these, countless hours were put on by, working on by community members to make systems, merge systems that might work better, and they were basically ignored and forced. Basically the preferred model was forced down upon those communities. And I think that the net result of that is that you will kill engagement if community members won't put effort in, if it's wasted effort, if their efforts are just for naught.
I think if you talk to an average Vermonter about Act 46, the general consensus is it's not doing enough. If it was doing anything at all, it was a miss. Property taxes are going up. We're still hemorrhaging kids out of the system. The consolidations, it's been a bumpy road, and I think that Vermonters were expecting more from Montpelier on this issue. Back in 2014, that was the clarion call: fix this. And instead, we came up with this uber complicated thing that you need a Sherpa to hike you through the bill. It's too complicated. The average Vermonter doesn't understand it. I sure didn't understand it when I voted no on it in the legislature, but I understood enough about it that it was bad. And you asked a general Vermonter, how is Act 46? What do you think? They'll say, that's bad. I mean, what's the point? And I think, I agree. But we had a consolidation down in Bridgewater, a town I represented. They ended up sending their kids over to Pomfret. And I think that what I saw, the biggest obstacle was it was an emotional one.
Mm-hmm.
That was hard. And I think it's important, though, I think some schools need to close. There's going to need to be some mergers. We have lost so many kids in the system. There's just not. We can't keep all these doors open. So I think we need to sometimes separate ourselves from the emotion of it, focus on what's important, and go from there. But just to answer your question, Deb, I think you ask the general Vermonter, they'll say, oof, no.
Well, I think, just to clarify on that, there's nothing wrong with consolidation. In fact, it is a good idea, and you're right, it needs to happen in certain places. The problem is, the mistake made is that it was driven from the top with no thought to the community. This need, and we said this from the very beginning, we testified in House hearings and multiple people, not just myself. This needs to come from the communities. I said, provide the expertise and provide the resources they need to do this, but let the communities figure out what works for them. Provide the professional assistance to help guide them. And that was completely ignored. And this, I think probably the only way to begin to look at solutions toward this is to restructure. AOE is a very tops-down organization, and it needs to be restructured in a way. I would almost suggest, in fact, Scott Thompson and I proposed this in an alternative plan to Act 46 back when Act 46 was first being proposed. We wrote an alternative and submitted to Peter Shumlin, but it was, essentially using, regional planning commission model that exists now. Those infrastructure's right there. You create a commission, one town, one vote, and each region of the 11 or 13 RPCs around the state would have a commission, and they would elect an executive committee. And basically, they would have oversight over they would show oversight over even secretarial decisions.
Dave, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, to some extent, I disagree with Joe and Rick. And it's why I think leadership is so important. If you look at the other states that have gone through a consolidation process, West Virginia, North Dakota, Arkansas, Nebraska, Maine, what's happened is the bigger communities with the most votes have closed the schools in the little communities, and they've put students on longer bus rides, bringing them to more centralized schools with more bricks and more mortar and more expense, quite frankly. The buses are expensive, the new schools are expensive. I think we don't have, if we were imaginative and creative and if we had vision, we don't need to be closing these small schools. Technology gives us possibilities that we're not taking advantage of. We should be thinking in ways of keeping our schools close to our families, close to our students, and we shouldn't be thinking about long bus rides. We should be thinking about how can parents be best engaged in our schools. And that's by keeping the parents involved. That's by keeping our community leaders involved. That's by keeping local businesses involved. But when we follow the pattern of other states, what will happen is attracting businesses to communities or even entrepreneurs or people that are going to run businesses to communities without schools is going to be incredibly difficult. We are going to hollow out rural Vermont. We're going to do just what they did in West Virginia. And that's just plain, it makes no sense. We need more leadership, more vision, more imagination, and more creativity.
Okay, thank you, Dave. We're ready to move on?
Mm-hmm.
Any further discussion on that? Okay, all right, thank you, Dave. The next question, I think we've already answered it. What's the impact of mergers on small communities? Basically, it destroys the fabric of the community.
It does. It reduces property values. It reduces tax base. And what you're seeing around the state of Vermont is buyer's remorse today. If you go over to Addison Central, where they're talking about closing Addison, Ferrisburg, and Ripton, those communities are beside themselves. They voted yes. Now they're saying, what did we do? You go to the Harwood region, where they're talking about closing Moortown and Fayston. And again, those communities are saying, what did we do? I know those little elementary schools. They're great schools. And it makes no sense. And we do have some really great leadership in the education community. I don't mean to suggest we don't, but we don't have enough. It's few and far between.
Okay, great, thank you. Next question. Do you believe Vermont should have a statewide school choice? If so, why? And what are some of the barriers that you see to preventing choice in Vermont? That's a big question.
Where do you want to start?
And we'll start with you.
I think the answer is yes. Yes, period. I think we have a statewide property tax. And repeatedly in my law practice, I've had families and students come to me with really legitimate reasons for wanting to go to a school beyond their residency. I will say this, I think that Vermont's come a long way since I started practicing law. I think the technical centers were a big step forward. I think that we finally adopted a form of public school choice. It's inadequate as far as I'm concerned. I think Act 77 was the biggest step forward we've taken in the state of Vermont. I don't think it's good enough. I think we can do a lot better. I think fear is probably the biggest barrier of more school choice. I think a lot of people are afraid of it. But if you look at the 90 tuitioning towns in Vermont, almost every one of those towns is fierce in the defense of tuitioning. It's why property values in those towns have grown while property values in other towns have not. It attracts people to those towns, and I think it's proven successful, and I think it's a good example of how things can work.
Is the fear that you speak of, is the fear in the current academic arena that we have, or is the fear in the taxpayer?
I think it's both. I was the chair of the Hazen Union School Board, and we were surrounded by tuitioning towns where they had choice. Walden, Wolcott, those were tuitioning towns. Stannard was a tuitioning town. We worked hard to attract those students. But I think the notion of actually working to attract students scares. Public education in Vermont functions as a monopoly, as many monopolies. And people who depend on monopolies like monopolies. But in point of fact, if you look at instances in those towns where they do have choice, it encourages schools, even like Hazen, to be better, to go out and to become more attractive, to think about our music program and our art program and our science program. And I think choice is good for everybody. I was an attorney. I actually worked in Eastern Europe as an attorney for quite a few years. And I learned a lot of lessons there, especially about public monopolies. I watched all of Eastern Europe collapse because they liked public monopolies so much.
Joe?
I think school choice is a priority. I think statewide school choice is the silver bullet to a lot of the problems we're facing. You ask about a hurdle or a barrier. I'll be frank with you, it's the teachers union. They have a stranglehold on that building down the street. And you look at the campaign donations, the way they operate, it's going to be incredibly difficult to convince a legislature to pass that kind of bill. But I think again, this gets back to the first question, what's our priority here? Our priority is to educate these kids, to give parents agency over the education of their kids. We see that it raises property values, improves outcomes, saves a ton of money. School choice, and especially in a state of our scale and our size, this is a place we could do it and do it right. And Dave's absolutely right. I represented, 2 of my towns had school choice for high school. From their cold, dead hands, would you take school choice? And we saw down in the Rutland area, the high schools, it is very competitive to try to get the kids from Mendon and Chittenden to go to those high schools. and they bend over backwards. And the towns, they send a bus. You know, they'll do anything they can to get those kids. And it's a wonderful product. And we talk about economic development. We talk about wanting to attract people to Vermont. Statewide school choice, beautiful.
To me, this is a no-brainer, because if you stop and think about it, if you're going to close small schools, would you close them because the bigger town has more votes and wants the money, or would you close them based on quality?
Right.
And who's the most attractive? Where do people want to go? Who's doing the best job? To me, it's like here we are designing a monopoly system of consolidation that has proven that it's disastrous in states like West Virginia. And if we have to close schools, let's close them on the basis of efficiency and quality, not on the basis of money and votes.
Right. Survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
Go straight to nature.
Well, you know what's interesting is there's fears on both sides here. The VEA, NEA has a stranglehold on your legislators, is what I'm hearing. So they're afraid of school choice because they're afraid that the schools will become competitive they'll compete with each other for clients, our children, and so they're afraid that schools are going to become vacant and empty through that competitive process. But if you look at Act 46, they are selectively closing schools. So they are closing schools, but on their terms through Act 46. Does that make sense?
You know something? And I would have liked to have seen the NEA have a voice and play a role in that issue. They stayed neutral. I was surprised. I don't think there is anybody in the state of Vermont who has been a more zealous opponent of Act 46 than I have. And I was surprised that the NEA sat on the sidelines. I would have thought they would have been on my side. I want to say something in defense of the NEA, because I have seen what they've done for professional development. And I think if we're going to really maintain costs within our school system, we have to understand how teaching is changing and how the burdens put on the classroom are growing. And I think we need to look at the bureaucracy and the administration, and that's where we need to really cut some costs. But I think the NEA, in terms of professional development, is doing more than almost any organization.
And those teachers and educators and staff need to be paid what they deserve to be paid. But one of the things that I do hear is they're very top-heavy. The organization has far too many, and that's what's keeping our educational costs skyrocketing.
Well,
we have less students, more staff, and
it's very important in all of this. You know, this whole. I actually love school choice as well, because it adds a. You know, there are a couple of real benefits. There are many benefits, but the quality control piece is important, because it really does. I mean, Calais is a very small school, but we've had very high-performing students, and the boards that took. For years and years, took great effort to really hire the right staff and work with the staff to do that. And that makes it a destination for parents with kids. But also choice, from my experience, most schools are small, and you have a different flavor at each school. And in a way, in small communities, it serves you well, because kids have different needs, and they might meld much better into a nearby school than they do into this school. And we can't serve those kids as well in that community. We should have that ability, and the parents should have that ability to match that. And this is an avenue that it gives that flexibility or some semblance of that to the smaller community schools. I think there's one thing we have to be careful of with school choice, and that is to be careful to make sure that we do it in a way that's truly accessible to everybody in the school, and not just wealthier parents or only one working income households or things like that. Because that can deal certain parts of the population out of it. But I'm sure that can be done pretty effectively.
Yeah, that leads to another question, since you just touched on it. Do you believe that school choice, as it is established today, or even if we went to school choice, is designed for the wealthy? Because it's
just the opposite.
Because
Just the opposite.
No, it's
the
not.
wealthy have choices today. If
Right.
your family is affluent and you want to be an exchange student, they write a check. The students that are left behind and the students that don't have choices are students whose families can't afford, you know, the wealthy, they can live, they can buy a house in any community they want. Their school, they pick it. It's the students, quite frankly, it's the students that are stuck in, you know, East Hardwick, whose folks have lost a job. They don't have choices, they don't have opportunities. Those, and quite frankly, that's one of the great things about Act 77. For a student with talent and passion, committed to education, those students that don't come from affluent families at least have a chance to begin college now, to take courses outside of school, to be exposed to other possibilities. But we need to do more. It's not good enough.
So, some would say that in terms of school choices for the wealthy, I'll give you an example. Let's just use Hardwick. If you had full school choice in Hardwick, you as a lower income family might not be able to afford to transport your child. And the wealthier people can afford to do that. That's the argument, that it's more designed for wealthier people.
That really, I think, is cynical about the abilities and the imagination of people from less affluent backgrounds. If you look at Walden, if you look at Wolcott, these towns are not full of wealthy people. These towns are full of people, sometimes in some of the lowest economic situations in Vermont. But they find a way to get students to the schools they think are best for them, and they would be fierce to defend their tuitioning and their choice.
I agree with Dave on that as well. I mean, I think, and just watching from our experience of people moving into Calais because they had elementary school age kids and without a lot of wealth, but they valued education, they'll find a way. And I think it's our job as a state and as communities to help make that as feasible as we can. You know, we can't solve all these problems, and we can't, there's this great myth of equity everywhere and everything. It doesn't exist. You know, we can't, but we could do our best to make it as equitable as possible. And I mean, that inequity also drives the creativity.
Well,
and this is a thing that, you know, I think we get lost. We lose huge opportunities sometimes because we try to, well, this doesn't work in 100% of the cases.
What you just told us, Deb, reminds me of a joke I heard in Russia. There's 3 farmers. One is an American, one is a Frenchman, and the third is a Russian. And each of them has a neighbor with a cow, and each of them wants a cow. So the American works really, really hard, and he saves his money and he buys a cow. The Frenchman petitions the government, and more he wants more taxes, so the government will give him money so he can buy a cow. And that's what happens. And the Russian still wants everybody to be equal, so he insists that the government kill his neighbor's cow. What you're talking about is the same situation. If we say, oh my gosh, wealthy people already have choices, and we're going to give them more choices, and maybe less affluent people will be left behind, what we've said is, we're going to deny less affluent people the possibility to have these choices because we're somehow afraid that wealthy people might have more choices. That doesn't make any sense.
Joe?
I agree completely. I don't think you're going to, even if they are not able to get their kids to that school, some of them will. You're providing more choice, and just like Dave said, the wealthy have choice already. This is not for a wealthy only scenario.
Very good. I think we all agree on that. Let me just go on here a little bit. If you could suggest a legislative bill for the 2020 session on helping kids in education, what would that bill look like?
Do you want me to start?
We'll start with Joe.
Okay.
I'll take an unusual stab at this, and my bill would be to get rid of the corporate income tax, because we're having a discussion about education funding. We're talking about bailing out the boat. We aren't talking about the leak, and our big leak is the economy. We have a demographic. The term gets overused, but we have a demographic crisis in the state, and it's not going away unless we address the economy. And the legislature, Vermont as a whole, it's the fourth quarter and we're down by a couple of touchdowns. I don't know why we're running the ball. We need to drop back and throw for the end zone. We need something bold. For me, I would put in a bill, get rid of the corporate income tax. We'd be the only state in the Northeast that doesn't have one. And it's, on average, it's only about $100 million a year. It's not chump change, but I think we could probably find the savings somewhere and say Vermont's open for business. But that's the problem. There's a reason these kids didn't vaporize. The families moved away. And until we do some triage and stop the bleeding, we're going to have this is going to be a rolling boil conversation to solve this. So my bill for the kids in education would be an economic one, which we don't do nearly enough of in the legislature.
No.
Good. Well, you just said that the families moved away. Yeah. Also, many of my friends and neighbors are homes with no children. Their children have grown up, but new people are not moving in.
Right.
Yeah. That's one of the biggest problems. New people are not moving in. People are moving out that have money. Retired people are moving out that have money, but we don't have an influx of youth coming into the state, providing us with youth. So
it's a big problem.
It's a big problem.
It's the problem.
Yeah.
Rick, what would you
I
do?
completely agree. Well, I think there are two things. I think that the economy is the basis of need, and what supports and drives the schools. And we absolutely need that in this state. As a business owner myself in Maine, Maine's making a lot of effort to do this, for that reason, because they've had some of the same issues. We're falling behind in this, and we will never fix this education problem if we don't make it affordable and possible for families to come and be raised, live and be raised here. And then secondly, I go back to that argument, I think in the legislation, I would restructure the control within our education to the point where we start, instead of pushing communities out of decision making, we bring them right to the table.
Yeah.
And I mean in a meaningful way where their voice carries decisions. There is a lot of good judgment out there. And they're far better than many of the PhDs I've seen who have just been indoctrinated into a system of education, but they have no idea about anything outside of those borders, like, the social conditions of communities. And that's what communities bring to this. They understand the need better than anybody that I've seen at the top. And so they need to have a really powerful and significant seat at that table.
But before I tell you the bill I would want to introduce, I want to tell you a little story. When I was the chair of our school board, a young woman came to the school board and said, I've taken every art course we have, and I'm really good, and I have a passion, and I want to beg you to let me take half of a year's tuition and go to the Oxbow School of Art in Napa, California. And we had a hard, blistering debate, and we finally agreed to let that young woman take some of her tuition, a semester's tuition, because her family couldn't afford it. Her mom was working 2 jobs, a cash register at one restaurant, a waitress at another restaurant. That was the most important experience of that young woman's life. She's on the president's list at the Pratt Art Institute right now as a student. I want to see opportunity scholarships for juniors and seniors that show passion and talent in a particular subject so they can dream of anything, go anywhere, and really have something exciting to look for as they're shaping their education here in Vermont. And I think if we do that, we would set Vermont aside. We would tell the United States of America, in Vermont, any kid can have a dream. And those kids that are passionate about their education, who are dedicated to their education, can go anywhere, study anything, and we're going to help them even before they go to college.
I agree completely with Dave on this too, and that is a piece. Our education leadership tends, they're trying to produce this white vanilla system that wouldn't motivate anybody. And I think the key, education is about inspiring learning, because knowledge takes a lifetime. To become a Renaissance person takes a lifetime of learning. You learn very little. I studied engineering and architecture and had enough credits to minor in anthropology and English in college. And, and it was, but this much of what I've amassed in my life came from that experience. I developed some tools there to learn, but it's that passion and aggressive edge to keep learning more and growing. That's what we need to feed. And Dave is talking about that. That's what
if we could send that message across America, I think we could reverse the drain of young people with children leaving Vermont. I think there would be reason to say, in Vermont, our children can have a dream.
They gotta have a job, though, to move here.
They have to have a job.
Yeah, I agree completely, but without the economic piece, the whole thing falls apart.
Well, you know something, one of the things we have to do is be a lot more imaginative about technology, because, quite frankly, I was in Boston this week, and I went down there and I said, why in the name of God would anybody live in this place? This makes no sense. I live in Greensboro. I have bears, foxes, raccoons at my back door. I can go cross-country skiing. I can go fishing in the Clyde River or the Lamoille River. I live in one of the most magnificent places on earth, and I think of the people who are dying in New York and living the most suffocated lives in Boston. If we use technology, if we bring the kind of technology we need for people to work with their imaginations and their intelligence, I would have to think many, many, many more people would rather live in Greensboro than Boston. And the one thing we can't do is let our schools go. We need to make our schools more attractive, more vital, more inspiring.
Do you think that is the mission of the remote workers program that the state of Vermont has introduced?
That's the most silly thing in the world. That's like,
ridiculous.
It's just ludicrous. It's a joke. But I think what we need to do is get some really exciting ideas. If it means getting rid of the corporate tax, maybe we do it. Maybe we create opportunity zones where we say, you know what, we're not going to have any state income tax for the first 10 years you're here, as long as you're here. Plenty of states survive without an income tax. There's lots of things we can do, but one thing we need to do is make our schools exciting and inspiring. And that takes imagination and leadership.
I have a partner right now. We're developing a tech logistics company, and it will be multinational in scale when it's done. And I was talking to some members, the chair of House Commerce one day, and about even looking at bringing that to Vermont. And this is tech logistics, so you can really put it wherever you want to put it, as long as you've got the digital highways to manage the data, which we don't have here, critical point. But I said that's one important, absolute need. The second, and more important, is that I need to have these small connected school systems. I can bring the young tech logistics people out of Silicon Valley and places like that. They will respond to this after being in, I have many family in, coming out of the top schools in the country. Their kids are in these competitive mills, and it's not healthy. And you see what it does to these kids, and it's what creates a lot of our Wall Street greed. And and there's a huge golden value in what this state offers in ethic. And I could bring people and sell them that small connected community school. And I said directly, I cannot sell a Walmart version of a suburban school out of Boston. I said that I won't be able to bring people here to with the skill sets that I need to do it.
I agree with you, Job, that the future of education in Vermont is closely linked to the economy. The top 6 available jobs in Vermont, recently, was reading, they are groundskeepers, housekeepers in hotels, sales, retail sales, food industry. Those are not necessarily jobs that people with good educations who want to raise a family in Vermont are flying to Vermont for.
That's why.
But we have a new emerging agricultural economy in Vermont, and it's just embryonic today. If you look at Jasper Hill Cheese, if you look at Hill Farmstead Brewery, if you look down the road at Bar Hill Distillers or Pete's Greens, there is a food industry that's value added, that's a new agricultural economy. The Center for an Agricultural Economy in Hardwick is a big piece of that. But there is opportunity here if people want to use their imaginations and seize it. But it takes leadership, and it takes enough to start bringing entrepreneurial people to Vermont.
Right. Those are the entrepreneurs that you're referring to. When I think what this article was referring to was food industry, being McDonald's, fast foods, restaurants, working in the kitchen, serving. Those are not high-paying jobs, as we know. So people from outside of Vermont are now saying, I'm going to go to Vermont and work at McDonald's.
In 10 years, Jasper Hill Cheese has created over 100 jobs in the Northeast Kingdom.
But it takes that leadership.
It takes leadership, it takes entrepreneurial talent, but if we have the right schools, they become a magnet. There's nothing that's going to turn the Vermont dynamic around in a week or a month or a year. It's going to take a real vision.
There's a component here. In my business, we were brought into a very famous tech incubator in Atlanta, which is the guy who developed Alexa is out of that and so on. And they have a 95% success rate in their businesses they incubate. And these are tech businesses. They're much of the Georgia economy, and certainly Atlanta, is built around this incubator. And in my experience, I've been to have businesses most of my life. Vermont is loaded with entrepreneurial talent. To survive here, you've got to be pretty industrious, flexible, and hardy. And this is something that the government could work with businesses to create incubators. If our business is successful, we will bring it here ourselves. My partner and I will bring it to Maine and Vermont. But that is a whole education unto itself. Those incubators are not just providing office space. These are all taught. The people teaching in them and operating them are very successful entrepreneurs, and they come back and give business time back to that to train the next generations, and that's why they have such high success rates. We start incubating. That's the way you start incubating business. We've got the schools and the people to draw on here. You don't have to have huge numbers. They typically have a few hundred at one time that are being incubated. But what they generate and their affiliation with Georgia Tech, I mean, it's mind-boggling. And everybody from Google to Amazon, they all sponsor this. They partner with the state, but the state's actually a minor partner. It's actually supported by all the big businesses and people that came out of this program and ended up coming back like alumni to really teach the next generations.
You know, when you talk about leadership and all this, though, I think of it through the prism of Rutland County, and down there, something like the worker relocation, the quote-unquote $10,000 bribe, just boggles their mind. It's so frustrating for them. They want action. They want the ability for imagination and an entrepreneurial spirit to have free reign, and there's just so much frustration, at least down in that neck of the woods.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I'd like to get to one more question before our time is up. There's several good questions here, but because we're talking about education, what do you believe the role of the State Board of Education is, and would you make any changes?
Yes.
Joe, we'll start with you.
Well, I would say I think it's too political right now. I wish that the state boards, the school boards, could set it up. They'd be the ones to come up with some sort of election process, as it is now the governor appoints.
Bottom up.
Yeah, and so I I think with how political it is, I think that helps see some of the mission creep that concerns a culture voter like myself, someone who's concerned with my young kids going into the school. I have a lot of concerns about some of the mission creep we see in schools, and so I'm concerned with just the political nature of the school board.
It's completely political, and I agree completely with Joe. I think I would go back to the model I talked about earlier and say, you know, if you had, that needs to be created and elected by the people of the town. They're not appointed.
Yeah.
They need to, I would use a regional planning commission type model, and those one-to-one, those one town, one representative commissions could decide and elect members or to a board like that. They need to be accountable to the people, definitely.
Dave?
Well, first of all, the notion that those folks coming to Montpelier know more about managing Hazen Union High School than our school board does is silly. Our school board, we have an entrepreneur who started a business with 40 employees. We have a lawyer. We have an architect. We have a woman who's been a professor at a major university. That's our school board. Very talented, intelligent people engaged with the community. The notion that, and they're all good people. I know the people on the state board. Some of them are really bright. I think John Carroll's a particularly bright guy, but he doesn't know as much about Hazen as we do. So I think they need to step back. The notion that they have the power to transfer $8 million of debt from East Montpelier to Calais, and they know what they're doing, is almost crazy.
Yeah.
To transfer $500,000 of debt from Hardwick to Stannard, I mean, what do these guys know about what they're doing? It's crazy that they have the power to dissolve municipal governments and to create municipal governments. What does any one of those people know about creating a municipal government? They need to step back. The power they were given was way too much. What the decisions that they've been making should have been made by the legislature or by local school boards.
Yes, what Dave said.
I agree completely.
I agree completely
Yeah,
with Dave.
would.
Keep it local.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no question.
What kind of government works better, top down or grassroots?
I think we
Bottom
know.
up or top down?
I think we know.
When we
There's-
make,
the
when we make
answer
a
is
mistake at the,
it's a no-brainer.
well, when we make a mistake at the grassroots, we learn from it. We don't seem to do that from the top down. They walk away from it and leave the price tag on us.
What I find interesting is that with all the brain power that we have in the state of Vermont, and three of you are sitting right here, how do we as such a small state allow this to happen?
Inertia.
How did we allow Vermont to get to where it is?
Well, I think there's a lot of explanations. Not enough people run for public office. You know, we all pat ourselves on the back, but we really don't. It means we're not doing enough. And quite frankly, I think as a country, our notion of sacrifice for community has dwindled. And you know what? To some extent, I always think back to John Kennedy saying, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And I feel like we have leadership that's really turned that around upside down on its head. Because basically, more and more we have people that are asking what their country and their community can do for them. I think, you know, we talk about giving everything away and everything free. You know, we've got a lot of leadership that panders instead of leads.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Our time has come to an end here. I want to thank all three of you for being part of the panel here.
Thank
This
you.
was
Thank you,
really
Deb.
good.
Thank you.
Really
Enjoy
good conversations, and thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing you again.
All right.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank
Deb.
you.
Deb, thank you and your guests so much for an incredible show. This was one of the best discussions we have had on this program. I thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed the show. I certainly did. We'll see you next week. And in the meantime, keep listening beyond the sound bites.
Good morning, BUHS. Today is November 21st, 2019.
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA.
Vermont's Killington Resort, the largest ski and snowboard destination in eastern North America, will host for the 4th year the FIS Ski World Cup, November 29th to December 1st. Admission is free, and there'll be musical performances taking place as well. And now for a very special video featuring pie.
Hello and welcome to the first pie eating contest.
It's gonna be pretty good.
I'm
really excited.
I'm still full from that pie that I ate. That's a lot of pie.
Yeah, I think Riley did a really good job of.
Yeah, not to give anything away, but we did eat some.
It was
pie
apple pie.
in
It was
this
apple pie.
video.
Yeah, it was kind of cold too, but
It was.
it was good.
Cold.
Here's the video.
Enjoy.
Hello and welcome to the first pie eating contest of BUHS TV. We have 4 amazingly, let's just say, hungry contestants waiting to eat some delicious pie. The rules are simple. You have 2 minutes to eat as much pie as you physically can shove down your greasy gullet. You cannot use your hands in any way, shape, or form except to clutch onto your hope that you may finish the pie in time.
3, 2, 1, go!
In my nose.
No one's going. Yeah, no, you can't go to whipped cream. Come on, Brandon. Shot like a pie. Oh my god. What? Oh, all the bread's in here. Shannon. Really good.
Six,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop. You may swallow what's in your mouth. No more.
So the winner of the BUHS TV pie eating contest is Brandon.
Yeah.
There you have it, folks. That is the
Pie eating contest. Brandon was the winner. He kept pecking at it though like a
He
bird.
did. He just headbutting that thing. Smushed that all the way down.
How do you think he won though? Because like he was pecking at it. He just smushed
just,
it, making it look like
you
he
know
ate a
how
lot, you know?
Yeah, you know the thing when you like don't want to eat your meal and you like spread it around your plate so it looks like
Yeah,
there's less.
yeah.
I think that's what Brandon did to win.
Yeah. Have to do that in protest.
Maybe.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to have another food eating contest to see who the real winner is. In other words, the Brattleboro Bowl is open. The Brattleboro Bowl is open 7 days a week from 12 to 9 p.m. every day with 20 premium lanes, and you can join a league or just go with some friends. But let's go check out the weather with our very own Ernie.
So this week we got some weather coming up. It's break week, and today is Thursday. It's going to be partially cloudy, high of 47 and a low of 33. Tomorrow we might have some rain. I think it's about a 40% chance with a high of 47 and a low of 24. On Saturday, it will be partially cloudy with a high of 41 and a low of 29. On Sunday, we're going to have some wintry mix with a high of 38. And on Monday, it will be partially cloudy with a high of 41. Back to you guys.
Wow, it's pretty warm.
Yeah, we've got some good
Excited for
weather
that.
coming in. That's
Perfect.
nice.
The co-op invites you to bring the kids to a weekly community event. Join us at Kids Place for a story and a healthy snack from the co-op every Friday.
Fun. The 2019 Keene Holiday Crafts Show will be taking place November 30th inside the Keene High School from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. There will be tons of stands featuring things such as Christmas cookies and gifts. There will also be a raffle taking place at 2 p.m. run by the Keene High Student Council.
Yep. Perfect. Next week is vacation, and it's time to relax and spend some time with the family. Maybe kick back and enjoy a nice glass of eggnog by the fire, or bake some fresh apple pie for Thanksgiving. Remember not to get too relaxed, though, as Black Friday is coming, and that means Christmas and the holiday stress. So relax and enjoy yourself before everyone and their mother lose sanity over the newest Starbucks cup or Barbie doll, or Brandon. But let's find out what's happening in our Barbie world on World News.
So, for a couple days now, a standoff between protesters and police in Hong Kong continues on at the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. There are about 100 protesters, and their food supply has been dwindling while police officers remain stationed surrounding the school. A lot of the people inside have reported being injured by tear gas and have hypothermia from being doused with water cannons. According to police, most of the protesters that have been arrested are minors. To this they say, regardless of their age, they are to face the consequences of their own actions. Back to the desk.
Yikes, well.
I wouldn't want to get hit with a water hose. I'll tell you
Or
that.
tear gas? Yikes.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, you can stop by the Brattleboro Co-op and try our succulent Stonewood turkey, along with some need-to-have deli sides at the Brattleboro Food Co-op demo counter. It is on Friday, November 22nd from 2 to 6 p.m., so tomorrow. And now we have a special with our very own Tyler Higley.
He's back.
He is back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. All right, so today I have a short special with my brother Tyler Norrick here.
The Tylers.
Yep, little Tyler squared going on. And wouldn't that be fourth? Anyway.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry about us.
So, question number one: what is your favorite food for Thanksgiving?
Ooh, that's tough. My favorite Thanksgiving food. I
Like
think I just
food, not dessert. Food.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with the turkey.
Turkey?
I just love the turkey. I put a little mashed potatoes on it too.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I can't wait.
Yeah. So next question: what is your favorite thing to do on Thanksgiving? Like activities.
My favorite thing to do is with my cousins. We usually play like a basketball game.
Yeah.
Lower the hoop down. I just dunk on all my cousins.
Sounds pretty fun. What is your least favorite thing about Thanksgiving, if you have anything?
I don't really think I have a least favorite thing. I love Thanksgiving. You get to pig out.
Spend
Nothing
time
better
with
than
the
that.
fam.
Spend time with the fam. Nothing
Watch
much better
some
than
football.
that. Oh, I do like watching football.
Yeah. All right. Last question. Kind of relates to the video we just watched. What's your favorite kind of pie?
I'm gonna have to go with apple pie, but it's
Apple
got to
pie.
be warm though. It's got to be warm.
Yep. Classic.
Yeah. Oh yeah, apple pie. Maybe put a little vanilla ice cream on top too.
Yeah.
Oh my
sounds
gosh,
good.
that's great.
When the ice cream melts. On the pie.
Oh my gosh, nothing
Die
beats
for it.
that.
All
All right, awesome. Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much for making us all hungry.
Yeah. On November 30th, Mount Snow will be hosting fireworks and pictures with Santa, starting from 5:45 p.m. to 9 p.m. Be sure to take a picture with Santa before he makes his rounds this year. Now, there's funny news up next, so let's zoom out the camera and reveal Forrest for funny news.
Hey guys, so we all know the crazy things that people like to do on the subway, and we all hear the stories and see the videos. But this guy actually took it to kind of a new level by brushing his teeth on the subway and repeatedly spitting out the toothpaste and everything onto the floor. And there's actually an image right there of the spit on the floor.
That's nasty.
This nice lady named Melissa said that he repeatedly spat on the platform, and it was pretty gross.
So
I don't know. Toothpaste is very like clean.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's almost
it's,
alive,
it's also
but-
kind of gross that he just did it right there.
Yeah.
Well, people
What if
spit
he
on the
was
ground.
he was
all the
running
time.
late.
to meet a girl or something, need to freshen up.
There's definitely been weirder things to happen on the subway.
Yeah,
but
I feel like that's not that.
it's not that
that
weird.
bad.
But
Yeah,
it's,
all right, but imagine sitting next to somebody, brush their teeth, and you spit right by your foot.
Well, it depends on what the circumstances. Like maybe they're.
I don't
like,
know. I don't
late
think there's
for a
any
job interview or something.
Oh, so you're gonna be like, oh, it's okay, you're late. If he
Yeah.
spits right next to your foot, I wouldn't. I'm like,
Well,
yo, that's nasty, bro.
Yeah, but that wasn't next to anybody's foot.
if he had a
That was
job
just in
interview,
the
he could have
middle
done
of
it like
the-
in the bathroom somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. It's not that gross. You use toothpaste to clean your teeth anyways, so it's not like you're.
I think it's
chew
pretty
dip
gross.
or something, you know.
I think it's pretty gross. All right, well, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
No problem.
Yeah, all right. The Brattleboro Turkey Trot is happening on Thanksgiving Day, hosted by the Vermont Country Club. The day starts with a 1 mile run at 9 a.m., followed by the normal 3 mile run at 9:15. You must register on the website by November 27th, or you won't be timed. And speaking of turkey, here's how to deep fry a turkey without dying with Riley.
Sweet.
Hello, and welcome to this special segment with me, Riley. Today we're going to be talking about how to deep fry a turkey without killing yourself. Now, there are 3 simple tips that will help you along this journey and not end up in the ER. First is to do it outside. If you mess up, it's not going to be as bad as messing up indoors. Oil is hard to clean up. 2 is to always wear some form of protection. Gloves. Wear gloves. Dear God. And 3 is to set up some form of apparatus to slowly lower the turkey into the pot so you don't have to do it with your bare hands. Now, this has been 3 quick tips with me, Riley. Now, back to the desk.
Awesome. Thank you, Riley. That was.
I want to try a deep fried turkey. I've never tried it.
Tyler says it's good, so
Yeah, well,
it's
now
a very
we know how to
important
do
thing.
it safely. So
Yes,
might have to try it
exactly.
out.
Going along with that, Thanksgiving is right around the corner, so be sure to have a few good recipes ready. A personal favorite of our very own Riley is homemade green bean casserole. And since Black Friday is also around the corner, be sure to snag a good deal or two.
This season on December 14th in Stratton, Vermont, get ready for Taste of Vermont. This delicious event features Southern Vermont's most incredible professional and amateur chefs, caterers, bakers, delis, and more. It is a fun event for the whole family. Tickets are now available, and it is open from 6:30 to 9 p.m. This event is located at Stratton Mountain Base Lodge. And now it's time for sports with Branders.
Hello. Hockey started yesterday for our school's first winter sport this season. Sign-ups end for IBLs with all registrations and forms on December 2nd after break. The draft for all players who are not already on a team will be drafted on the 6th, and the first game will be on Wednesday, the 11th of December. Back to the desk.
I cannot wait to cross Brandon's ankles up.
Oh,
and else.
will Brandon even be able to move, though? And he's got to hurt back.
I feel better than a cripple. I don't know.
That's fair. Vermont rifle season is now upon us. During the 2-week span from November 16th to December 1st, hunters can legally take down 1 buck. So good luck to all the hunters out there who are going hunting this weekend. And now for a special video with Gemini. Okay, so today we're going to talk about the top 10 things to never discuss at the Thanksgiving dinner table. Number 1 is money.
Ooh, sensitive subject.
Very
I
sensitive
guess,
subject,
yeah.
especially for you, Jim.
I guess so.
Especially for you.
Ha ha ha.
Number 2 is religion.
Yeah.
Those 2 intertwine a little bit for you, Jim.
Perfect.
Number 3 is politics.
Oh,
Everybody has
yeah.
different views
Mixed
on that.
opinions. Mixed
Yeah,
opinions, definitely.
Number 4 is embarrassing stories about others.
That is just embarrassing. It's kind of a shame that those
Yeah.
exist.
I mean, yeah, it's just not fun to
It's
talk
funny,
about.
but not for the Thanksgiving dinner table.
Yeah, I agree. Number 5 is family gossip. Just family gossip.
It's kind of lame.
Yeah,
I guess.
I don't really know if I agree with that one. But Number 6 is discussion of eating or drinking habits.
Oh, yeah. Can't pick on the people who decide to eat a lot.
Yeah.
It's Thanksgiving. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Number, what was that, 7 now? Yeah, I think so.
7.
How your children's... Oh, okay, here you go. Your children's accomplishments.
Oh, you can't do that. Bragging's it's kind
Bragging's
of
so
weird,
annoying.
you know?
Oh, it's so annoying.
It's just, yeah.
Do you feel embarrassed if your parents talk about you?
I do.
Yeah,
I like
do
to
too.
be humble, you know?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
You're a great guy. Number 8, why a relative is not married yet or doesn't have kids yet.
See, too high standards, man, you know?
I think it's
just
just
a shame.
yeah, just annoying for that person.
It is just annoying. It's like,
They'll-
come
they'll
on,
get
I'm
there
just trying to
eventually.
eat some food, and then people are picking on you from your own family.
Exactly. What about 9? How much someone is eating. Thanksgiving.
Let them pick out. Yeah,
Exactly.
are you kidding me? It's the holiday
You
of
eat.
food.
Keep eating.
Oh, yeah.
Number 10, and lastly, how bad the food is.
Oh, don't disrespect the cook.
Yeah,
Come on.
you just
That's the
pretend
first
you like
rule of
it
any
and
meal.
just move on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right, that's the top 10 things to never discuss at the Thanksgiving dinner table. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
And that is what to not talk about at the Thanksgiving dinner table.
Yes, sir.
I hope you enjoyed this episode of BUHS TV. Please enjoy your break if you're a student, and enjoy Thanksgiving if you like turkey or any of the other delicious foods. And that is why the world is like this. Bye-bye.
Good morning, BOHS. Today is November 18th, 2019.
Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a wonderful day. The sun in the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA.
Vermont's Killington Resort, the largest ski and snowboard destination in eastern North America, will host for the fourth year the FIS Ski World Cup, November 29th through December 1st. Admission is free, and there will be musical performances taking place as well. Guess what time it is? Sports. It's time for sports with Jem.
Hello, I am Jem with the sports. Previously this weekend, the North-South football game happened in Vermont. This Saturday, it was cold. The South did win 47-9 though, which was good, with your Brattleboro seniors Tyler Miller, Chris Frost, Sammy Fontaine, and me representing the Brattleboro Colonels and the South team. Now that the football season's over though, we go into winter sports, and ice hockey, boys and girls, actually starts this week on Wednesday, and then later in the month after Thanksgiving, we have boys and girls basketball along with Nordic starting. So all that is exciting news. Now back to the desk.
All right. The co-op invites you to bring the kids to a weekly community event. Join us at Kids Place for a story and a healthy snack from the co-op every Friday.
That's awesome. The 2019 Keene Holiday Craft Show will be taking place November 30th inside Keene High School from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. There'll be tons of stands featuring things such as Christmas cookies and gifts. There'll also be a raffle ticket taking place at 2 p.m. run by the Keene High School Student Council. Now to the weather with Ernie.
Today is Monday, and we have a high of 38 and a low of 30. We have a 50% chance of rain tonight, which could turn into ice or wintry mix. Tomorrow we have a 40% chance of precipitation with a high of 43 and a low of 28. And on Wednesday we have a high of 39 and a low of 26. Back to the desk.
Thank you, Ernie. Thank you.
That's pretty warm, man. Yeah, it is pretty warm.
43, I'll take that.
Dude, the
November,
past few weeks have been so cold. It's insane.
Freezing.
Yeah, I know. And then, that's nice, though. I like it warmer.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right. Next week is vacation. It's a time to relax and spend some time with the family. Maybe kick back and enjoy a nice glass of eggnog by the fire. Or bake some fresh apple pie. Speaking of apple pie. Remember not to get too relaxed, though, as Black Friday is coming, and that means Christmas and the holiday stress. So relax and enjoy yourself before everyone and their mother loses their sanity over the newest Starbucks cup of coffee or Barbie doll.
I know Brandon loses mine over the Starbucks. So.
No, it's the Barbie doll.
Stop by the Brattleboro Food Co-op and try solicited stonewood turkey, along with some need-to-have deli sides, at the Brattleboro Food Co-op demo counter. It is on Friday, November 22nd from 2 to 6 p.m. People need to hear what we have next at World News, so let's check it out.
Trump stated that he likes the idea of testifying in the impeachment inquiry against him. In a tweet this morning, Trump said that he would strongly consider the move after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi suggested it. In the tweet, Trump also referred to the trial as a witch hunt and said that he has done nothing wrong and doesn't like giving credibility to this no due process hoax.
Perfect. Thank you.
Project Feed the Thousands is starting up again. Remember to bring any non-perishable items to donate to those in need.
The Brattleboro Turkey Trot is happening on Thanksgiving Day, hosted by the Vermont Country Club. The day starts with the 1-mile kids run at 9 a.m., followed by the normal 3-mile run at 9:15. You must register on the website by November 27th, or you won't be timed. And now to a special with Forrest.
Hey guys, it's Forrest. It's officially skiing season now, and Mount Snow and Killington are now open. There are 12 trails open at Mount Snow. Corinthia, which is at Mount Snow, has one trail open, which is Gulch. There are some features up, nice jumps. 21 trails are open at Killington, and lots of fun to be had this winter, so be sure to wear a helmet and go outside. Back to the desk.
Sounds sweet. You ski?
Nope. I would love to see you on skis, though, Brandon.
I don't think I would love to see me on skis. All right.
Thanksgiving is right around the corner, so be sure to have a few good recipes ready. A personal favorite of our very own Riley's is homemade green bean casserole. And since Black Friday is also around the corner, be sure to snag a good deal or two.
This season, on December 14th in Stratton, Vermont, get ready for a Taste of Vermont. This delicious event features Southern Vermont's most incredible professional and amateur chefs, caterers, bakers, delis, and more. It's a fun event for the whole family. Tickets are now available and is open from 6:30 to 9 p.m. This event is located at Stratton Mountain Base Lodge.
Vermont rifle season is now upon us. During the 2-week span from November 16th to December 1st, hunters can legally take down 1 buck. So, good luck to all the hunters out there who are going hunting this weekend.
So, that was this episode of BOHS TV. I hope you enjoyed it, because if you didn't, we will know. And this is why the world is like this. Bye-bye.
And welcome to another episode of Into the Issues. My name is Steve Pappas. I'll be your host. My guest today is Secretary of State Jim Kondos. Jim, thanks for coming.
Thanks, Steve, for inviting me.
There's a handful of things that I want to talk to you about, and we're going to do it in order because I think that it will all make sense to the viewers once they hear our conversation. And none of this is going to be a surprise to you, but in recent weeks, there's been what's turned out to be a very controversial case out of the Burlington Police Department, which has now been pretty widely publicized and reviewed, and it's involved body camera footage of a police department incident. And but there's more to it than that, and what's come from that has become an issue of what the public needs to know and how the public should get that information, which is of obvious interest to the media, but it's become of interest to you as well as Secretary of State. And I'd like you to kind of explain why that is.
So first, our Vermont Constitution and our state statutes, and the state statutes actually refer back to the Constitution, but they've enshrined the public's right to know. And that means that whether it's an open meeting or public records access, that the public has a right to have access. It's about holding government accountable. Mm-hmm. It's about knowing what your government is doing. So it's actually, I think it's pretty fundamental to transparency. And we can talk later about the transparency tour, but I think it's pretty evident that this is about having the public, and I include the media as part of the public, having that ability to hold their government accountable.
Well, and part of that is because you see the media as the eyes and ears of the public.
Exactly. They're the watchdog. They're the ones that have, that's their job, is to look for accountability, to hold government accountable, but it's as a kind of an arm of the public.
Mm-hmm. So why is this particular case so concerning to so many people?
So there are two aspects of public records that sometimes get lost, if you want to call it, in the shuffle. One is whether you want to just inspect those documents or do you want a copy of it.
Right.
So it's clear in the statutes for both sides. At least I think it's clear, and I think the courts have determined that as well. But the idea that if you go into a government agency and say, I would like a copy of those documents or a copy of that body camera film, they have to do something to prepare for that, mm-hmm. to give you a copy. And you need to understand that there are all records that are created by government or acquired by government in the course of doing their business are considered public records. Some of those records actually have exemptions that prevent disclosure, mm-hmm. medical information, social security numbers, things like that. There's a whole host of them, as you know.
Yes. And when you're talking about preparation, you're talking about somebody actually has to review.
Like if someone comes in and says, I want all the emails between you and this person in government that talks about EB5, let's say. Someone has to review each one of those emails to make sure that there's no information that should be redacted and protected from being put out. So there is a cost to that. The first 30 minutes are considered free, and then anything over that, from as far as making a copy, as far as the labor to review and redact, those costs can all be charged off, mm-hmm. for copies. Mm-hmm. I want to keep reiterating mm-hmm. that. If you say, I just want to inspect them, I just want to look at those, the courts have now come down and said there is no cost to that.
Right.
There was a case, which I'm sure you probably are familiar with, in 2011, VSEA versus the Agency of Natural Resources in the state of Vermont. And Judge Crawford, who's now on the federal bench, Judge Crawford actually, in his decision, said that inspection is the burden of government. The government bears that burden to prepare those documents for inspection. And the argument is that, okay, if we have to go in, if Steve Pappas asks for all these emails, we have to send someone in and read those emails and redact any information. Therefore, we have to make copies. That was the argument that has been made before by some government agencies. We have to make a copy of those and then redact that information out of it. Judge Crawford didn't go along with it.
Right.
That court decision was it was a lower court decision. It was never appealed by the state. Fast forward to the Doyle case. Reed Doyle had asked for to be able to view, to be able to inspect the body camera film of a incident that occurred in the city of Burlington.
Right. To be clear, he asked to inspect it.
He asked to inspect it.
He wanted to watch
He
it.
didn't ask for a copy.
Right.
Just wanted to inspect it. And the city of Burlington, and I don't remember, it was they told him that it would cost him about several $100s to get to view it. Well, that acts as a burden, that acts as an obstruction, and he wasn't about to do that. The ACLU got involved, and I think rightfully. The ACLU argued the case, they appealed it to the Supreme Court, and they went forward with that appeal. My office filed an amicus brief, a friend of the court brief to support that concept, that there should be no charge. And I keep going back, Steve, to the fact that if government agencies would only manage their records better in the beginning, it would be less problematic, less of a burden to the government agency to get those documents prepared and ready to go. I think too often what happens is the records are not managed properly, and consequently it does become a burden. It requires many, many hours. But the courts have been clear now, and it's gone to the Supreme Court, so that is the law of the land. Inspection is free, a copy is not. So what happened recently? The Attorney General's office put out a protocol that said that if you decide you want to inspect something, and we prepare those documents, and then you take a picture of it with your phone, that they were going to charge you for that. My argument is that that's not allowed. The inspection is still the piece. And even if there was a fee for that, the law is also clear that it has to be actual cost. So my question is, if I pull out my cell phone and take a snapshot of a computer screen, what's the cost to the state? There is no cost.
Right.
Therefore, it should not be charged.
And the Attorney General's office, in that protocol, basically is coming at the same. They're not disputing that the records themselves are not public. What they're disputing is how you should be able to charge to have access to those. And what's interesting about that is that you have two arms. And by the way, for all of you watching, the media came down on the same side as Secretary Condos, the ACLU, the New England First Amendment Coalition, the governor's office. The Attorney General at the moment is kind of out on a limb by himself on this one. And contrary to kind of all of the discussion, nobody's at loggerheads. Nobody's butting heads over this. It's just a philosophical difference in the interpretation of who should pony up the money. Because TJ's office, TJ Donovan, the Attorney General, his office is saying, as you pointed out, there's a tremendous amount of cost and effort that goes into producing this information, often at the expense of his own staff, which is made up of lawyers. And they want to be compensated for that, and I get that. We all understand that, but in this case, that doesn't fly.
Well, you have a Supreme Court case that basically says different, and I know he is saying that well, yeah, but if you take a copy, that's getting a copy of that document, and you know, I can see where he's coming from, but I don't think that the Supreme Court case actually really went in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
So, TJ and I have talked about this, and I know he's going to go to the legislature to ask for clarification.
Mm-hmm.
I think the clarification should be relatively easy because the courts have ruled on it. But you know, we'll have that discussion.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have that discussion.
Another interesting little nuance here is that the Attorney General's office is the counsel for state agencies.
Correct.
Including your office. And yet you had to file an amicus brief in this case. You couldn't use the Attorney General's office, so did you have to go out and get somebody else to do that work for you?
I did. It was, I think what really happened was that the Attorney General's office wasn't sure where they were going to come down on this case,
Mm-hmm.
and they were considering their own amicus, perhaps on the side of the Burlington Police.
Mm-hmm.
In the end, they did not.
Mm-hmm.
But we found a lawyer, an attorney in town that would do the work for us. Obviously, we helped edit, but we submitted what I like to call a 30,000-foot view. We didn't get into specifics of the Reed Doyle case.
Mhm.
What we did was we said, look, here's what the law says.
Mhm.
So we tried to stay at a very high level. And that's my office generally tries to stay at a high level. We try to just go, here's what the law says, here's what we believe that law is saying, and work from that.
I'm going to pivot a little bit. Same topic, and you mentioned it earlier. There are a lot of exemptions. There's too many exemptions as far as from my point of view. There are too many exemptions on public records. And I point a finger at Jim Douglas on a lot of that. But a lot of the governors have done the same, and they've made it more difficult. But I think it needs to be clear that, and people who are watching this not all people watching this understand that it's a public records request, which means that any person, anybody from the public can make these requests. And there are people who make a lot of requests, and there are a lot of people who tie up your staff, the staffs of other agencies around the state. At what point does it become where it feels frivolous and it needs to be kind of addressed? And this puts you on the spot because I'm the guy who's going to say there is no limit, but maybe you're the guy who says that too.
I actually agree with you. I believe, in fact, I have said often to my staff that regardless of who it is, why they're asking, that's not our job to determine. Our job is to fill that request, and that's the role that we will take. In fact, there is another Burlington Supreme Court decision, and I don't remember which one. I actually have it in my transparency tour paperwork, but there is another decision that says that the agency, the government, cannot ask who or why you want this information. That it's basically agnostic to it, and I agree with that. I mean, you know, yes, we have some frequent flyers out there who will keep us very busy, keep us on our toes. But my job is to provide that information as long as it meets the law. And you're right, there are too many exemptions. I believe that. I know the legislature has worked to reduce them, but every year additional ones get thrown in there. So right now, if you look at the statute in Title I, which is where the public records access language is, there's about 40 exemptions there. But scattered throughout the state statutes are other statements, are other exemptions that are put into a section, a specific section of the law. We estimate there's around 260.
Yep, I've heard 250. So, yep.
So But there is, the good news is that there is the Legislative Council has a website where you can go to look at those exemptions, and you can say, I want to look at animal information or animal records, and it'll pull up it'll do a search and pull up those records that deal with animals or medical information and whatever. And we also have one on our website, on the State Archives website, that allows the public to look at all these exemptions. It was a lot of work putting it all together. And we often will get, at the end of a session, some of our staff and some of the Ledge Council staff will actually go through the bills that have passed. Oh, here's something that acts as a exemption, therefore we got to highlight that. So, and that happens. But there's a lot of it are legitimate exemptions. But I think there's also a lot of duplication, and I think we could actually shorten it up a little bit. The federal government, as you probably know, did that a few years ago. They had reams of exemptions, and they're down to like a dozen in general. And I think that's the approach that we need to take at some point. I know there was a committee that looked at it over a 3-year period. They did reduce some of them, or they combined some of them, but I think there's more that could be done.
So public records are under your purview. As Secretary of State, you have really taken this to a different level, though, as far as making sure that the public understands and public officials understand not just what they need to know about records, but what they need to know about process in their towns, in accountability, responsibility, and you yourself served on the South Burlington City Council for quite some time.
18 years.
18 years. And kind of saw it all there. I mean, you and I have talked at other times about kind of some of the things that you've seen. And now you are kind of the gatekeeper for a lot of towns in determining, well, can we do that? Can't we do that? And rather than doing it kind of piecemeal, which happens probably all the time, you are setting out again. This is how many? 5th year?
Well, it would be the fifth official year of the Transparency Tour.
Yeah. You're doing what's called the Transparency Tour, where you actually go out to the community and you go to towns, communities, and invite other communities nearby to come in and essentially get a refresher on how to do this. It's not mandatory. You wish it were.
I do.
I wish it were too. But what exactly is the Transparency Tour? What are you aiming to do?
Education.
Yep.
That's the big thing, and we've really consolidated or shortened it up into a pretty brief presentation as such. It's about the total presentation is about an hour and a half, maybe an hour and 15 minutes. But it depends on the questions that we get, and then we get at the end we get a lot more questions. But we basically divided it into 2 sections. One is to talk about the open meeting law, the other is to talk about public records access. As you can probably imagine, a lot of our effort or a lot of our focus is on the open meeting law. Yep. That's where we seem to have the most questions.
Yep.
But we travel the whole state. We usually do it in the off year from the election, so the odd year, the odd numbered year, and that's this year. And we're starting it, I believe, if not next week, the week after, and we'll do it for about a 6-week period. And we have done so far in the previous years, we've visited well over 50 communities. We'll go if a town specifically asks for us. Like we had one town that had been sued by some residents, and the judge said, well, you need to have, one of the conditions that he placed on them was to have that town go through two presentations on open meeting law. So we were one, VLCT did another. We worked, the original was with VLCT and Steve Jeffrey, he went with us on these things, and literally we go from Franklin County to Windham County, from Bennington County to Essex Orleans counties, and I mean we go through the whole state, and I think the most people we ever had was up in St. Johnsbury a few years ago, and
well, there was a lot going on in St. Johnsbury at that time.
There was. We had over 150 people show up, and we've done it for as few as 3 or 4. So, you know, we don't really care how many. We like to have more people. We generally will notify the town manager or town administrator, the select boards, planning commissioners, and any other, you know, we ask the town clerks to notify their various boards, like the cemetery board and whatever, that we're coming to town and neighboring towns, and we usually send out, you know, obviously we've sent it to you already, but we will follow up as each week with those towns that we're going to that following week,
right.
To try to drum up as much support as we can. It's a pretty informal thing, and to be honest with you, I enjoy doing it. It's really about education. It's not playing gotcha.
Well, we'll go back to that. So everybody knows you can expect an editorial from me in the next few days, because every time you do one of these, I come out saying, thank you, Secretary Condos, for doing these, because it only makes our job and has the eyes and ears of the public easier, because everyone's sitting up a little straighter and following, going by the book, and they're doing, when they do their job as intended, it makes it easier for the public to be able to get information and understand the decisions.
And it's so important.
Yeah.
The public has a right to know and a right to participate,
Right.
and that's the point that we try to make this nice and simple, and again as an educational piece.
So when you say, when I ask you initially why, and you say education, what do you mean? Because when we talk about open meeting laws, I know what you're talking about, but the public may not necessarily understand why it is so important for these boards to get the primer. It's not necessarily a primer on Robert's rules and all of those pieces of it. It's important because there are certain processes that are mandated by statute that have to be done. And so what kinds of things are we talking about?
So if you're going to have your regular meeting, if you meet every, let's say the first Monday of each month at 7 p.m. at Town Hall, that's a regular meeting, and typically you've passed a resolution at your first meeting that says this is when we're going to meet. Regular meetings are supposed to be warned and noticed. Your agenda is posted 48 hours ahead of time, so the public has a right to see what's going to be on that agenda.
And and what is a warning?
Well, I should, let me go back a little bit, because the warning, basically, it's just announcing that the meeting is happening.
Right.
And it has to be posted in a couple places. If the town maintains a website, they have to post it on their website ahead of time. If it's a special meeting, so if any one of the factors, if it's not going to be on the regular day, or the regular hour, or the regular meeting place, if any one of those 3 changes, it's called a special meeting, and you only have to notice that 24 hours ahead of time. So it's really about, again, to get the public out to know what's going on. You know, we've also made some changes over the last 8 or 9 years. For instance, they're supposed to hold allow the public a public comment period. Typically, it's for comments for items that are not on the agenda. One of the first things that a public body is supposed to do is ask if there's anything that on the agenda that needs to be changed. Are we deleting something? Are we adding something? I always tell people when you're adding something, it should be for information purposes only. If you're going to take an action, it should be on your next warned meeting so that the public can be notified that you're going to take an action on something. The reason is you could get some hanky-panky going on where a board says, well, this is a controversial issue, we'll just go to the meeting and see who's going to show up, and if it looks okay, we'll add it to our agenda. We don't want that to happen.
Right.
The public has a right to know, and the public has a right to attend, and the public has a right to participate. Things like minutes. Minutes, the law has been in place for over 30 years that says that the minutes are supposed to be ready for someone to look at within 5 days. It doesn't say final draft, it doesn't say draft or final minutes or approved minutes, it just says minutes have to be ready. It's pretty minimal what you have to have in your minutes. It has to have, obviously, the meeting, when it is. It has to say these are the agenda items. It has to say who attended from the board at that meeting, and if there were anybody there from the public. They don't have to necessarily identify everybody. I always use this as an example. When I was city council chair in South Burlington, we had a situation where we would hold a public hearing to go over our budget. Now, in South Burlington, let's just say we had a $10 million operating budget. We'd have 2 people show up.
Right.
Very little comment. The following week, we're going to discuss the leash law and our bicycle path. 150 people show up, and everybody wants to say something. So that's the kind of thing that you got to balance, but you got to allow the public the opportunity to speak. You got to give them a reasonable opportunity. Those minutes are now required. If you have a website, you're supposed to have those minutes posted on the website within the 5 days or after the 5 days. That raised a lot of consternation among towns because they were saying that it was problematic for them, a burden to have to post those minutes. And our argument and what the legislature ultimately agreed with was that part of the law hasn't really changed. It's just that if you have a website, it's got to be posted on the website.
Right.
And in the old days, it might have been difficult to, you have to let it load up. I remember with AOL, it would take 5 minutes, 10 minutes to load something up and get it posted. Now it's just point, click, and it's done.
Right.
So it's relatively easy, and it's just kind of basic procedures that you have to follow.
Yeah. Well, and we're almost out of time. It all comes down to accountability, right?
It really is.
And that's what you're doing. Is these are elected officials, they're laymen in most cases, and while they love to do it, there are rules you got to follow. And
that's right.
The media appreciates it. I know the public appreciates it. So, my guest has been Jim Kondo, Secretary of State of the state of Vermont. Jim, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We covered a lot of information in a short amount of time.
We did.
All right. And thank you for watching. Until next time, see you around.
Call the meeting to order at 6:28. Quick preface, I have never chaired a meeting before, so be gentle. So we'll start, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from October 22nd meeting, 2018.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from the meeting on October 22nd of 2019, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and start with members of the public.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor of taking the agenda out of order and starting with members of the public, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So we have three lovely people from the BDCC to talk about programs and activities for community development, if I am reading this correctly.
So I'm going to hand out several dead trees. Sorry. And I'll start talking to you about our programs. I'm going to cut it a little short. I don't know how long you want to give us. We can go for hours. We can go for 10 minutes. We can go for over as long as we like. But we'll kind of curtail a little bit so that we can get to Bob and Christy's program pretty quickly. So BDCC is the Regional Development Corporation for Wyndham County. There are 13 of those in the state. SEVENS is a separate regional board that thinks about and puts together long-term regional strategies for growing the economy, okay? And completes what's called a SETS. It's a federally recognized plan, a comprehensive economic development strategy. So SEVENS leads with vision and strategy, BDCC implements with programs, okay? So SEVENS has no staff, BDCC has all of the staff. And so all of the programs that you'll hear about tonight are programs from BDCC, many inspired by strategies of SEVENS. So we have been working, we've just recently completed our second SEDS, Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. This time, the first one was completed in 2014. It's a 5-year plan. It was for just Wyndham County. This was just completed and it was a 5-year plan. And it's for all the towns that are in the Southern Vermont Economic Development Zone. That is Wyndham and Bennington counties. That's a special delegation in Vermont state statute that was put in place because this area was really struggling economically with several different factors. So we put together that plan. Then what happens is our boards look at that and where is their traction, where are there partners that we can work with throughout the region, and let's start building programs. So with our first SEDS, one of the largest priorities was to increase the size and quality of the workforce. What we've seen here in the region, and really in most of rural Vermont and much of rural America, is a decrease in population, and specifically a decrease in the working age population, okay? So that is becoming more and more acute, and we can see, a lot of our employers are challenged to properly staff. That can inhibit growth, it can inhibit businesses coming here, we're almost at full unemployment. So it's not a matter of, we've got a bunch of lazy folks that aren't working. We literally don't have the people that are here. So we have a number of strategies that we're working on to address that. Retention is one, which is Bob and Christy can talk a lot about, and we'll talk a lot about shortly. Training and retraining for the jobs in the new economy, helping people seek employment as we're seeing a lot of technological innovation in the economy, and then also recruitment. Recruitment is probably our lightest effort at this point, but that'll be changing soon. So we have a number of other different strategies that I would love to talk about, but we were lucky enough to get Bob to join us tonight. So I'd like to start with Christy, who will talk a little bit about her program. And your high school is actually they are the winner in terms of implementing and helping us really get this program off the ground. So,
hi, I'm Chrissy Beatty. My title is Pipelines and Pathways Coordinator. This is my second year of being at the BDCC, just the beginning of it. I was hired under several grants to essentially work within all of the 4 Windham County high schools to develop career awareness and preparedness programming and really connect students to opportunities that are right here in their own backyard. So I have been working closely with Leland and Gray to develop strategies for sort of attacking this problem, and we've done a lot so far. I mean, I spent a year kind of gathering information, developing a plan, developing relationships, and then we've launched the activities portion this fall. So a lot of the things we've done are, 21st century soft skills, which are things that employers have identified as something that's really important and something that the entry-level employees are not coming onto the job with. So things like understanding punctuality, understanding how to dress appropriately, speak professionally, and then even bigger 21st century soft skills like conflict resolution, teamwork, time management, those kinds of things. So we've been working a lot on the soft skills portion, also career development portion, so making sure that everybody has a resume and a cover letter, which is surprisingly something that doesn't happen with most high school students, and that they're ready for an interview, either for college or for an entry-level career. And we'll be conducting mock interviews with some of the teachers and some of the professionals from outside in December, so that kids can really get a sense of what it's like to be in that very scary interview environment. So
one thing that I would just add before you go to Bob is this program is in all 4 of the public high schools in Windham County, and kids cannot take advantage or plan for opportunities that they don't know exist. And unfortunately, people do not understand that there are jobs here, particularly the more removed you are from the employment centers like Brattleboro and Bellows Falls. I was at a school board meeting in one of our middle schools in the county with the Secretary of Education, who asked that board, what do you tell your students about the opportunities that are here? What are they training for? And long-term school board members said, there are no opportunities for our kids here. When we tell them they're going to need to leave. And, that's absolutely not true. They may want to leave. They may have opportunities that they want to pursue outside of the area, but we absolutely have opportunities here for kids. And so this program is to help them understand what those are and how you can access them.
And I think a really important sort of piggyback on that important point is, I was at Brattleboro Union High School the other day talking to the department heads, and we talked about their core subject matter and the things that they're teaching with regard to career education already, and there are a lot of things. But we started to mention businesses, and we said, how many of you know what Omega Optical is? Chirping, right? How many of you have heard of Sir Sosimo Lumber? And these are organizations that have come to us directly and said, we need employees, and we're willing to be flexible around scheduling of younger people. We're willing to be able to train these folks, right? So the educators need to know this too, because they're the ones that are directly interfacing with the students every day and can say, oh, this science student actually would be a perfect match for a position in Omega Optical. Maybe they can get an entry-level position, or maybe they need to go to school, but they know that they can come back here and have a successful career. So, exactly right. So I'm just going to have Bob just talk a little bit about what we've been doing at Leland and Gray.
So we have a couple multi-pronged approach, I think, to this. And some of it was pre-existing before we started this relationship, and some of it, and that work has been really amplified since this relationship has happened. And there's been some new stuff too. So just a quick thing, you guys are maybe familiar with our co-op program, which is a work-based learning program where we have students go out and work in the field. And they do it locally, and you think, well, how do we find matches for these kids? We're talking probably 20 to 25 a semester. We find placements for all of them, obviously the hospital, Towns Elementary School, local mechanics, Jamaica Cottage Shop, like all these local businesses for us that take our kids in and work with them. Part of the classwork component of that is when they come back into the building 1 day a week, They're meeting with our work-based learning coordinator, Terry, and they're also doing stuff with Christy that she's describing, the resume building, the interview skills, all those kind of things happen in that one classroom day. The other days they're out in the field. And so that program has been really improved since this relationship has begun. A new element that we've done, and the idea of like finding out where the jobs are, just get people familiar with it, is we organized the day that PSATs were happening for our sophomores. We had seniors doing another assessment. We sent our freshmen on buses to Brattleboro in groups of 2 to go look at 4 different businesses, 2 businesses each. They had full tours of the facilities by the people that run them. Our staff went along, obviously as chaperones, but also to like learn themselves a little bit about it. And that's the concept that we're expanding, all paid for by BDCC. The transportation to do that. We didn't have to pay a nickel from local budget to do any of that. So it's good exposure for our kids and our staff. So that's one outreach thing I think we're doing to create that initial piece. The other thing that sort of, and Christy has inspired a lot of us to do some thinking around the career piece. You know, the traditional high school setting, I think we all think about, well, we're placing kids in colleges, and let's list those good colleges that kids go to, and that's awesome, and we should continue to do that. However, a lot of our kids don't go to college. We have probably half of our kids don't leave and stay here and work. And it struck me that we're here really harping on where those kids go to school, but we never talk about the kids who don't go. What are they doing? And so it occurred to me that one of the things that we really should do is we should have a 100% placement record. We're small enough. We graduated 45 kids last year. We should be able to account for where all 45 of those kids go. If they're not in college, they're not accepted, and they're not matriculating somewhere, that they have a full-time job that they're going to, that we are making sure we're providing that support for them on the process to get them the interview skills, to do tours, job shadows, whatever it's going to take to get them placed in whatever place they want to be.
That's a great goal.
So our goal for this year's graduating class, this is year 1, 100% placement. We know where every kid's going. So that's one element. And then so the extension of that, and we had some board discussions of our own last year that had some board members asking us about the financial literacy types of things and trying to figure out where are kids getting that these days? And kids don't know how to do anything. And so some of you guys, if you've been around these parts for a while, you may recall Charlie Marchant in the senior survival class. Any participants? No? All right. Well, back in the day, there was a course that Leland Gray required you to graduate called Senior Survival, and it had a whole range of things to it. I won't go into all the details. It included sewing, and orienteering, and tire changing, and all these things, that real world stuff that you had to know how to do. Well, we're going to be bringing that back. It's been 25 years since it's been in place. We're bringing it back, and that's going to my board very soon for them to approve that policy of that being a requirement. And the idea is that we are going to bring in people who are going to do the job side of things. So not just the kids who do the work-based learning in the co-ops, but every senior will go through this program. We're going to have all of the job placement stuff. So getting a job, keeping a job, managing the money you get from the job, and then like what we're calling adulthood factors, like other things you just need to know.
Life skills.
Right, just those skills. Yeah. You know, but we're partnering with local businesses as well to do this. I think it was, which bank it was. It was People's Bank that came in and did a financial literacy thing with our kids from the co-op program, and kids were just like, "Whoa, wait, what's an LLC? How do I? If I'm a small, what do I do?" And so thinking about how we're going to do that, and so that's on the plan to do for next year's class. So we're adding to that program as well, and these guys will have an integral part in helping us run that, bringing in speakers, providing tours, all the kinds of things that we're doing.
And we really have to do a reality fair in the spring.
Absolutely. Well, there's going to be a capstone project all these kids will have that will lead to like what they're doing, and it's going to be sort of this culmination of now 7 years at Leland and Gray, from 6th grade on up. As they plan to do all their career exploration stuff along the way, they'll end up with an idea of what they want to do, and they'll have this opportunity to get this capstone at the end. So that's what we're doing, and we're pretty excited about that piece of it, and really just embracing these guys in the process because of what they can do and provide for us, and the networking that we're busy educating, but these guys have the connections, and so for us it's really about getting them up the valley here and connecting us with other people. So
yeah, and it's been a great partnership, as Laura was saying. I mean, they really are leading the pack of all the Windham County schools. Sorry, other schools. And they really have latched onto this idea and taken the ball and run with it. So we've been able to, hit the ground running in September, whereas, some other places we've had to, it's taken a little bit longer. So it's really exciting, and just to have people who are open to the concept of career education being a priority really means a lot to us.
And then the final step that we'll hit at some point, we're going to get there, is, as you guys may have heard, Vermont is now moving to proficiency-based graduation, where instead of earning credits in certain subjects to graduate, you have to demonstrate proficiency in those areas. And it's really a different way of thinking about it, but the idea is, can I learn proficiency in communication rather than sitting in an English class and reading Shakespeare? Can I demonstrate that in a different way? Is there a connection I can have in a workforce place where I might be able to show my proficiency in just a different setting? Still earn the same diploma, but really put it on a track where I really want to go. So thinking about that's sort of the next step, and that's maybe a year away, of thinking about how we broach those, where the kids maybe can earn those credits through outside placements, through job experiences, co-ops, whatever. So that's kind of the future. That's what we're looking forward to.
Yeah.
Pretty exciting stuff for public education.
It is.
Yeah.
So I will go through, can I go through, how much more time do you want us to have? Go ahead, give me a box.
10 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
You don't have to stay for that, though. We do have a number of other adult training programs. We go in and work with helping, existing workforce upskill, train. We do have targeted expertise recruitment program that is kind of being piloted out of our office. So looking for specialty positions, hard to fill positions, working one-on-one with employers. Those are emerging programs. I'm trying to think of any other workforce. Oh, we have a paid internship program, which has really, for a number of, close to 50%, turned into really a supported pre-employment program.
Mm-hmm.
So those can be students from anywhere, but they're Windham County employers. So, Windham County students or students from away coming in, and we have them get this paid internship, as well as young professionals. So creating a space for people under 40 to interact professionally, socially. Alex, that we work with, says, if you have a job and no friends, how does it go?
I don't know, but I agree. But
yeah,
have a job and no friends, you're not going to hang out here. I mean, right? You're going to end up leaving. You have to
Or friends and no
a
job.
robust social life
Doesn't work. So how do we kind of make
really
those
true.
two things come together? Other big pieces, other big programs that we are tackling. So in your folder, you'll see a number of programs around entrepreneurship and small businesses, helping businesses plan for succession. So if your folks are retiring, how do we keep that business open? How do we hand it on to the next person? If you have an idea, you want to start up. If you're looking to expand, if you're encountering a bump, like how we can provide services to help with those things. Around the office now, I'm thinking about, we do a lot of, BDCC does a lot of also large-scale project development for some of our employers. We've done large projects with G's Precision, Chroma, others, help them expand and keep those jobs here. In addition, so with our, we have the Southern Vermont Economy Project, which was a USDA funded project. That ended last year, but it's going to come back again this year. That is looking to build capacity regionally. So amongst our small towns, our small organizations, who often are facing many of the same challenges. So is there technical assistance that we can provide for Townsend that is relevant in Newfane and Jamaica and Guilford? Some examples of that are definitely connectivity. We've had a couple of connectivity summits, bringing folks together to hear different information about how you can expand, what programs are available for financing. We also have done, has anybody been to the Southern Vermont Economy Summit? So that takes place in May. This year is the 4th annual, I think, and it's literally for Southern Vermont. There were, I think, close to 300 people there last year. Haven't sent out snows, and it's programs
speakers, just talking about different strategies, techniques, programs that can be implemented in our rural towns and by our businesses and other organizations. What else do I want to talk about? Okay, so 2 other things. We're going to talk about data. So this data sheet is one that we bring and do for every town that we go and speak to. We ask to go and talk to all of the towns in Windham County. We do ask for financial support. We ask for folks to put us on the town meeting ballot. Some places we have to petition, other places we don't. The purpose of that is to fund a number of these programs. It helps us leverage those dollars are leveraged at least, I believe, 3 times into additional program funds. Towns that don't fund still benefit from the programs, but we definitely are looking for that. So we bring this data. We think that having a shared understanding of what is happening in our region helps us all, as a rural area, come up with maybe more cohesive ways of working together, or ideas on how we can deal with our challenges. So first page, obviously, is Windham County's population. You can see Townsend is actually bucking the trend. And in Vermont, we really see that there are 2 Vermonts when it comes to population. There's Chittenden County, which is growing, and then there's the
everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
So true.
So next page here, you can see the areas that are in darker brown or orange are areas that have been growing, and the areas that are yellow, the latest colors, have been declining in the last, from 2000 to 2017. In some of those areas, there's been some pretty significant declines. There was an article, I don't know if folks are familiar with Vermont Digger, there was an article maybe a month ago about some declines in southern Vermont. Because Chittenden County has been growing, southern Vermont has been shrinking. So, excuse me. That's such a bummer to be sick. Hopefully this is it. The blue map is really the concentration of jobs. We see, probably to no surprise, concentration of jobs, manufacturing centers. One of the things that we talk about when we go out is the thing that we do all share in Windham County is the workforce. So your folks work all over the place. Folks that are coming here for jobs come from all over the place. And so we've got that shared interest in the size and quality of the workforce, right? Which takes us to this page. This is data. The top circle here tells us that there are 450 people from away that come to work in Windham, or in Townsend.
In Townsend?
Yeah. And there are 385 people in Townsend that leave Townsend to go to work. And there are 41 people that live in Townsend and work in Townsend. Now, this will be plus or minus, but we have this data for, you look amused.
I'm a little stunned. There are only 41 people that reside in Townsend that actually work in Townsend. But
I was too. Yeah, and it could be off slightly. And if you look at the bottom chart, you will see same thing, Windham County. We have 10,000 folks that come in to Windham County from outside of the county to work, and 7,000 folks that live in the county going out, 12,000 that live in and work in the county. Next set of charts also really demonstrates the shared labor force, right? So when we look at commuting times for your residents, far and away, the average commuting time for your residents is 30 to 34 minutes. Where your residents work, most residents commute outside of the town for employment, though a majority still work in the county and contribute to the regional economy. Most of your total number of businesses, so your businesses, that's the last one. Almost all of the businesses in Townsend are 1 to 4 employees. It's probably not a surprise to you. On the next page, again, no surprise. You see education services, healthcare, and social assistance being pretty significant employment here in Townsend.
Construction is second.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Town employment and establishments. Let's see. This is the bottom blue number is the number of businesses over time that you have had in Townsend, which has remained pretty steady. And the top line is the number of employees, and that's grown, while not tremendously. I mean, it hasn't shrunk, which is actually noteworthy in the county. So, and then we look at your labor force and your population. So your labor force are those folks that are available for work. Your population are those folks that live here that are not available for work. And we know that this population is getting older. When Kent has one of the oldest populations. And so that's certainly a piece of it. Your next is looking at town employment by sector. And then your town wages by sector. Wages here are above the county average, but behind the state average.
Laura, this is census data, is that correct?
Yes.
So 2017, so it'll be repeated
2020,
Yep.
2021. So there's annual updates that are estimated with the American Community Survey. And then we also look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We'll also provide information there. Your household income. Let's see.
That's interesting. Like you. 30 other ones like you.
Yeah, right.
So we think, I don't know if there are other data sets that would be helpful to you. These are the ones that this year we have been showing. We're certainly able to bring additional data sets to you if that would be helpful. And I think that concludes our program. But we're happy to talk to you about in the folders that you're seeking, that there are a number of different programs that are there, including our annual report, which has a lot of information about what we're doing. And what the effect is that we are. So I also have to end by saying we would love to see your support. Someone will follow up and say, would you put us on the town meeting warning so that we can come and talk to your voters about that voting request? It would probably be difficult for us to petition this year. As I said, some towns make us petition, others do not. But regardless, we would like to come to your town meeting, and we think that this is an important conversation, that we really all need to be in this together. So that's our approach. Okay. I'll stop talking.
All right. Anybody have any questions, comments? Okay. Thank you very much for coming down. We appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Hope you feel better, Laura.
Okay. Go back up to the top of the agenda, additions and deletions. I think we're going to remove executive session for employee evaluations. We have a little more discussion, a little more background work to do before we're ready to jump on that. And then we can move to the warrants.
All right. Make a motion to pay check warrant, or payroll warrant number 1, $10,060.48.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1, in the amount of $10,060.48, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax, in the amount of $4,419.09.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 2 in the amount of $4,419.09 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3, payroll, in the amount of $10,636.54.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 3 in the amount of $10,636.54 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4, payroll tax, in the amount of $4,608.35.
Second.
All those in favor, any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 4 in the amount of $4,608.35 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the general fund in the amount of $17,094.49.
You skipped 5. That's unheard.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Back to what I was saying. Make a motion to pay check warrant number
Like
5
I said.
out of the general fund in the amount of $15,820.
20
And 20 cents.
Typo.
Yeah, it's just
$15,820.
Okay.
I apologize.
$15,820.
Even?
Even.
Even. Second.
Discussion? All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 5 in the amount of $15,820 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the general fund in the amount of $17,094.49.
Second.
Discussion? Although hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 6 in the amount of $17,094.49 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7 out of the highway fund in the amount of $10,074.10.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying highway warrant number 7 in the amount of $10,074.10 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 8 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $2,398.44.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying equipment warrant number 8 in the amount of $2,389.44 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 9 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $179,413. And that is for a brand new Western Star dump.
Second.
Discussion?
It's very nice.
I was going to say, how's the truck? Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying equipment warrant number 9 in the amount of $179,413 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay. All right, moving on to reports. Highway?
As mentioned a moment ago, we did receive our new truck last week. You'll have to excuse my printer.
Oh, that's pretty.
Colors are a little off, but that's a picture of the new truck.
It's actually red, right?
It is red, with a black body. It was lettered on Saturday, and it has been put in
Very nice.
service.
Yay.
Also, we're continuing with our ditching work. Currently, we're working on Route 35. We will be continuing our ditching, weather permitting, and we have been working in between storms. But right now, we're in front of Bunny Davis's house, working on a corner that seems to be a problem from time to time. That's all I have.
Mm-hmm. Anybody have anything else on We do have under here the sent us uniform proposal and UniFirst. We have repeatedly tried to get in contact with the UniFirst. They are saying that they have 60 days to respond to any issues that we might have and seem disinclined to allow us to get out of the contract. So that's something that we'll have to keep thinking about and discussing and figure out what our options are as far as making that move if we decide to do it. And then moving on, everyone should have gotten a copy of the counter report from town clerk. And we can move to the treasurer, Joe.
Your sleep account, you have $1,046,942.41. 30,000 in the checking account, and it's Friday afternoon, so this afternoon, we took in over 154,000 and a half to go in the bank amount.
Is that from taxes? Great.
Can I write that?
Hmm?
I'm not familiar with putting that on my minutes. Do I put that in my minutes?
Sure.
All the money I get is tax payment, just about.
Right. Okay, moving on to correspondence. I think everybody got a copy. We got a letter from the State Vermont Office of the Attorney General, forwarded to us by the Vermont League of City and Towns regarding opioid litigation. I will read the first paragraph, which just kind of outlines what they're recommending. Dear Vermont mayors, town managers, and select board members, I am writing to address recent questions arising from a notice inviting Vermont cities and towns to join a negotiation class involving opioid-related litigation. We believe Vermont cities and towns should seriously consider joining the negotiating class because it provides a way to participate in recent efforts to settle ongoing litigation against the manufacturers, distributors, and large pharmacies that created the opioid epidemic. The negotiation class provides the opportunity to participate without having to file a lawsuit, hire attorneys, and incur additional attorneys' fees. Vermont cities and towns will be automatically enrolled in the negotiation class unless they opt out by November 22nd, 2019. They give a website to answer questions. It's www.opioidsnegotiationclass.info/home/FAQ. So basically what they're saying is that we will be automatically enrolled in this class action suit, which started in Northern District of Ohio, I think. Yes, in the United States District Court. So the question is whether or not we want to opt out. So I would entertain a motion. Can't have a negative motion. So I guess I would entertain a motion to opt out of the class action suit as described in the letter that I just read an excerpt of.
And if we don't respond, then we stay in it.
Then we stay in it.
Automatically.
Yep.
I'd make a motion to not respond. Or is that a negative motion?
Actually, that can work. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of not responding, not taking the action of opting out of the opioid negotiation class lawsuit signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So we will be involved in the litigation. Okay. Another letter of correspondence we got comes to us from the State Department of Housing and Community Development. It's addressed to Kathy, Select Board Chair, regarding the Village Center designation for Townsend Village Center. And it reads, Dear Ms. Heggie, congratulations. I'm pleased to inform you that at its meeting on October 28th, 2019, the Downtown Development Board found that the Townsend Village Center application met the statutory requirements 24 VSA Chapter 76A and designated the Village Center to receive state benefits. The designated Village Center will remain in place for 8 years until October 2027. At that time, the town will need to renew its designation. The Department of Housing and Community Development will send out the renewal reminder 6 months prior to the renewal date. And their team will check in with the municipality annually to offer support, share updated information, tools, and resources related to the designation, and ensure our local contract information is up to date. And there are a couple of links that they give. This was apparently sent in an email, so they are hyperlinks without actual without addresses. So I'm guessing you can go to the vermont.gov and look up the Department of Housing and Community Development to see what that is all about. And we should thank the Planning Commission for their hard work in getting this accomplished.
That's great.
Okay. This is, I think, just informational. Chris Medina is the new Director of Operations for Wyndham Central Supervisory Union. We did members of the public. We have no old business. New business. Can someone remind me, we have to convene the Board of Health, which means that we do not film that. Is that correct? Ian, do you know?
My recommendation is that it's a public meeting and there's nothing that would go into executive session, that we would go ahead and film it.
Okay.
As long as it's an open meeting, I'll keep the camera running.
Okay, so then I would entertain a motion to suspend the select board meeting and enter into a meeting of the Board of Health.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of suspending the select board meeting and moving into a meeting of the Board of Health signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, so we'll put on our Board of Health hats. There was a, Dr. Schaefer did do an inspection of the residents that we had received a complaint about in the previous, I think it was 2 meetings ago. He does have a couple of recommendations. He is going to do a second follow-up inspection to determine there's an issue surrounding heat. And his first visit, it just wasn't cold enough to determine if there was a recommendation that needed to be made. So I think we just need to ask Carla to follow up with Dr. Schaefer about what needs to be done for him to take action on his recommendations. Okay. So I think that covers that. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting of the Board of Health and resume the Select Board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of ending the Board of Health meeting and resuming the Select Board meeting signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay. Next item is the fiscal year 21 health insurance budget costs. So we did get a notification from Blue Cross Blue Shield that the insurance rates will be going up. I did come in a little early tonight to work with Carla to see if we could figure out by how much. Fortunately, I think we need a little more information in order to make any decision around that. So just something to think about as we are coming into budget season. The health insurance is calendar year versus fiscal year, so that will roll over on the 1st of January. So we just have to discuss if we're going to keep paying the whole freight on insurance, or if we need to break it up depending on what the increase is. Next up, the Wyndham Central School. Is that right? School. Has requested the use of the town hall on December 10th for an elementary concert. That does fall on a regular meeting night. So, Carla, had you gotten in touch with them about how firm that date is?
Well, we left a message with them on Friday, asking them to contact us, and we have yet to hear back.
Okay. So we will
Are they
wait.
planning to, do you know if they're planning to use upstairs or downstairs?
My guess is upstairs, but Kathy said there was no way that we would be able to have a camera rolling with the noise upstairs for select board meeting.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So we're just asking
because it
them
might be louder than this.
We have a party going on.
Might take clicky pens to a whole new level. All right, so I guess we'll kind of table that until we hear from them.
So we're asking them to reschedule, to consider rescheduling, correct? Okay, thank you.
And that seems to be it. The next meeting actually falls on the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. So we, and Kathy had wanted to discuss maybe moving it. But as we get into budget season as well, we could move it. Last year, I think, was it last year that you said? We moved it to the week after Thanksgiving, which would put us 2 meetings in a row.
You're like a 3-day cook on the turkey or something?
I don't know, that Tuesday works fine for me.
Works for me, the 26th.
The 20, okay.
So we have a quorum.
So we can leave it as is.
Great.
So the next meeting will be November the 26th at 6:30. Does anybody have anything else that they need to bring up, discuss? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. Goodbye.
All those in favor of adjournment?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thanks everybody.
Thank you.
I'm Attorney General T.J. Donovan. With me today is Justin Giron from the Chittenden County State's Attorney's Office, Dominica Padula, who is the Chief of the Attorney General's Criminal Division, and Major Ingrid Jonas from the Vermont State Police. I want to acknowledge that Doug Kilburn's widow, Sherry Kilburn, is with us today, as well as Doug's and Sherry's son, Tyler, is here as well. Tyler and Sherry will have a statement to make to the media after we are done. I want to thank Sherry and Tyler for being here today. Earlier this week, I met with Sherry and Tyler to inform them of my decision. I want to thank them for their time that they spent with us. I want to thank them for their presence here today. We are here to announce our conclusion of the review of the use of force incident involving Burlington Police Officer Corey Campbell with Douglas Kilburn. We have reviewed the officer use of force incident that occurred on March 11th, 2019 in Burlington. The Attorney General's Office is declining to prosecute Burlington Police Officer Corey Campbell for charges related to the use of force against Douglas Kilburn. Based on the totality of circumstances, I've concluded that it was reasonable and justified for Officer Campbell to use force to defend himself. It should be noted that Officer Campbell's actions in his second interaction with Mr. Kilburn while justified under the law, did contribute to the situation in which the need for self-defense arose. Training and accountability on de-escalation techniques are essential to ensuring that officers are not putting themselves and citizens in danger. It's our hope that the Burlington Police Department will take necessary steps to ensure that their department is equipped with the tools that they need to effectively and safely respond to members of our community in crisis. In reaching this decision, our office considered the opinion of a police use of force expert, Steve Iams, whose report will be made public after the conclusion of this press conference, and reviewed all the materials provided by the Vermont State Police, who conducted a very thorough investigation into this matter. The facts are as follows. On March 11, 2019, Burlington police officer Corey Campbell was dispatched by the BPD to the University of Vermont Medical Center for an individual yelling in the waiting room to the point of spitting and arguing with security and refusing to leave. When Officer Campbell arrived at UVM Medical, he encountered the individual Douglas Kilburn. Prior to Officer Kilburn's arrival, Mr. Kilburn had been at the hospital with his wife, Sherry, who was receiving treatment. When Officer Campbell arrived at UVM Medical, he met Mr. Kilburn in the parking lot. After speaking with Mr. Kilburn, Officer Campbell then spoke with UVM Medical Security, and they agreed that Officer Campbell would escort Mr. Kilburn through the emergency department to his wife's room. Officer Campbell returned to Mr. Kilburn and escorted him through the emergency department to Sherry's room. Officer Campbell asked Mr. Kilburn to remain civil before leaving him in his room. After a brief discussion with the medical staff, Officer Campbell left the area. Campbell was then dispatched to provide a ride from the emergency department to a shelter for another unrelated individual. Soon after Campbell left Mr. Kilburn in his wife's room at the hospital, staff again requested UVM Medical Security to remove Mr. Kilburn from his wife's room, making the decision that his behavior was not conducive to his wife's health, who was critically ill. UVM Medical Security officers asked Mr. Kilburn to leave and escorted him out of the hospital. Mr. Kilburn swore and screamed at them the entire way. A short time later, UVM Medical Security Officer Heather Gray observed Mr. Kilburn pull his vehicle into the ambulance bay of the emergency department. This is a restricted area with signs to that effect. Officer Gray approached Mr. Kilburn in the ambulance bay. At the same time, Officer Campbell was also exiting the emergency department with the individual he was transporting to the shelter. UVM Medical Security Officer Gray confronted Mr. Kilburn, telling him he had to move his vehicle from the area. Kilburn continued to argue with her and did not move his vehicle. Officer Campbell asked UVM Medical Security Officer Gray if they were going to trespass Mr. Kilburn, and she stated she did not know. Mr. Kilburn then said they did not need to trespass him as he was leaving. Mr. Kilburn started to drive away. He stopped and pointed to the vehicle saying, quote, "Christ, I've known that guy for 30 years. The following exchange ensued. Officer Campbell, shut the F up and leave. Go, they don't want you here. Mr. Kilburn, did you just swear at me? Officer Campbell, yes, I did. Mr. Kilburn, you're an effing punk. Officer Campbell, yeah, whatever. Officer Campbell then began to walk away. Mr. Kilburn, get the F before I come over here. After this exchange, Officer Campbell turned around and approached Mr. Kilburn's vehicle. At the same time, Mr. Kilburn placed his vehicle in park and began to exit his vehicle. UVM Medical Security Officer Gray yelled no at Mr. Kilburn. As Officer Campbell approached the vehicle, the driver's side of Mr. Kilburn's vehicle opened and Mr. Kilburn began to get out, saying, "He ain't got the right to swear at me." Officer Campbell then put his right hand on the door and then on Mr. Kilburn's left shoulder as Mr. Kilburn continued to exit the vehicle with the seatbelt still on his left shoulder. Mr. Kilburn repeated, "You ain't got the right to swear at me." Officer Campbell grabbed Mr. Kilburn's left arm with his right hand and attempted to put it behind Mr. Kilburn's back. Mr. Kilburn continued to move forward, getting out of the vehicle. Once out of the vehicle, Mr. Kilburn punched Officer Campbell with his right fist, hitting Officer Campbell's lower left jaw. Officer Campbell then punched Mr. Kilburn in the right area 3 times with a closed fist as Mr. Kilburn was brought to the ground. UVM security officer Richard Howard then aided Officer Campbell in securing Mr. Kilburn and placing him in handcuffs. Mr. Kilburn sustained injuries to his face as a result of being punched and was immediately treated at UVM Medical. He was arrested and charged with disorderly conduct and assault on a police officer March 11, 2019, and released on conditions of release. Mr. Kilburn was released from UVM Medical on March 12th. On March 14th, members of the Burlington Police Department conducted a welfare check at the request of Sherry Kilburn. At Mr. Kilburn's residence, officers found Mr. Kilburn deceased in his bed. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of Vermont conducted a final autopsy report, and Vermont Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Stephen Shapiro made the following findings, quote, cause of death, undetermined terminal mechanism due to multiple underlying conditions. Contributory cause, hypertension, cardiac and cerebral vascular disease, obesity, skull fractures due to blunt impact. Manner of death, homicide, struck by other. The medical examiner, by law, has only 5 options to choose from in the manner of death category: natural, homicide, accidental, suicide, or undetermined. Dr. Shapiro included in further clarifying statement that homicide is a medical, not a legal designation. The Attorney General's office, in thoroughly investigating this matter, consulted with Steve Iames to review this incident specific to police practices and policy. Steve Iames is a highly recommended expert on police practices, including use of force, and has trained law enforcement on these issues both here in the United States and abroad. Mr. Iames evaluated both interactions between Officer Campbell and Mr. Kilburn. In the first interaction, Mr. Iames noted that Officer Campbell demonstrated empathy, patience, and professionalism in regard to Mr. Kilburn. However, that was not the analysis of his second interaction. In his second interaction, Mr. Iames noted 2 factors that precipitated the onset of Mr. Kilburn's assaultive course of action / behavior directed at Officer Campbell. According to Mr. Iames, the first factor was Officer Campbell's language, quote, telling Mr. Kilburn to, quote, shut the F up and leave, go, they don't want you here. And the second precipitating factor was Officer Campbell's, quote, return to Mr. Kilburn's vehicle after walking away. Mr. Iames noted that, quote, officers should not use profanity when verbally interacting with citizens, and that contemporary police training policy and practice generally prohibits officers from using rude or profane language. However, Mr. Iames concluded that the above precipitating factors did not create, quote, a basis or justification for the assaultive behavior directed by Mr. Kilburn towards Officer Campbell. In Mr. Iames' opinion, quote, the closed fist strikes delivered by Officer Campbell in response to Mr. Kilburn's initial closed fist strike were, quote, in self-defense based on adequate cause and provocation, and were generally consistent with contemporary police training, policy, and practice. Under Vermont law, a person who kills or wounds another in just and necessary defense of his own life, quote, shall be guiltless. In Vermont, self-defense is justified when 1, the defendant was not the initial aggressor, 2, the defendant was justified using a reasonable amount of force against another, and 3, he reasonably believed that he was in immediate danger of unlawful bodily harm and that the use of such force was necessary to avoid the danger. In our analysis, based on the totality of the circumstances, we concluded that it was reasonable for Officer Campbell to use force to defend himself. Officer Campbell was not the initial aggressor, as Mr. Kilburn delivered the first punch, a closed fist strike to Officer Campbell. Second, Officer Campbell was justified in using a reasonable amount of force against Mr. Kilburn. Officer Campbell used a closed fist to strike against Mr. Kilburn. Officer Campbell did not employ any other weapon in his response to being hit, and Officer Campbell was reasonable to believe that he was A, in immediate danger immediate danger of unlawful bodily harm, and his use of such force was necessary to avoid this danger. Mr. Kilburn had already been assaulted, and Officer Campbell's force was necessary to avoid this danger from continuing. It should be noted that while Officer Campbell's initial interaction with Mr. Kilburn showed exemplary tactics and compassion, his second interaction did not. Officer Campbell's use of foul language and antagonistic behavior did not de-escalate the situation, which ultimately put him in a position when it was necessary to physically defend himself. It's our hope, and I know it's the Kilburns' hope, that the Burlington Police Department will commit to de-escalation training, to continue to commit to de-escalation training for their officers to ensure that their department is equipped with the tools they need to effectively and safely respond to members of our community in crisis. I want to note that Doug Kilburn was in crisis that day at the hospital. His wife Sherry was in critical condition up at the hospital. He was trying to see her. This was a tragic situation that frankly could have been avoided. I spoke to the mayor last night and I spoke to the chief this morning. They've committed to continuing to working on de-escalation tactics. When we were talking about what those tactics look like internally, my chief, the criminal division, Dominica Padula, said tools like empathy, compassion, and kindness are just as effective as a taser or any other weapon. This is a challenge not just in the city of Burlington, this is a challenge in our entire state. We have far too many of these cases happening. We seem to be dealing with these monthly, if not weekly. The legal system looks at a finite period of time to determine whether or not these are justified in the legal sense. And I want to stress that. It is a matter of seconds that we look at to determine whether or not legally these are justified. We need to do a better job. We need to look towards other jurisdictions to see how they're handling these questions of use of force. We have to continue to build public trust in our law enforcement, not just in the police, but in the prosecutors as we continue to make these decisions. And we have to be open to challenging the conventional wisdom of how we keep our public safe. I didn't know Doug Kilburn, but I know this, that he was a lot more than these few minutes that are shown on this body camera footage. He was a husband and he was a father, and we need to be mindful when we engage in these public debates that we're talking about somebody who has left us, who has died, and we need to be respectful of his memory and respectful of their family while still doing our job. As I said, our copy of our use of force experts report is available. It is a public record. I will now turn it over to the office of the Chittenden County State's Attorney. Chief Deputy Justin Gyron is here to discuss their finding. As in all use of force cases, this is a concurrent review by the Attorney General's office and State's Attorney's offices in the county in which these happen, but they're independent. So with that, let me turn it over to Justin Gyron.
Thanks, DJ. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Attorney General Donovan and his office for their review of this incident, as well as the Vermont State Police for their very thorough investigation. I would not change anything in terms of what our opinion is from our office. We did review the facts, the investigation, came to the same conclusion as the Attorney General's office, and likewise echo the sentiments that this is a very tragic event. Our condolences to Ms. Kilburn and her family for what happened to Douglas Kilburn, but we do agree that in this case, no criminal charges are justified against Officer Corey Campbell. Thank you.
Before we open up to questions, I want to acknowledge and thank Major Ingrid Jonas from the Vermont State Police for being here today, and thank the Vermont State Police for conducting a thorough investigation into this matter. I want to note that on all these cases throughout our state, we look to the state police to do these types of investigations. I know they remain committed under the leadership of Major Jonas and Colonel Birmingham to continuing to develop not only the best practices, but the emerging best practices in this nation to best police our communities in a safe, transparent way where communities have trust and communities feel safe. And we have work to do, and we acknowledge that. So with that, let me open it up to questions.
Douglas Kilburn died while facing, as I understand it, a criminal charge for disorderly conduct as well, and I think an assault on a police officer. Was that charge against him justified in light of the body cam video, which showed that he seemed to swing at the officer in response to the officer putting his hand on his wrist?
So I believe that was brought by the state's attorney's office. I'll let Mr. Gyra address that.
So, yes, the review of the body cam and the investigation, the subsequent investigation by state police, wouldn't change the decision to charge Mr. Kilborn as we did. Obviously, the charges were dismissed after his death, but there's no reason to think that anything we learned afterwards would have changed our decision to charge.
It was dismissed by a judge or by your office?
By our office.
So it wasn't really dismissal, it was more you opted not to charge. There's no judge who found probable cause, is what you're saying?
Well, I think I think the court had found probable cause because we filed the charges. So we had to dismiss the charge. So it wasn't, we didn't just bring it.
There's an affidavit on file?
There should be.
What can you say about the length of time that this review took in the instance of the officer involved shooting Montpelier? That took a matter of, I believe, maybe a month. This has been several months later. What about the timing of the review of this?
Sure. I can certainly speak for myself and Ms. Padula and others in my office. I was troubled by this. I think we're all troubled by what happened here, and I think when you look at that expert opinion, the decision by Campbell to engage Mr. Kilburn and use that language escalated the situation at that point in time. And I thought that it was incredibly important to bring in an independent third-party expert in the use of force to look at this and provide that expertise and opine whether or not that his actions were reasonable under the circumstances, because we were troubled by what we saw on that video. And the length of time was because we were waiting for the expert's report.
How did you find this independent expert?
He's actually used and worked with VSP, and I think is very well regarded by the Vermont State Police.
What was most troubling to you about the interaction?
Because it could have been avoided. That's the bottom line. It could have been avoided.
Did you or anyone in the investigation end up talking to Campbell?
No.
Interviewing him?
Nope.
Would that potentially have made a difference in any part of this investigation?
Look, everybody has a right not to be interviewed. We're having this debate right now about whether or not police officers should be entitled to review body camera footage before they're interviewed by the police. I agree with the Vermont State Police that they should not. Here's why. Any other suspect in any part of this state today that is interviewed by any member of law enforcement is not going to be presented evidence before they're interviewed.
No, but they may have seen it in, somebody else's video or photos.
But they're not giving it to them by law enforcement. That's entirely different. And this comes down to public trust, and I think I'll let Major Jonas speak about this. We want their perceptions of what they remember. But let me turn it over to Major Jonas to talk about that.
Yeah, I think TJ said it well, but in an investigation like this, we're looking for the independent recollection from the officer. We're looking for their authentic perspective on it. We have the video, so that is one piece of evidence, but we're really looking for their perception, because the determining factor in cases like this really is the perception of the officer in terms of the threat.
Do you think Officer Campbell should face discipline in the Burlington Police Department?
That's up to the Burlington Police Department.
Did you invite anybody from Burlington to be here today?
No, I did not. I talked to the
I mean, they had a lot to say about it. Why wouldn't you invite the mayor or the chief in particular, since he seems to have some thoughts on this?
Because I think we wanted to be as respectful as we possibly could to the Kilburn family today. As I said earlier, Doug Kilburn died. And this isn't about a debate. We have a job to do, and we're going to do our job. But I think we can do our job incredibly respectfully to Mrs. Kilburn and to Tyler Kilburn. And yep. And I think sometimes we all lose sight that there's a community member here and families who are grieving. And I talked to him, I informed him of our decision, had a very productive call with both the mayor and the chief. They are committed to policing the best possible way in the city of Burlington. And as we said, we all can do better. I include myself in that definition. We all can do better. There's too much of this going on in our state.
When you say there's too much of this going on in our state, what's happening here and what needs to be done?
I don't know what's happening here. I would say, and I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but we're doing a lot of these. And I think that we want to make sure that everybody feels safe. Not specific to this case. I think mental illness is a major issue in this state. The Vermont State Police do a tremendous job in policing the state. We have to continue to, I think, learn how to best de-escalate and to talk to people. I know the city of San Antonio has a great program in their policing and interacting with folks who are in crisis. And the police have a tough job. Let's be honest about it. When there's a crisis, the police are called. And we have to have a conversation in our state about, do we want the police responding to everything? Because they do respond to everything, and a lot of those calls are mental health calls. Or do we have community outreach? Are we willing to fund those programs? Are we willing to train on them? So it's a complicated issue. I don't think there's any easy answers, but I think we all remain committed to doing this better, to making sure that Vermonters feel safe, to making sure that Vermonters feel safe to call the police. And that comes down to public trust.
So
You mentioned trust in your opening comments and everything. I'm just wondering, you and your predecessor are like 1 for 45 now for filing charges against police and use of force cases. In one case you did file, called a grand jury. Why no grand jury in this to let the citizens in Chittenden County determine whether this conduct was proper or improper, rather than you, who has a record of not prosecuting?
Well, we look at the facts, and that's our job. And you talk about transparency and the need for transparency, you know as well as I do, the downside to a grand jury is that
they could indict,
or they could not, and then nothing would be released.
No, you can release.
Nothing would be released. A grand jury proceeding is secret, Mike. You and I both know that.
You are free to talk about it. Your predecessors have talked about grand juries.
I would respectfully disagree with you on that.
I'll show you.
And I think our job is to make decisions based on the facts, to do it in a transparent way that the public, while they may not agree, can acknowledge and understand the reasons why we made a decision, and to do it in a way that is, as I said, transparent. So whether people agree or disagree, at least they understand the factors and the facts for which we made our decision on.
In mid-September, when refiling the charge against Aida Gurung, you said the community hears the evidence, all the evidence, and they get to decide. If you were very interested in the community weighing in on that case, what's different about this one?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Each case is different, and you go by the facts and the evidence. We reviewed the facts and the evidence, and we ruled that the use of force used was reasonable. Therefore, there is no criminal charge.
So question, this is the second case that I've heard where you've said at a press conference similar to this one that our scope of the law is too limited in situations like this. But yet I have yet to see anything legally change as a result of that. And as you mentioned in your comments, we keep coming back to these kinds of cases.
Yeah.
At what point do we actually take a look at what our law says is allowed and change it if we're going to keep coming back to the same statement at press conferences about use of force incidents?
I think you've had some conversations this session. I think this is incredibly complicated. I think there is no easy answer. And I think what we struggle with is the facts, which I articulated, really come down to those matter of seconds. And I think there's a whole other story that we try to tell about why was Doug Kilburn at the hospital? Why was he struggling that day? What was going on with Sherry? And I think understanding the full context of the situation is incredibly important. But when you get into the use of force and whether or not something's justified, you're going to look at those seconds where force is presented, and then the question is, was that reasonable how this person responded to that force directed at him or her? And I think, I know California has changed their law, and I'm not endorsing the change in California. What I am endorsing is a conversation about it.
Would you support any if that conversation comes up, expanding that window like California has done?
What I would support is a conversation and to challenge the conventional wisdom of our current practice. And what that means, Liam, whether or not that's going to be a change, I don't know. What I do know is this, that we have to take a critical look at our system and to get all the facts and the evidence and see what works.
I mean, you seem to have an issue, though, or at least are troubled by some of this. So supporting a conversation is easy, but supporting change is more difficult. So, I mean, where would you come down?
Well, it would also be unreasonable to support change when you're not fully cognizant of all the nuances of the law, and I'm not there yet. And I think we got to do more work, but I think any prosecutor, any police officer, any member of our community is going to be troubled by this. Somebody lost their life. I'm troubled by that.
How is the law too limited?
Because you look at seconds and you look at use of force, and it's the force directed at you, and whether or not the force that you respond with is reasonable. And in this incident and many others, that is a matter of seconds. And I think that when we look at the totality of circumstances, somehow expanding that and looking at perhaps at some of the other factors is something that we should do. The other part is to acknowledge that just changing law is not going to solve this. We have to do a better way of building trust in our community and responding to mental illness in our community.
Would your decision in this case have been different if you had been able to look at the wider?
I don't know. It depends on the standard of law. It depends on the standard of review. And I made a decision based on our current law. I'm confident in my decision. My point simply is that I am troubled by this. Anytime somebody loses their lives is troubling. We have to legally justify it or not. I don't make any of these decisions lightly, and it troubles me.
Was any? Oh, sorry. No. Keep going.
On a different subject, what did you say to the city of Burlington when you called them up during Brandon Del Pozo's press conference?
Say that again.
After Douglas Kilburn died, Brandon Del Pozo hosted a press conference in which I understand you made a call to city officials during the press conference to say something. During the investigation, you wouldn't comment on it, saying the investigation was ongoing, wondering stuff.
Well, generally my private conversations are my private conversations, but I think what I most likely said was, let the process play out.
Did they?
Yeah, they did.
I mean, Aiden and Derek looked at the reporting. They looked at the mayor and the chief had been trying to maybe slow the release of the medical examiner's report. I mean, was that part of your review at all? The actions taken by it?
We did not review the actions of city officials.
Do you have any comment on?
Will you?
No, I won't.
Why not?
I think that we have to be mindful and respectful that somebody lost their life. Doug Kilburn died here. And he died with involvement with a member of the police. That triggers a review by the state's attorney and my office. And if we're talking about public trust, then you have to let the process play out. And you have to let this process play out as it would in any other case. And I don't think in any other case would you have had that type of press conference, frankly. And treat people with respect, treat people fairly, and do your job. And I think that's what we should be doing.
Why not go and check to see why the mayor and the chief were trying to redirect how this thing was being done?
I'm not.
You're gonna have full transparency.
Our review has concluded. Whether our review is concluded.
The governor's office had said that the interventions by the city officials were borderline unethical. Do you feel the same way?
As I said, I don't think you would have seen that press conference in any other case. And you want to treat people fairly, you want to treat people respectfully, you want to treat them like there's anything else. At the end of the day, you let the process play out. And you let independent prosecutors, investigators do their job. That's how you build the public.
I'm not sure I understand, because you said you felt like they let the process play out, but it also sounds like you didn't see the press conference as appropriate.
Well, I think I'm being incredibly clear. I called because I was concerned. I called during the press conference. That's been reported. I told you why I called, and since that day, the process has played out.
Did you look at all at the medical examiner's report? I mean, the chief and the mayor were raising questions or concerns about that. Was that part of your review at all?
No, other than that it was a piece of evidence. The medical examiner, as he said, it made a medical diagnosis. You have cause of death, which he articulated many different factors, and then you have manner of death, and he has 5 choices to make, and he made his decision. The fact of the matter, there was a use of force. That then triggers a review by us. We then determine whether or not a crime occurred.
So we've talked about this press conference, but I don't think you've addressed the fact that the mayor and police chief reached out to the Department of Health chief, which is what the Scott administration officials were questioning is, ethical or not. Do you think that decision to reach out and question the results of that? I'm
gonna let the city of Burlington answer those questions, and I'm sure those questions will be brought up in different venues.
One question: did anyone, as part of this investigation, check why the hospital released Mr. Kilburn, and then he later died at his home from injuries in part that he sustained? Was there any investigation or question on why he was released when he was clearly not well?
That's not part of our review. We looked at whether or not Officer Campbell's conduct arose to the level of a crime. I'm sure your review was consistent with that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it wasn't part of our review to go and talk to the hospital about the care that Mr. Kilburn received.
I'm curious, does anyone actually look at that?
I think in different venues, those questions may be asked.
What venue would that be?
I think in different venues, those questions may be asked.
Which one?
Other questions?
The Burlington police have been pretty vocal about their use of force training. Do you see anything lacking in that training?
I go back to what Dominica Padula said earlier about how we de-escalate and what we use as tools. And I think meeting people where they are, oftentimes in crisis, understanding why they're in crisis, asking those questions, demonstrating compassion and empathy are effective tools, and sometimes just listening. And I know when you look at the city of San Antonio, their outreach is really based on that. Meeting people where they are and simply listening and understanding as a way to de-escalate. Frankly, in this case, Officer Campbell demonstrated that with his first interaction, but it was a completely different interaction the second time he encountered Doug Kilburn. And I think that's troubling to me, that And I think the expert talks about this, that he really was an exemplary police officer. That first interaction, he was compassionate, he was demonstrating empathy, he was trying to solve a problem. But that did not happen the second time they met.
What's the status of Officer Campbell right now?
I don't know, I know you'd have to ask Burlington Police.
My understanding is that Officer Campbell is on, he's not doing his regular duties. I think he's doing administrative type tasks inside the department until this review is complete. So I'm sure that they'll reassess after today's decision.
Thank you. So let me now turn it.
Did he return to the street before he gets a little more training?
That is a question for the Burlington Police Department and the mayor.
If they ask you your opinion?
I will give them my opinion in a confidential manner. With that, let me turn it over to Tyler and Sherry Kilburn. Thank you.
To begin, I want to thank TJ Donovan for giving me the opportunity to speak and address you all today. I'll be reading a statement, and I personally will not be answering any questions at the conclusion. While we do not agree with the decision that was made, I would like to thank the detectives and TJ Donovan's office for the hard work, dedication, and compassion they showed my family. What happened that day between my father and Officer Campbell was a tragedy that was further corrupted by the insider politics of Burlington Police Chief Del Pozo and Mayor Merle Weinberger. When emails were sent demanding that the Chief Medical Examiner change or alter his ruling, you willingly interfered in an ongoing investigation, and this behavior can no longer be tolerated. I find it appalling that you, as a Chief of Police, would interfere with an ongoing investigation with cooperation from the Mayor's office. You take this career path knowing you must always hold yourself to a higher standard. You failed, Mr. Del Pozo. Mr. Mayor, you failed. You failed by allowing the Burlington Police Department to use and abuse your office to further their agenda. I beg of you to do better. I'm not asking for perfection. Just be better. Improve so that no other family has to endure a tragedy such as this. Be better so that we can keep our family members alive. This cannot happen again. It's your job to fix it. Now you need to fix it. My dad was an incredibly loving man. He was an avid sports fan and was an incredibly talented musician, among many other wonderful traits that he had. Please keep in mind that in recent times, after suffering multiple strokes, that my dad struggled with his mental health. It was a daily battle for him, as it is for most of us. He was winning this fight. He was getting better each and every day, with hard work and dedication. Every day was an improvement. I implore each and every one of us to remember that my dad was so much more than the few seconds that changed our lives forever. He was so much more than the few seconds you all judge. He loved my mother with every inch of his being. He loved his mom, his dad, sisters, aunts, uncles, cousins, nephews, friends alike. He loved life, and he did not deserve the treatment that he endured. I cannot begin to fathom the fear that was racing through his head that day. I wish I could have taken all the pain away. I would do anything to just have 5 minutes back so that I can tell him how much I'm sorry and how much I loved him. I'll never get that chance. My dad needed help, not handcuffs. For everybody that's going to be watching this, if someone needs help, help them. This is not a problem with one solution. It involves each and every one of us. Be understanding that everyone has their own battles, their own demons. It's time we start lifting one another up, not degrading someone's life and legacy. Give a helping hand when it is needed, and don't cast judgment upon somebody that you know little to nothing about. Show compassion to a stranger on the street because they look like they're having a bad day. Because we all have no idea what each individual life is going through. We are all human. In closing, go home, hug your loved ones, tell them that you love them, tell them that they matter. One day, the people that we love dear will be nothing more than the memories that we share. cherish the time that we have. Thank you.
To order at 6:33 p.m. This is a real Wardsboro versus Dover tonight.
It's a battle, huh? We're on both sides of the table?
It's a battle of the boroughs.
Right, the boroughs. Battle of the hill.
Okay, so we called the meeting to order, which is good.
2 minutes late, too.
And then additions or deletions to the agenda? Members of the public, this is where I say don't all jump at once, folks. We'll get to every one of you, I promise.
And I'll get away.
I walked in, I'm like, who are you expecting?
Lori was nervous.
This is how it's usually set up. That's when he said that.
I feel it's a battle of the board versus the administration. Wow, you guys are all sitting over there way back in the boonies. You guys ready? We got to review and approve the minutes of the November 4th, 2019 meeting, which y'all was set. You all. Anybody got any comments, questions, answers?
Yeah, my name's spelled wrong at the very end.
Yeah, well, get used to it.
That's it?
If that's all you found,
That's all I found.
Matt's gonna make you do minutes for this meeting because you are the clerk. Who is the clerk?
I am.
Oh,
I
you
got
guys-
voted last meeting. It's in the minutes.
6:31.
It's in the minutes. That means I'm taking notes?
No,
I
Matt
don't have a
said.
pen.
Matt said he would. Matt said he would.
Okay, thanks.
And then Bill's gonna have Peter review the tape when he gets back. Maybe you can watch it in London. TV in London is not that good.
Some of the BBC. It's great.
Okay, is there a motion, anybody? Except for somebody having their name spelt wrong?
I'll make a motion.
You want to second it, Barry?
I'll second it.
Okay, so Mark made a motion to approve them, Barry seconded. Rick, did you have anything?
No. I was just
Okay.
gonna second if nobody else wanted to.
Okay, is there any other, besides the spelling of the name, Matt, at the end? If there's nothing else, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, it appears as though the motion passes. The motion passes. Supervisory union, lots of neat stuff happened at the SU meeting last week. So, number one, new policy for Act 46.
This Wednesday.
Pardon?
I wrote down that the meeting was on Thursday, and I showed up on Thursday to a West River Valley youth basketball.
How was it? Did you? They let you in?
I didn't sit in.
How was the game?
What's that?
Was it a good game?
No. It was just their setup meeting.
So we had, back a couple of years ago on WCSU, actually probably about 4 years ago now, I think, Bill, maybe, Marlboro had been asking to look at the way we did special ed funding, and then the census model came through with through the legislature, and we which is Act 173, I believe. Correct. And so we'd actually had some meetings, and we had met with the administration, Lori, and a parent from Marlboro, and some administrators, and we did come up with a policy suggestion in a way that we're going to fund special ed a little different now. And so the policy was adopted on the 13th, last Wednesday. And the goal is to create a sustainable and collaborative WCSU system that respects both freedom and unity while working in an environment of the new census model funding system. So the unity is deploy already committed to collaborative, preventative, and measurable strategies to bend the cost curve on special ed for all districts across the WCSU. Specific areas include WCSU provided professional development, PD, WCSU supervision and evaluation, S&E model, and a local comprehensive assessment system that allows SU administrators to discuss and measure the rates of student success against the standards approved by the Vermont State Board of Ed. And there's a little asterisk under success, and different methods of reliable testing that prove standards can be used. Assessments will be reviewed each year for reliability and translatability by the superintendent and or task force of WCSU administrators. And that may be a really small policy, but it took forever to get to. And then the funding was already approved, and the funding is everybody's at the spot they were at before, and any increase in special ed is going to be funded by ADM. So if everybody has one level we're all stuck at wherever we were last year or this year?
Fiscal year 20 is the base year?
Which is the year we're currently in. No, the year we just finished.
The year we're in.
Or the year we're in. And then after that, any increase between FY 20 and 21, that number, that increase will be taken and divided amongst all the schools by ADM, or all the school districts. So there's only 3 school districts that participate. Stratton doesn't count in that, do they?
Yes.
Oh, they do? Okay, so it's Wyndham, Stratton, West River, and River Valleys. So, so obviously we're the second biggest, but Wardsboro isn't that far behind us, are they? By ADM? Yeah.
No, they're catching up.
But
You mean Marlboro?
Marlboro, I'm sorry. Yeah. So, yeah, I think West River is like 50% of the ADM for the district, 50 something. And we're in the 20%-ish.
I think they're 18.9 maybe.
I'm sorry, for what?
ADM. But we'll see it in a few minutes. So anyways, that was one thing that happened. I don't know if anybody has any questions. If not,
Can you expound a little bit upon, it'll be based upon ADM?
yeah.
Can you give a
So
little bit
the
more?
increase. So just as a quick example, Lori will yell at me if I'm wrong. Let's say that total spending for FY20 was $1 million. And then FY21, it's $1.1 million.
Okay.
So the billion will still be split the way it was this year. The $100,000, even if it's all from one school, say it was all from Marlboro or Ward, Stratton, I mean, but the total, that 100,000 is going to be split by ADM. So just using the rough numbers, West River would pay about 50% of it, but they may not have any additional students. They may have even a little bit less expense or something, but it's still being spent. That's how we're going to split any increase in the total funding required to fund special ed. And then we are at like usually around 20, a little over 20%-ish.
River Valleys is 27 for
So we would
total.
pay 27% of it. Marlboro would pay their 19, 20, and then Stratton pays, and Wyndham pays their percentage.
Yeah, I like
So
$1
it,
million then.
yeah, huh?
I like $1 million, it's easy.
Yeah, and then just the increases. And we thought that was the fairest way because a lot of schools have worked really hard to control some of that. So that still says that yes, you did that because we're using those previous numbers, but it's saying anything new. And it's not, it's just for the elementary and high school. Preschool, we've always done that by ADM across the board, not the ADM required for special ed or for early ed, but by the total ADM, because the district has always felt that there's not a lot you can do with the student before the student gets into your system to help. But it's kind of like an insurance policy because part of the deal is to be covered by this, you have to follow the policy. So if we decide as River Valleys that we don't believe in Bill's, in the SU's version of how to assess, and we go out and do something totally different and it's not recognized, then we don't get the benefit of that insurance policy. So let's say in that $1 million thing and it goes up 100,000 in the scenario, then we would be responsible for the full increase if it was our increase.
Gotcha. Okay, so you'd be responsible in that case for the 100,000.
Right, because
if you
we
didn't follow
aren't following the best practices and what a lot of people that are a lot smarter than us have determined to be the best way to. Is that good?
Pretty good.
Lori, you okay with that?
Yes.
But then the numbers are a lot different. What was, I think, well, we're gonna look at it right now.
Oh, excellent.
If you guys are good with the new policy.
And as far as a decrease in ADM?
Same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing? Okay.
Okay.
Oh, ADM.
Yes.
So every year we calculate ADM, so that percentage gets recalculated each year.
So as an example, if we wind up tripling our students and West River loses half their students, then we would be paying whatever percentage. So our ADM has actually gone down a little, which surprised me because I thought we were holding steady or growing.
It went down a little bit, right?
Right, and Marlboro actually went up because of the preschool, and West River went down, right?
No, they stayed
Pre-close?
the same, yeah.
They had preschool as well. They
Okay.
lost it at the high school level, but they got it at the preschool level.
So remember, the ADM is all, whatever we're getting credit for from the state.
Okay.
It's not, they're not real numbers because one of them is 50, you know, like 512.3 students or something. And that, like I've always said, that 0.3 student will kill you.
Does that number include the phantom students?
Yes, it includes, is it the weighted ADM or the regular ADM that we report in October?
In October, we report ADM, which is the kids in the chairs. Okay, you think of that. And then that turns into the equalized people, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
then we send all that information up to the state, and then they start the weighting of those numbers. They take the 2-year average and then start weighting them depending on what.
Where they are. It's a pre-K student, it's not
And then-
weighted the same as high school.
Correct.
Got it.
That's right, and then they add for poverty, and there's different weights for different things.
And just for fun fact, there will be a study out December 15th on how we weight those students. That will be given to the legislature to contemplate changing how they weight students.
That includes the rural weight study?
So rurality was one of the things that was considered during the study, but this actual study itself is asking for weighting in general.
The rural weighting was something our legislator's been asking for. It was actually in the law a couple of years ago, and the Department of Ed just said, we're not gonna follow that part of the law. We'll take the financing you're giving us, but.
Yeah, that one was very specific to rural.
No, it was.
And this one became
know.
totally.
Yeah.
When certain agencies decide what part of the law they wanna follow, and they can get away with it. So, first thing we're gonna go over is the superintendent's budget. Rich, there's one here for you if you want it. You guys all have this? Anybody want it? So basically, this budget was approved at the meeting last week. When we did a compensation meeting about a month and a half ago, they predicted, the SU's office predicted a 3.4% increase. So Lori brought it in at 3.39 just to show that she could. And, pardon? Right. So this is a done deal, but I just want you guys to see it because this is going to affect our budget. So Lori, you want to just do your high level talk like you did it the other day because that was really good?
Yes. So get the narrative in front of me.
Oh, do you want one? I got them here.
No, I have I pulled everything apart to copy, so
Well, I'll read the notes. 3.39 represents $30,334 increase over the current budget we're in. $18,100 are salary increases that were approved by the WCSU board on October 23rd. Incorporates a director of operation position, reduction of a half-time FTE in the business office, and they shifted some responsibilities resulting in a reduction in HR, but that's a pilot program, and they just wanted to let us know that because they may have to come back and ask for it again next year, but they're hoping that they can run the office that way. There was a shift in account code structures with the implementation of the e-finance program, and so some FY19 actuals were inflated due to combining account codes. So what she's saying is if you look at the next page where you have the numbers, there's some things that look like big increases or decreases, and it's not a real number because the account codes, well, how she used to account for things change. So from now on will be, and because of Lori's hard work and her office's hard work, we're in a really good spot because from now moving forward, we'll be able to look at good comparisons where there's other school districts that are 2 or 3 years out. So they had their old accounting system, then they had their new combined districts, and then they're going to go to a new accounting system.
Right.
So it's going to be really difficult for them. So we should be in a really good spot. And that is, like I said, the 3.39% increase. Some of that's because there was an increase. We had a fund balance, and we actually were asked back last spring to use some of that fund balance to hire the director of operations, and actually they didn't have to use as much as they thought. So we're also looking at there may be a little bit larger fund balance than we anticipated. And they're still doing the FY20, which we just closed out, audit. So we'll have better numbers after that audit is done. And if you go to the second, third page, those are all your numbers. And the third page is actually the breakdown, and it gives you your how much each different school district is paying. Marlboro, River Valley, Stratton, Wyndham. Lori, you good?
Yeah, I just wanted
Yep.
to make one point as we look at this and then look at also the special ed. The ADM numbers are different because traditionally the superintendent's budget is mainly all of just the elementary students and not the secondary students, but special ed takes into consideration the secondary students, your tuition students that are getting special ed also. So when you look at the different numbers, they're all ADM, but they're just, one is just pre-K through 6 for River Valley in this budget. In the special ed budget, it's pre-K through 12.
So this will be part of when we go through the budget, there'll be a number in there for superintendent's office. And we'll see some of these numbers in that. But this is was set by the SU board. So is there any questions for Lori or Bill? Luckily Matt and Tammy get out from this one. This isn't, they can't. They get to skate.
So that is something to point out, actually. So you have a negative, or
right.
Not a negative increase, that's not the right term, but however, that's because your student count went down, which will affect you on the ADM equalized pupil side.
So when we figure out our tax rate, we have less coming in.
Right.
So don't get too excited because we haven't gone
It's
through the
always nice
special
to
ed
see
budget
a,
yet.
not an increase, but
Richard's another one of those for you. Is everybody good with the SU budget? Any questions, Rick?
Why you start with me?
Well, no, because you look very intently at something. I'm
No,
not
no,
sure
no.
what.
I'm looking intently at SU Doc Technology /DOO. None of those mean anything to me.
It's the Director of Operations.
Oh, okay. Great, thank you.
Director of Curriculum, and a portion, well, it's a portion of all three of those positions.
Great. And we hired somebody into that position, so I'm expect to see an increase.
So Director of Operations too, 25% of their salaries being paid by special ed?
Yeah, we had him do a time study, and so it was 24.7%, so we're billing 25% to special ed.
So again, sometimes people think we're like trying to hide, the issues.
No,
trying to
I
hide
know what
things,
we
but no, you do, but a lot of new people feel like, oh, I caught you. Is everybody good with that? Barry? Dwight, good? Mark?
I'm good.
Mark did come to the meeting last week to see what happens at the SU, so, but he didn't get to vote. Okay, special ed, FY21 special education summary. So this one again, we just, we talked about the policy we adopted because of Act 173, and Lori started this off, Lori and Stephanie started this off with a little bit about Act 173, and then also about the special ed census fund policy up top. And then the impact is there was a huge increase of $900,000, but again, it's just like budgets. There's also revenue increase because some of that increase is from state place students. So the total variance is only $134,627 over the previous year, which is really a 5.82% increase. So if you look at that, $900,000, you would say, oh my gosh, but it's not as bad as you think. And that's all explained in our budgetary impacts. And again, remember too that we're fighting a 12.9% health insurance increase everywhere. And in the special ed budget, that's $60,000. And then outside placements of $640,000, and that was an increase in 6 students. But again, some of those are state placed students, so there is some money coming in, we get reimbursed. And then there's increased transportation, obviously, with outside placements. And other schools, years ago, Rick, you probably remember, schools were charging a fee, and I forget what they called it, like a surcharge, because even though we were paying for the services for that child, there was people in the office doing work and people in the building doing work for special place students. And so they were charging, I think Bratt was like $10,000 a student at one time.
Yeah, it's called excess costs, and it's over and above the regular ed tuition that you pay for special ed.
So they kind of dropped it for a while, now they're starting to do it again because everybody's trying to, with the census model wants to. But also with the census model, remember the amount of reimbursement we're going to get is going to be based on our expenditures over 2 or 3 years, and depending which years. So it's kind of like 2 with Act 60. You don't want to cut everything too far, too quick, because then when it comes time for the just getting a chunk of money, not based on anything other than your previous expenditures, if your numbers are way. So it's kind of like almost a catch-22. Don't save too much, but save money. Lori, what else do you want to cover?
No, I think you covered it all. It's pretty detailed here as to the changes. I would only say that there was also a shift in funding with our related service providers, which are the OT, PT, SLP. They are seeing a larger majority of pre-K students, so you'll see the pre-K budget is up also quite a bit, and there's no reimbursement other than a single block grant for $64,000 for what we used to call Triple E, which is now known as Early Childhood Special Education. So when we do the budget for special ed, we have to look back at the time studies that are done throughout the year by these different providers, and that informs how many early childhood special education dollars we need to move into there. And so this year it was quite a bit that we had to move because they were just seeing the kids more. So more students and more services. They're finding higher needs.
I thought that early childhood was in a separate packet. So
it probably is at the
it's
end
in the back of this packet. So let's, for right, with the special ed budget, if you go to the second page, this is, Lori, you wanna, or if you look across the top, this is kind of how we get to how much we have to pay as an SU. And then on the bottom is how it gets broken down by what each group pays. But again, because of the cost methodology up top, Lori, you want to just run through that?
Sure. So the summary page that you have in front of you takes all of the gross expenses for special education, K through 12. So this is not part of the ECSE budget. And then we just basically work through the reimbursements. The 3203 reimbursement is what we call formula eligible reimbursement. And then there's a block grant that comes from the AOE as well. And then we also get revenue from state place students and extraordinary cost students. That's the $629,000. And then we also use our IDEA grant to offset some of the costs there that are used SU-wide. For instance, the Director of Special Education is fully funded through that grant because she serves all students in all districts, so it's a good way to use the money. So that is a revenue that we bring in, and then that creates the basically the bill to the LEAs of $2.4 million. And then we take that $2.4 million and in this methodology, as Rich was saying before, we took fiscal year 20 as a base year, which was $2.3 million, the second grid down, the bold grid. And fiscal year 21 is 2.4, so the year-over-year variance is 134,000. So we take that 134,000 and divide it by your percentage of ADM. Is that making sense for everybody? So your new allocation for special ed for fiscal year 21 for River Valleys is 321,669. So, which is actually, I think, a little bit down from what I actually put into the River Valleys budget. So as when you get your second draft, I'll readjust that. We hadn't quite finished this budget before your first draft came out, so.
It's very confusing, but we looked at a whole bunch of different models, and Lori came up with this like at the last minute. I won't tell you where it really came from, because she gets very upset. But Lori had some help from a higher power, not me or the board or anybody, but.
Well, it was complicated in when we used just ADM to split the 2.4 million, we'll say. There was huge variances.
Most of them bad.
Yeah, for River Valleys, it would have meant like a $500,000 increase, right? Because it hadn't been done that way in the past. So we were we're changing models. So this was a modified way to change the model without causing big swings for any one district. So it worked out well in that case.
You can tell just from the gross number, if you just divided it by ADM, it would have been a phenomenal increase for certain parties and
a huge decrease for others.
And a size decrease for others, yes.
Yeah, and it wasn't really true of the
actual spending.
Yes, so this really takes into account all of that.
Good negotiating, Richard.
Well, it wasn't just me, it was because we actually, it was weighted pretty heavy towards the West River and Marlboro. I don't think, did Wyndham participate? I don't remember anybody from Wyndham at those meetings. But Marlboro actually had their administrator, their almost a bunch of board members and a parent.
I'm sure they did.
But it was really good because everybody bought in, and this is something that Marlboro's been talking about for years.
I remember it. It's at least like 7 or 8 years.
And we kept kind of blowing them off.
Yeah, you did a great job of doing that too, just by the way. If I remember correctly. Yeah. Let's table this discussion.
Well, Marlboro actually would have benefited from just doing it by ADM, but they came back to the table and agreed that this was fair. So that was
That's why I said it was a good,
It was
That's
good
a
discussion.
great compromise, it really is now, I think, compared to what it could have been.
especially for
As
us.
far as swings go.
Are you gonna be continuing the same methodology of using the previous year's total
Right,
plus the?
exactly, so fiscal year 21 will become the base year for 22.
So the only time this will change is if they change the law or a district comes in and says, hey, we want to re-examine this, but then it's up to the SU. And remember, to give credit where credit's due, this goes back to Frank Rucker and Abby, back realizing that some schools were spending a lot more on certain things to help bring down the cost of special ed, so that it wasn't fair to just, it was a good idea to give them, some benefit for their expenditures. So it made sense that you could do it in the special ed where you could control something, but in the essential early ed, nobody has, you don't even know what you have until the student gets into the school. So that's why that one has always been by ADM, and we'll get into that one next. So, I know a lot of times people's eyes glaze over with special ed, and it used to always be, well, it is what it is, and let's not even bother talking about it. But it's good to understand because Act 173 is going to change a lot for a lot of schools, and there's a lot of schools already wondering what they're going to do.
It's good to understand what you can understand.
Yeah.
With the information that you're privy to.
And don't forget too, though, folks, again, this goes back to my town meeting joke, is that, if we could, so Stephanie and Lori and the group are making up a budget that doesn't even start until July 1st, and it's got to run all the way through June of the following year. And, in Dover, we had a student that was $120,000 leave town like August 30th and show up in down in Stamford, and it was an out of the area placement at, like I said, 120 something, and they're like, we didn't budget for this, what are we going to do? And that's one of the things Marlboro, in all rights, Marlboro, there's nothing that Stamford did or could have done.
None of us can foresee something like that.
No, but that's
it can also trash.
Right. It can make you look great by having a huge surplus, or it can make you look like you don't know what you're doing. And that's why, a lot of people really fall for all special to just go through the state because
that's where it should
people move, right?
And this will also, we'll do a true-up at the end, like we've always done anyway. And so if there was overspending throughout the year, we had one of those students move in, whatever that overage is will be split by ADM. So again, it won't affect one single district when you have a residential student move in or move out. So it won't, it's a shared cost.
Well, the hard part is the reimbursement, actually getting the reimbursement back really is what kills us for like a cash flow perspective, for lack of a better word.
Yes, we still have not received our final fiscal year 19 special ed reimbursement.
That's why fund balances are very good things to have.
Yeah, well, that can be a big hole down the road.
It is. It's all at the SU right now. So it's managing the SU's funds, and we can't borrow money. So
Well, that does make it more difficult, actually. Yeah. And you really aren't supposed to have a huge balance, although you have one now. But for years past, you never had one.
Right.
Fall back on. So.
But I also think that wasn't intentional. That was just the way things happen to go. We've been able to get a better control, I think, at the SU level now than we ever had before, too.
There was a little bit of misunderstanding, too, as far as what the SU could hold.
Yeah.
There was many years where we were told nothing can stay here, right?
Well, yeah, didn't they, wasn't there talk at one time it was capped at 10%?
That was before me. I honestly don't know that number.
I just remember Frank saying that years ago.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. You're not really supposed to, an SU's not supposed to make money. But in terms, I think the AOE is now allowing for a little bit more flexibility with so many things coming through the SU. I mean, all grants come through the SU now, all special ed comes through the SU, all transportation comes through the SU. I mean, the SU has to have some sort of flexibility if we can't borrow money. So.
Okay, is everybody good with special ed? As good as?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so skip back, it's the last 2 pages is the early childhood special education, used to be essential early childhood. But minimize need for long-term special ed instructions through early intervention. I think if Stephanie was here and if Susan Mack was still around and Bill's here and all very educated, will say, get them young and you can take care of issues and get them so that they can read when they're supposed to be reading at their right level. And Dover had no special ed expenditures for a couple of years based on that theory, and it seemed to work really well. Again, there's, you're fighting a health insurance increase, and more students needing assistance, and an occupational therapist. But that's not full-time, right? That's 28,000.
The portion of the service.
Okay.
That goes
It's
to
what we actually had to move in there, so almost $30,000 of salary and benefits and for just OT.
Oh, an additional paraeducator.
So any one-to-ones are direct billed back to the district because it is something specific to that district. So we do that.
So if you look on page 2, Paul Harvey. All the way at the bottom on the right, direct bill. So West River and Wyndham have a direct bill, and again, that's projecting out, and we could have a direct bill.
Correct.
So your total expenses, and then the block grant, the direct bill revenue from Act 4226, and then the LEA's base cost, and then total due comes up with your big number. And then based on ADM, again, we pay 27%. So our cost is,
For fiscal year 21 is 45,061.
yep, there it is.
So quite a big jump. Just to point out too, that when I was talking about the IDEA grant before, this is that 137, we're trying to put as much in the IDEA grant for early childhood as we can. Because there's not a reimbursement model, we're able to put that in there. So between the two, that uses up our IDEA federal grant between K through 12 and GCSE.
Or the one thing I'm missing, and I thought it was here, it doesn't show what, okay, 11,000 was our portion was 20 and it goes to 45, so it was 171. So you're up about, okay.
80,000,
I'm there.
47%.
So out of that increase though, how much of that is because grants aren't as high?
It's not to do with the grant, that's just the additional, like I said, moving the services to ECSE, that's part of the increase. And also the 12% healthcare, all of that is all part of that number,
So our reimbursement for the block grant, the grant 4226 grant is pretty similar year over year.
The block grant for ECSE is about 60 to 65,000 a year.
Okay.
And that's all we
Consistent.
get.
You had talked about some of the grants starting to go away.
So for ECSE, it doesn't apply, but you're right, at the WCSU meeting, I talked about what does the K through 12 budget look like? What does that summary look like under Act 173? And immediately you can cross out that block grant, the 379,000, I think it is. Yeah. And so the reimbursement, the 3202 number, is the 2.4 million that we would get as a reimbursement from the AOE. That number becomes the census block model, or census block. And that's what Rich was talking about. That's going to be based on our previous 3 years, average 3 years of reimbursement. So, you know, last year we got a little bit less than 2.4, and the year prior to that we had a little bit less than that. So they're going to average that and give it to us as one lump sum, basically. And so it will be a reduction for fiscal year 22 right now is what we're looking at, unless the legislature
Makes that change.
makes the change.
But there is some talk about that, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then Bill, the South County Superintendent
Lincoln County.
met with some legislators to talk about Act 173 and where it's at. Were you there too, Lori?
I wasn't.
But-
No, he filled me in.
So I guess from what I heard, it was very interesting. A lot of people got a lot of good information, and a lot of legislators kind of got their eyes open, or open. I guess it surprised them, or they were not aware of how.
Yeah, because Act 173 is really two-pronged. One is changing the funding mechanism, which is what we've been talking about with census. But the other one is changing fundamentally how you deliver education. And so they had 2 major studies done on what are the best practices that should be going on in a system-wide delivery of instruction, both classroom instruction, intervention, how you use special education. It's why we've made a lot of the changes we've made in the last couple of years of investing in academic support teachers, investing in specialists, reading specialists, math specialists, to follow the recommendations of the studies, because if you don't fundamentally change your system, then as Lori was pointing out, those $400,000 excess costs are just going to continue because you're not doing anything to bend the cost curve on what you can control. There's a lot of things that are out of your control, but there's a ton of stuff that is, and one of them is the delivery of education that we as professionals have an ability to do. It's just unbelievably different than what we've been doing for 25 years. So it takes time. It's a cultural change. And the principals and the teachers are on the front lines of that. And we're very fortunate to have a very strong group of principals leading that charge, but it still takes time.
We'll also prompt some regional collaboration,
Yeah.
because everybody is going to want to save money. Because right now, when you save $1, you're really only saving 50 cents, you know, broadly. But when you, under Act 173, when you save $1, you're saving $1. So, you know, there'll be more emphasis on collaborating and some of these outside placements, you know, doing some sort of collaboration with that.
Are the minutes out from last week's meeting yet?
Just posted today.
Okay. So we had about a 40-minute discussion on Act 173, and one of the things Stephanie talked about, our special ed director, is that she's trying to work with just within the county with some other supervisory unions to do things that we can maybe collaborate on.
Yeah.
You know, like if we have room for a program that maybe we can take a student and we can give a student to somebody else who has room. So I mean, it's grown more than just, you know, everybody's out for themselves. It seems like everybody's trying to work together, which is a good thing, which leads us into another really great topic. Everybody go yay, because Mr. Antone has signed a 5-year agreement with Wyndham Central. So hopefully we'll have him for the good Lord willing, the creek don't rise, another 5 years.
That's great.
Actually 5.5, because this year he was already committed. It's 5 years after this year.
Additional 5 years.
An additional 5, there you go. So, then that was by unanimous vote of the SU board. So thank you, Bill, for being there for us. And
We're heading in the right direction with the right people, and we're gonna keep moving.
Cool. Old business, Transportation Committee report. So this is where they're all waiting in the wings. So Mark agreed to jump into the fire and go to the Transportation Committee. And we had a meeting. So there are minutes. Did everybody get the minutes of the Transportation draft minutes? If not, I have a copy here I can pass out.
I have an extra copy also.
Okay. Oh, you got copies?
Those are the charts.
No, those, they had to do some charts. There's an extra 7 minutes. So, Mark, tell us how your transportation committee went.
It was a good meeting. We had 9 people show up, so it was a pretty good number of people there. The gist of the discussion was we broke down primary and secondary transportation. For primary, from a fiscal perspective, the way we're doing things is the best way right now. This is a spreadsheet that Chris Medina, the operations director, put together. Yep, that's all the same thing. If you look in the top left-hand corner, it's comparing the last few years of our costs. In 18, there was an additional $25,000 for Dover because we had the Brattleboro, bus, which we no longer have. The 20, where does he have the 20? I think it's on here. We're looking at about 110,000 for fiscal year 20. Is that right, Lori?
It's the first I've seen this, so I'm just trying to
okay.
follow.
Yeah, looking at it, it's not the easiest thing to follow.
I don't see this page.
Yeah, it's not on here.
Okay.
He doesn't have 19 or 20.
We had one question, which Lori, I don't know if you can answer quickly. The Wardsboro transportation costs.
No, but it's
From
on
the
this
little
chart.
knowledge I have of the budget, I only saw 41,000, but the number that Chris had was 59.
Right, so there's, well, for River Valleys for fiscal year 20, that was the number, that we did a allocation for fiscal year 20. I think it was, right, Tammy?
Mhm.
Yeah, because Wardsboro, we had just basically kept the legacy numbers rolling forward, and Wardsboro was losing a lot of students, so we reallocated. And so it dropped Wardsboro's portion of the WCSU transportation budget.
Okay, so 20 was the 59, 21 we're looking at the 41.
Right.
Okay.
But for River Valleys, we did also add, there was also $10,000 added to that for the Dover, Leland and Gray bus, is that correct?
It was in there, I don't know if it was
It was
added,
in
but
there.
it was in there. I think it was
Yeah.
11,000.
Okay,
Was
let
the
me just
Leland
see if
and
I
Gray.
have my, see the budget.
All right, so what it comes down to is the amount of money that we're spending now is less than we would be spending if we went with any of the other solutions. If we went with West River, currently can't take us on because they're going to be going to contract negotiations. But at their current cost per bus, we'd be looking at about $120,000 to do the entire district. Chris had spoken to Comescus, I don't know how you pronounce that, another bus company, and that was $230,000. Yeah. So we're actually doing really well with our current structure between the use of the Dover buses for Dover, West River for Wardsboro, and the committee felt that if we brought the field trips all in-house and used the current Dover buses, that we'd save a little bit of money. Chris was going to ask Lori for that number because we didn't really know what that was, but that's probably in the neighborhood of $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 was my very rough guess. So primary-wise, the committee's recommendation is to do that, stay the course where we are now, and continue evaluating year over year, especially because the buses are going to start coming up for more repairs and replacements. So the committee is going to meet again at the beginning of December, and one of the agenda items that I want to put on there is to start planning for that, and that includes getting numbers. Chris ran some rough numbers, and this is if we were to add another bus and 2 bus drivers, I believe, to bring everything in-house, we'd be looking at an additional $174,000 for 1 year. That would include the cost of a bus.
84,000.
So it would be 84,000 is just the drivers, fuel and some of the other disposable costs. Which was why we said that doesn't make a whole lot of sense right now. The idea is pretty much use these buses as long as we can, and evaluate the numbers as we get along in that process. One bus is 11 years old and one's 8?
I think they're not that old. I
Not
think
that
they're
old?
9 and 7. Does that sound right, Rich?
Yeah.
Yeah, not quite that old.
We got them the first year of Obama.
2010. Is that
Oh,
when
with Armin?
8.
Yes, it was our-
Well, it was,
That was 8.
parallel programs.
Yeah,
2010, I think, was the RM
yeah.
money.
So we've got a number of years left on them. The driver, both Dover drivers and both Wardsboro drivers were at the meeting.
We don't get much over. I was starting to think they start falling apart about year 12 or 13.
That's still a decent number of years though.
Yeah.
By mileage? How many miles are on
Well, a lot of it's
80
salt.
You had 88 and 60?
See, we were
Yeah.
told you're not allowed to undercoat buses, then we found out you are. And so we were actually undercoating our buses for a while. I don't know if we still do that or if that dropped off. But that made a huge difference because when we first went to the international buses, we got 4 years out of one and we were doing like some major body work. It just, the town uses a lot of salt. And that, and then the mileage was fairly high too. And then when they had this special, deal where you could buy the energy efficient, better mileage buses, we got 2, and we went off our schedule just because it made so much sense because we got like $40,000 towards a bus, and we actually gave a bus to West River because we had a bus that was to West River Transportation because it wasn't that old. All we had to do was prove that we destroyed a bus, because that was part of the deal.
Right.
And so he gave us one of his old buses, and they basically had to put holes in the engine block, and cut the frame in 3 spots or 4 spots, and it had to go to scrap. You couldn't even use parts off of it.
Wow.
For anything.
Okay.
It spurred the economy.
Yeah. Cash for flunkers.
Yeah, it was the same. So we did, and we actually, Lori, we did have money in our capital. Well, we in Dover had a reserve fund dedicated towards the buses because we figured the buses on a 10-year rotation, every 10 years getting a new one. Because the other thing is then the old bus still had some value instead of like waiting until it was just basically scrap and not having any value. And then there comes a point when the repairs are so much higher than if you just you spend more money in repairs and there's no reliability for it.
Sure.
And that seemed to be 10 years.
And that's why we want to start looking now into what we're going to do in the future.
I'll do some research for the bus grants because they come up every so many years.
Okay.
And see what's out there for that.
So you suggesting we to buy a new bus, or to not?
No, just that we have to plan. So we can plan to purchase new buses as these go, or we can plan to outsource. Right. So it's really just a matter of getting the numbers together to figure out what's going to be best for us moving forward.
Okay.
Because we really shouldn't just say that because we own the buses now, it's a better move. But we should, because every year, if it's a $100,000 bus, and we got 2 or 3 of them, we should every year put 20 or 30,000 away towards replacement or.
Right, we need to make that decision sooner than later. Okay.
Yeah. So it's up to the board to decide whether want to do something. From a fiscal perspective, it doesn't make any sense.
So based on this, you're saying it's actually cheaper, assuming we can get the same kind of deal for
West River's going into negotiations now, so we'll know.
Because the other
we'll have more
company was pretty
information.
high. said.
Yeah.
They were almost double.
Yeah.
They were $425 per bus per day, and we would need 3 buses.
Right.
Because Wardsboro uses 2, Dover would need 1.
Mm.
Currently, West River is $235 per bus per day.
Okay.
But they can't take us on.
They can't take us on. Right, got it. Okay.
So just one of the things from, I know Carrie's perspective was last year, and part of the perspective going to, the supervisor union taking over transportation was that, if you look at it as at the district level, so like if we send a bus to Leland and Gray, why couldn't that bus pick up kids in Newfane on the way to Leland and Gray and drop them off at the school in Newfane, even though it's not our district? I think that was more the global thing that Carrie was looking for.
Which
And I
they're
think
doing
that's
now.
what Lori wants to start looking at and Chris wants to start looking at. I just don't think there's, again, there's a lot going on and there isn't the time now, but I think that would be where we could maybe have some savings, or.
Well, we were supposed to
secondary.
get some savings in Wardsboro because we were picking up Jamaica kids on the way through, right? I mean, isn't that what happened originally? This is years back. You know, maybe the
Did-
numbers never came
Do
through.
they pick up now?
Yeah, they pick up all the kids along the way,
pick up,
right?
right?
Yeah.
But that's probably why your contract, why you went
Right,
down.
well,
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I'm saying, is, I mean,
Yeah.
all the East Dover kids could be picked up, and all the South Newfane kids could be picked up. And there's a function to make the whole more efficient for whoever takes it on,
Yeah.
which is really what we should look at, I guess, for future.
Right, which is,
West River has said they don't feel that there are any more efficiencies that they could find in the system. This year, they are doing the Newfane, the Dover kids to Newfane, and
Right.
going to Brattleboro.
Mhm.
Todd was pretty clear that he didn't feel there were any other efficiencies that they were going to be able to find, and that they don't have the capacity right now to take this.
Yeah,
They-
exactly.
They're
No, so I
going
mean, it's
to have
really
to
a
buy
move on for
buses.
this year, you're right,
Yeah.
absolutely. That'd be the best
Yeah.
system that we can have for this year. I'm just saying, globally, if we
Right.
study it, there might be more efficiencies.
Well,
Maybe
Chris,
toss up
I
the
talked to
first
Chris
one.
about whether he was going to be looking at a SU-wide transportation, and he's not going to be, because he feels that from a numbers perspective, West River is providing,
max.
yeah, I mean, their numbers
Maxed
are,
out, Marlboro is content with their current system.
well, and they have their own.
And they just bought,
They're leasing.
they're leasing us.
which is something we could look into, the leasing,
Which is another option.
yeah. So we still have a lot of work to do at the committee level. But we wanted to get this to the board right away since the budget was being worked on right now.
Looks like it was spirited.
That the primary wasn't so spirited.
Yeah, no, your charge was not so spirited.
The secondary transportation was quite spirited. Matt, do you have? Everybody has there. This is a chart of current students in the district and what secondary schools they go to. We currently provide transportation to Leland and Gray, to Brattleboro through West River and at the Newfane School, and Twin Valley through the Mover, right? Does Mover actually go to Twin Valley? Okay.
And the mover also goes to Brattleboro.
Right.
Through a different route. They go Route 9 versus Route 30 for West River.
So those 3 public schools, people have the ability to get you through transportation provided via this district. The question came up as to whether or not we could provide transportation essentially to BBA in addition. And if you look at the numbers of students that go to the different schools, the top 4 are BBA, Brattleboro, Twin Valley, and Leland and Gray by a lot. They're all in double digits, and all the other schools, with the exception of, well, all the other schools are single digits. Mountain School is the only one that's got 3. My understanding is that that would be the middle school for the for BBA. So The discussion was, the bus drivers had some concern about the actual physical transportation, the weather. There was some concern about the cost involved in paying the driver, because you're talking about an hour and a half drive each way. And then they'd be possibly deadheading back, and then back again. So essentially you're talking about 6 hours of driving in an 8-hour day.
That's if the weather's good.
That's if, right,
That's
exactly,
right.
that's if the weather's good.
Right.
What the committee wanted to do was to get an idea of how many students in the district would take advantage of that transportation if it was made available. So we asked Bill if he could ask his administrators to do that, and then further discussion between myself and Bill and myself and Rich was to bring that to the board to decide whether we wanted to go that route. I know I'm missing some things, but there were 2 parents there, one from each school. Both of them would like to see it, one more than the other, but and feel that there would be a lot of parents that would take advantage of it, of going to BBA, if given that.
Providing transportation.
Right, if transportation was provided, they would send their kids there. So there was some discussion about how we could provide the transportation, whether we had a bus or we contracted with West River to go from Dover to Wardsboro to PBA, or just Wardsboro to PBA and parents would have to get to Wardsboro from Dover, or possibly asking PBA, one, if they would provide a bus. I mean, if we're sending them all these students, would they provide a bus? And if they won't, will they provide a bus halfway? They would meet our bus at like 130, the junction. So once we decide what we're going to do about getting these numbers, Chris will speak to BBA about that.
They already have, there is an existing bus from Stratton, isn't there?
From Stratton, there is, it's in, Chris said they're at capacity.
They are.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, if we want to poll the, I guess it's current 6th grade families, I thought we could just do an informal poll that Tammy and Matt could kind of just ask the parents.
Well, would it be 8th grade families?
But we don't have 8th grade.
No,
so
they're looking at having you ask 6th grade.
Yeah, 6th grade.
Would you choose Burton if we provide you transportation there?
And that may change their mind on what they do for middle school also.
That's easy enough.
So the question is, I guess, to the board, do we want to do that?
So 3 out of the 4 currently we have busing to 3 out of the 4 of the top high schools.
Well, the public schools.
The public, yeah, right.
Or public schools.
I mean, and that's really, to be honest, that's what it boils down to. When the parents in Dover came to town meeting and asked for the town to pay the extra money so they could attend Burton. You know, one of the things they said was, we're not going to ask you for transportation because we're asking you to go above the statewide average to pay for our child to go to Burton. We'll make the arrangements to get them there. And it was pretty adamant that was, you know, that you shouldn't come back and ask for transportation there. And because there's just no easy way to get that from Hale.
Yeah.
So that was one thing that was quite contentious, I think, because the following year there was, you know, somebody was mentioning that maybe we would look for transportation, and one person stood up and said, "You promised us," you know, and some people have longer memories than I. I have talked to Mark.
I don't know about that.
Was it Mark? Is Mark still the headmaster over there?
Yes, Mark.
So I actually asked Mark at one time, would you be willing to send the bus halfway and or do something because, you know, there may be more income for you with students. And he was pretty adamant at that time, and that was back when Bill was still our administrator, that he did not ever believe the trustees would ever approve something like that. Now again, trustees change, as do situations where we're now 2 towns, not just 1 town. So that's just a historical perspective from Dover. I know going to Wardsboro town meetings before we joined that, you know, there was some people made comments that they shouldn't pay any extra to go to a private school. And then you guys kind of up that in stages, I think, to get to the Burton number. So I don't know, has the transportation ever been discussed with you folks too?
I don't think it's anything on that.
It hasn't come up, and, you know, but it's only because last year was, like you said, did it in stages, and last year was just
the first
year of being a sending town.
And then did that increase a lot of the students going?
I think it did.
Burton?
I think it did. I don't know the numbers, but because actually my child goes there and sort of varies. We've seen an increase in the number of students that are going, but I don't know the numbers previously.
I would say they doubled.
Okay.
Since you became a sending school?
Yeah, but I don't want to speak for anyone else, but I'm not hearing a lot of parents, and Barry and I are parents that have kids that go to BVA that are clamoring for transportation.
And would it make sense, I'm sorry, to actually ask the folks that are already sending kids
Yes.
there whether they would use transportation? Because I know a lot of the kids participate in after-school activities, so when would the bus run?
Well, this is
you know what I mean?
right, and you know,
I think you get into, you know, if there's 13 students that are going, how many of them are just participating in after-school where they wouldn't be able to get on the bus on the way home anyway?
That's my question too.
So would going back to the parents that are sending students there right now, would that be something that would, you know?
Well, that's the thing
want to
too.
discuss also?
You know, kids start driving now earlier and earlier. You have juniors and seniors who are driving on their own, and I would think the kids that go to the public schools also are driving and they're not taking the buses. So I think that would be kind of similar in that respect. And they have after-school activities as well that they can take back. So I think that's the same whether they go to private or public. But you know, for me, I'd be great to have a bus go in the morning and not in the afternoon. But that's that would be better. But you know, I don't hear a lot of. We have a great carpool and that kind of thing. So it's not as if when we understand it's a longer distance and a larger expense.
It's a little closer for you guys.
Right. It's part of the absolutely. We can do what we can use ourselves into. Yeah, no question about it. But if parents are asking for it and the numbers are increasing, something to please consider.
Yeah, I think you just crunch a bunch of numbers, table it, see what you guys come up with for numbers. And,
you know,
it's.
But I would have like 3 kids come back on a bus in the afternoon would be disastrous to go an hour back.
Well,
you know?
that's, I think Mac could speak to that. That's right. The Brattleboro run it.
But is it so? Currently, there are 2 buses going to Brattleboro. Is that correct?
Yeah. There's the
mover and the bus. So we pay for 2 buses to go.
Well, we don't pay for the mover. We donate. Make a donation to them.
Is it donation money?
Yeah, it's
it's a token.
All right. Okay.
It's not a whole lot
All
of
right.
money.
Tax deductible.
Yeah. No, but what it was is there's some parents that didn't want, you know, because anybody could ride the mover. It's not reserved just for students. So I mean, I know one family. I just talked to them last week. You know, they have a 7th grader that's riding the mover, and they think it's the greatest thing in the world for the child. And there's other people that don't want their 8th or 9th grader riding public transportation because of, you know, you don't know who could be on the bus. So it's, you know, it's a really, and remember, we're talking about people's kids. We're not talking about, you know, people's dogs or their cars, and it's very important to them, and you know, people feel very strongly. So that's why transportation's always been something that's packed the house when you bring it up. So I guess the question comes down to, do we want to ask the administrators to poll people? And you know, I think the question you ask is very important, how you ask it, you know, the exact question, you know, because I don't think we want to let people think that we are going to do this just because you want it.
Right. That's right.
Or, you know, but I think, so, I mean, I think it's a difficult thing, and I think you're also going to run into at least in Dover, you know, some people that will say, hey, you guys promised us you'd never ask for transportation.
What year was that?
Not that long ago, it was when Bill was here.
Yeah.
How many years have you been gone?
That was before my daughter went to middle school, so 8 years ago.
8 years ago. Yeah. But I know it's come up again.
That's come up with this board.
Yeah.
Is there 2 buses from Wardsboro that go to Leland Gray as well? I heard that in the last meeting. I wasn't sure, but they must share with different towns.
It's more the route than anything. The bus isn't full, it's the route.
It's the route,
One
though.
goes
It's not
through
because,
South.
right, it's not because it's the route. So one goes through Newfane and one goes up.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the route that is designed based on the students we
So
have.
they pick up the South Lawrence and Newfane kids. on
And
that.
Newfane, and the other one picks up the Jamaican kids.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
So if you guys will indulge me for a minute, Laura couldn't be here tonight, but she wanted me to just read, or just put into our thoughts. So there was the 6 action items she mentioned. She agrees with the first 3. You know, stay the course for the next year. Clarify with Ms. Garland the cost of, you know, West River for Wardsboro, and have Mr. Medina and Ms. Garland work on the cost for the Wardsboro field trips, you know. On the other ones about the speak to the BBA parents and West River cost of bus and request the superintendent to have an informal poll. She's, you know, one of the things she says is it's important to remember the most significant budget control we have is in our elementary schools. While secondary education costs or SU costs increase, we must either raise taxes to meet the need or cut the elementary budget to manage the costs. And Wardsboro and Dover students have secondary choice. While BBA is likely the current largest private school recipient, we've sent students to dozens of other private schools. I support number 4 and having the district contact BBA on behalf of the families to see if they would send a bus to pick up students for free or at a discounted rate for the parents. I've not yet found a rationale by which I would agree to raise taxes and transportation to private schools, or worse, cut our elementary program and transportation for private schools. For this reason, I do not support them taking on number 4, and I'm strongly opposed to the superintendent polling parents to ask how many would attend if we provided transportation, unless we are also prepared to ask that question for every single private school, River Valley Union High School students. Well, there really isn't a River Valley Union High School. Students have attended. And she apologizes for missing the meeting, but that was just her thoughts. So, what do we want to do, folks?
Well, I don't see the harm in getting more information. You know, not finding out information is going to be helpful to anyone. You know, although I don't necessarily agree with you, the way the question being asked that way, would you send your kid there if you cut transportation? I don't necessarily agree with that question. You know, maybe I have to think about that a little more.
Good. A hard time disagreeing with what Laura had to say. I think if you ask the question, you're going to get people's hopes up, no matter how you ask it. My opinion.
Barry, thoughts?
I agree with that, but I also agree with Dwight on the other hand. If there's how much backlash is there going to be if we don't look into it? You know what I mean? Look into some numbers, see what people say, but and a lot of people might just say it doesn't make sense. And you know, like I said, I know with my daughter, she's got after-school programs every day, and so a bus in the afternoon seems kind of ridiculous. You know, I mean, like I said, bus in the morning would be kind of epic.
Nice.
But
That would be, it would have
it's-
plenty of kids on it.
And, it's gonna all come down to money, and that's the,
Yeah, I don't see raising the budget for that, to be
No.
honest. I don't
Wanna
see,
raise the
I
budget
don't,
for-
I agree with Laura on that point. I wouldn't be, so I'm not sure if that's what you mean by getting their hopes up, by saying, we'll do this if we can stay under budget,
Do a revenue.
Right, so,
That's gonna happen.
that's not gonna happen, so.
but maybe, BB-8, if they came back and said, listen, we'll do it, but, parents are gonna
I
have to
would-
kick in as costs. I'm pretty sure that the bus that comes to I think they meet at the Welcome Center in Stratton. If you're a Wardsboro resident, you can get your kid on that bus as long as there's availability, but I think there's a cost involved.
There's a cost
I
involved.
think it's like $800 a year or something like
Right,
that.
so you can get on that
So
bus
you're-
if you want really to pay.
Right.
There might be some kids that go that use that bus. I don't know.
No names.
No names there. Yeah.
Yeah, there are a couple.
Yeah.
Mark, I'm giving you a chance to weigh in. So you brought the facts now.
Now opinions.
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
My first thought is I do strongly believe that public money should go to public school. That said, public money is not just going to public school. We are paying for kids to go to BBA. And if you toss this in with I think what is the next topic on the agenda, equity. An opportunity for many more students to go there, but absolutely would not be able to. Parents can't afford to take the time to drive them, don't have the vehicle to drive them in, et cetera, et cetera. I think it could be a way that we provide some additional equity.
So you haven't decided yet.
Oh, no, I absolutely haven't decided. I absolutely haven't decided. I do think that, and I think Rich, you disagree with me on this, that if we have the numbers to show BBA, hey, you're going to double your enrollment from us if you provide the bus. I think that would give them incentive.
I just know the last time, Bill, and I think you were involved with that with me.
Oh, yeah, no, I asked you.
Didn't we meet with him for breakfast or something? And I think his thing is the trustees have been approached by a lot of different places for that. And if they, again, it's kind of like an equity thing. If they do it for one, they got to do it for all. And where do they say no? And then they're becoming a bus company instead of a educational institute. But again, I'm speaking for them, and it's 8 years ago or 6 years ago or whatever. So I think could it boil down to that we're all okay with seeing if they wanted to do something, even if there had to be a stipend paid by the families. And, that kind of falls into what everybody agreed to, if you cover the extra tuition, by becoming a sending town, we'll cover getting our child there. The other more sticky part of this conversation is, do we want to poll? And I think polling sixth grade parents is a little more difficult because they can't go to Burnburn until they're in ninth grade anyways. So, I almost think somebody said something about poll those that go now and see how many would actually use the bus. Maybe more informational than, asking somebody for, what are you going to do in 3 years?
I kind of agree. I would certainly like for the transportation committee to continue to explore this, to see if there's a way, because I'm sure there'll be more parents that are going to ask for it. So if you continue to explore it, find ways that can stay within budget and maybe meet some of those needs for equity would be great. But I don't know if a poll is necessary either. And I think, but as long as people know that you're still researching and looking into it, maybe helpful.
And just to throw one other thing out that maybe we're missing is that, remember, we go back this year to voting from the floor on the budget, which does not prevent anybody from coming in and saying, I move that we increase the bottom line of the budget, by $25,000 to provide transportation. And if there's a second, then there gets to be discussion, and then there's a vote.
If that happens, does the 25 have to go towards transportation?
No, we have bottom line responsibility, so you cannot adjust the line item, but you can adjust the bottom line. But as a politician, which we kind of are a little bit, we just don't drink the Kool-Aid. If the voters give us money to do something with and we don't do it, then, you know, it's a little harder to get reelected.
Right.
So, I mean, it's kind of, you know, do you do what the public, you know, wants, or do you do what you think is right?
Yeah.
I guess, so, no, we don't have to, but we probably should. And the Dover board has always said, you know, we will do what you guys say, you know, because the voters are always right.
It's their money.
Yeah, but even though, like, you know, you have 1,000 voters and you have 150 of them at town meeting, so it's, you know, less than 20% of the people are even there to participate.
It'll be even less for ours.
So, is everybody okay with letting the superintendent approach or does it want to be Chris? Well, somebody from the SU would approach Burton about doing something with transportation. So we're all in agreement on that, or is there anybody that doesn't?
Might be 2 minutes of his time.
Yeah.
How are you? No.
No.
And that's, yeah, and that doesn't mean getting a new bus either. I mean, if they could, I don't know what size bus they have going from Stratford. It's full. I mean, that's a full.
They
That thing
have,
full.
they
I think
have a
it's
number of
everywhere.
buses that they don't, because they don't do most morning transportation or
Yeah.
afternoon transportation.
Yeah.
Chris has dealt with them on a number of things, so I'm just going by based on what he said. But I don't think it can't hurt to ask.
Right. It's always worth a try. Second question is there going to be any kind of polling? And if there is, who's getting polled and what's the question? Or do you want to sit on that one and come back to it at another time?
I'll just say that I think if we're going to poll, I think we need to poll sixth graders in addition. Correct me if I'm wrong, administrators, but parents start to make that decision about high school when their students are in sixth grade, no?
Well, fifth grade, fourth grade.
For the most part, not
We
always.
have middle school information night, week after next, and then fourth grade students are invited, fourth, fifth, and sixth.
Now remember, some families, you know, may have multiple children and the decision's made for the child anyways by where the first child goes. You know, there's very few families we've seen that actually allow their children to go to all different schools because it's really difficult.
A lot of driving.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
I think before we poll anything, we contact BBA, get a little more information before we even
And then we can
send
discuss
the
it.
question.
Yeah, I would totally
So we're
agree with
sitting
that.
on
We need to
that.
know.
So we have
We
at
can't.
least some kind of,
Yeah.
something.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
instead of just jumping right into the poll.
I would think so. What are we talking about? You know, if it's
Another
not
2
if
weeks.
it's not feasible. Yeah, open the cart before the horse. It's not feasible. And we know it's not going to happen. Then why poll?
Okay, so we're just going to, in the minutes, we're just going to ask Chris or we're going to ask Bill to whoever he wants to do the work, because that's kind of the cool thing about being the man in charge. To just talk to Burn and see what they're purporting. And we're not going to do any polling yet.
So did you say specifically what you want him to ask them?
Burn's willing to work with some kind of transportation for parents of kids who from West River, from the River Valley School that want to attend over there. Be it there, you know, there's a charge or.
Look at all the options.
Yeah, if they're willing to do anything to assist.
Also, how do you appoint 2 kids that go to? Just curious about that.
We asked that question also. I assume that's an ADM thing.
Lori could give you that answer, but we would be here for another 45 minutes to an hour before she got it all out.
It was actually 232. There's not supposed to be a point there.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Real quick, folks, equity, calendar for discussion. Bill, do you have a calendar for that yet or not? No.
I don't want you guys to discuss anything but budget until the budget's done.
Okay, so that's not my question. My question was, do you have a calendar for us on that?
I do not.
Okay. Website design, so that kind of fits in the budget a little bit. And then residency policy work, and then you're going to...
I'm currently working on that
Yep.
to give you guys a draft.
Okay. New business, quickly, Matt and Tammy, not to rush you, but do you have anything going on with the schools we ought to know about?
We are, Wardsboro's having their artist in residency this week, who is Troy Wonderly. And we will have a circus show on Friday evening at 6 p.m. Other than that, we will hold a community lunch on December 12th at 12 o'clock, and anyone's welcome to attend.
When's yours, Matt?
December 12th at 12 o'clock.
Oh.
We're collaborating.
I love it.
Is it, no, it's not the same, is it? Oh, everybody's gonna be in the same
Oh,
building?
no, just
No.
they're
Oh,
at the same
Same time.
we want you to do it different so that the board
Go
can
to
go
both.
to 2 lunches.
Yeah, we're gonna get 2 lunches.
Well, hurry right over, it's only 20 minutes.
Depends on the weather.
And then hit the other.
Eat twice, I like it.
Okay. Matt, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's okay, I'm not sure. I
Catching
got
up
all
on
that.
minutes.
Same, community lunch, middle school information night is the only other big thing we do, like an arena style in the gym, and the schools come, and they get a table, and they get to pitch their school to our students that have choice. And families get a chance to kind of get a sense of what the schools are about, and, yeah, so.
Cool.
Did you talk about website design, or did you figure that?
We just, no, it's just there as a placeholder,
Okay.
and it's gonna be covered a little bit by budget conversation too. Okay, so then the next thing I have is Lori, financial review.
So we went through the budget.
You know what, Lori, let's do this if you don't mind. Why don't you come right up and join us? Well, that way.
Got invited to the big table.
Hey, Bill, you can come up too.
Yeah.
I feel like it's
Bill's
Thanksgiving.
in the back a little bit.
Yeah, and if you guys are noisy, you're getting no dessert, no pumpkin pie, no whipped cream. I know, it's
Come
fine,
on,
but-
Tammy.
Now we messed up the, I'm
Right there,
sorry.
Rich. See that?
Camera and everything.
Come on.
Sorry.
Back of the head.
Okay, Lori, go ahead.
So we went through the budget very quickly last time. I gave you a quick overview, so I hope you've had some time to look at it. And we can start with, basically, the first couple of pages are just talking about the guiding principles that were used for this budget development. These were created by Matt and Tammy, and just how we looked at the budget and how we made plans. Then on the fourth page, sorry, I always forget to do my pages. To the third page, it gives a breakdown of the increase year over year. We talked a little bit about that, and then I think you also have another document that we handed out tonight that says, what are the factors in the budget increase?
Yep.
Sorry, I can't read it.
You can't read sideways?
No, thanks.
Does everybody have theirs? Your choice.
So these are just a breakdown, basically very similar to this, but a breakdown of that. Want me to keep going?
Now, hang on one second,
Okay.
everybody. Is everybody ready?
Ready.
Okay.
All right, so the first budget that you're looking at, or first piece of the budget, is the pre-K. So I've put in some notes there, and I think that we just should talk about your questions, or ask your questions. If I don't have the three of us don't have an answer right away, then we'll get it to you.
One of the things we noticed was not in here is elementary school student counts.
Elementary school student counts, got it. So I'm gonna look to your elementary school principals.
So this budget was based on current enrollment, and at Wardsboro it's 41.
Does that, and that does include, or does include preschool?
It does include pre-K.
In Dover, it's 95, which does include pre-K.
How many pre-K, I guess?
So 136 altogether, if I learned math right. Quick too. Mrs. Twitchell taught me well.
How many pre-K together?
That's 16 if you include the 3-year-olds, so a total of 21.
We have 5.
So 20, okay, so the first budget that you're looking at, or first piece, is 21 students. That represents that.
That's better than $10,000.
Question for you in line is, did you bring the rulers?
Yes, I do. I have my rulers. Let's bring a little rulers.
I think it's line 16.
Tuition to private?
Yeah.
5562?
I just want to know what that account title is.
What is it?
Yeah.
Tuition to private Vermont elementary.
Okay.
But it's for pre-K students. So that is a set rate. And so the 11,400 is going to represent 4 students at $3,800.
Those are rough numbers right now.
What are you reading from, Bill?
5562, tuition to private Vermont.
No, where were you reading? It was 5 students there.
He just knows
Oh, he
that
just knows
because
it.
he
Oh, I
knows
know,
what
it's
the reimbursement
3,800.
is. and
3,800
He
students,
knows how to divide.
So it's 3. It's 3 students at 3,800.
Thanks,
Right.
Rick, making me feel like
You were pretty good with it.
And when the December 1st commissioner's letter comes out, that'll actually set the rate for that, so we'll have better numbers there. And we'll, we're always looking to see if there will be more or less as we go, so, until it's set.
So like in 5562, what Mark just asked about, in the notes, would you like to have 3 students?
No, that's fine. Okay. I mean, unless the board does. I'm gonna ask Lori for a cheat sheet for meeting, but let's not do it. Well, yeah, so if you want to add it to the notes.
Like, this will not, the notes, the individual notes will not go out with the budget to the public. That's for you all to know?
Right, you all.
You all?
Y'all.
Okay.
Just so we're clear, pre-K is pre-kindergarten, right? Even though in your school they're in the same classroom, right? Okay.
They're accounted for different.
3-year-old, they either classify them as 3-year-olds or 4-year-olds. You have to be 3 by September 1st, according to law. And your policy.
And that was a change from last year's budget, if you look at line,
16.
no, line 5. The 511, the teachers, we moved 0.5 of a teacher. So we split, because in Wardsboro, the pre-KK teacher was always just in direct instruction. So to give us a better idea of what it
Yeah,
costs.
no, it's a better account.
Okay.
And then we're moving on, the next page, this is.
Well, hang on then, before you get too far, I'm gonna, nothing personal, so please don't take it that way. But I used to always ask this when I didn't make the budget up. So where can you cut 10% in this budget for me?
10%?
Is there anywhere you can cut anything in this budget, this section of the budget? I was just shooting for 10, but do 20 if you feel easy.
So can I support you in an answer?
Sure.
So if you look back at the guiding principles of this budget development, the most appropriate place that we would ask that question is to our administrators who are day-to-day on the floor with our students and our teachers. So we're more than happy to answer that, but I think the more appropriate people that we would ask that to would be to our principals.
But they're hiding in the back.
No, they just weren't invited to the head
Yeah,
table.
they were. You said to come on up. It's not my fault they didn't want to come up.
I think it's an absolutely valid question. I just would want to make sure that we give you a very reliable answer.
Well, I'll ask my educational leader.
And I would say I can give you an answer, but I'm going to go ask them.
Go for it.
Okay. Is there anywhere in lines 4 through 21 that you could anticipate cutting 10%?
And don't be afraid to cut 20.
Don't be afraid to cut 20.
So 10% is 25,000. Not at first sight. We'd have to
Well,
either.
20, you can only do the 10?
20%, 10% is 25,000. So we would have to cut health insurance from the employees or reduce the positions to, some fractional FTE. I would love to see us reduce the amount of tuition we pay to private pre-Ks that are not ours, but
Okay.
that may not be in our control. And that's only about 5%, maybe just under 5%, so it wouldn't quite get to 10.
But you can't cut that.
Right.
So there really is anywhere you can.
So the quick answer is not without making cuts to the program,
You
reductions.
can't cut the program. We're offering it.
Yeah.
You've got to have a person there, right?
Right. We want to make sure our programs are strong and that they're attractive and they're good. So
You could always just move the money back that Lori moved into it.
Okay, Larry.
That would be a sweet way of doing it, wouldn't it, Matt?
you could do that.
Okay, Lori, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that's fine. So then the next page is starting into the elementary combined budgets. So it represents 12 teachers, first line. A .20 for duties para, both at Wardsboro and Dover. Substitutes, you see the note, check this. I only pulled over the number. I want to see what the fiscal year 19's actuals would look like, so, or where we're running for 22.
But we also put some money aside for professional development, so and if staff is going away for professional development while school's in session, so should part of that money we said that was going for like the STEM, should that be moved over into there, or should that, if there's substitutes for that, does that come out of a separate line item?
It all comes out of this line.
That
item,
line item.
Yeah.
So we should just need to make a note, maybe a good note for that would be, with the IB and the STEM stuff, that there may be, that may be an indirect cost that's showing up in that line item for us.
One of the line items, 29, I just wanted to point out, so you have actually, I had put in for the budget for 20 unemployment, but you actually have a pay-as-you-go versus paying into an insurance. So that's why you see a reduction in that there. Now, that being said, it's not necessarily a bad idea to budget something in case you do have an unemployment claim.
We used to do a payroll services section in the budget that we would put like salary increases in, because if they hadn't been negotiated, it would just be a pot of money that we would take out of, and then we had all the insurances, the unemployment, the workers' comp in that line item, because, it's all total payroll, it's not broken out individually. Does that make sense then, maybe? If we're not gonna have numbers in the individual ones, to do that, and then you can move it into the line item for us if it's actually spent?
I think I understand what you're saying. I have a little different view on it just because I believe in total employee cost and total program cost. So if you really want to know what your total program cost is for direct instruction or for PE or for any of these things, then I like to include all of those insurances in those line items.
But if we may not use it, that's why if we put it in another, if we just do, that employment expenses or whatever we want to call it, then if you actually need it in a line item, like let's say we have to pay unemployment for a elementary preschool person, be a one-on-one or something, then would take that money from that line item in the, kind of like this little reserve area, and then put it over there, so we would know at the end of the year what we truly spent. But if we don't spend it, it doesn't show up there, and if we don't spend it, it's still in that other budgeted area.
Okay.
Just a thought. I mean, you have to see how it works with your programs and stuff, because it's back in the old days when programs weren't so sophisticated.
It's definitely can be done that way. Are we talking, I guess I would just need clarification on what we're talking about. Are we talking about just unemployment? Because right now, that's the only thing that's not
Right.
budgeted there.
Right.
Okay.
But we may want to, in the future, like if we're in negotiations and we haven't figured out a number, so maybe we could just set that category up. But like this year, there'll be nothing in the raises or the compensation, but you would always have some number that you feel comfortable just in case. And we would rely on you to tell us what we should put in there for that one. Right now, the pay as you go.
Right, yeah, no, I agree. You can do that, especially in a negotiations year. There's a couple of different ways you can, that it can be visually in the budget. So, and that's one of them. That's a great way to do it. Does anybody have any questions on this section?
The purchase service, I'm assuming, cancels out the decrease in the wages?
Yes.
It doesn't cancel that out, it's $15,000 more, but close enough, I guess, for budgeting purposes.
Two questions. Oh, hang on.
It's
Oh,
also,
I'm sorry.
it's
Okay.
also
I'm all
in
set.
healthcare too, though?
Okay.
So, yes.
Oh, sorry. 34.
Other tax services. So this is another word for this. Some of these account titles came from the new system, so it's a little not deceiving, but
Unclear.
unclear. Another word for this would be enrichment, right? This is another, what we would consider enrichment.
No, because it's Kuwait and field trip.
Correct. So part of this is the field trip funding that you had asked about. We also have our Four Winds program. B is paid out of this line, as well as Keewaydin.
So what do we pay for Kuwait now?
It's
about 300.
No, I mean, what do we pay versus the students' fundraise, and do we just pay the full thing and?
We were just chatting about that,
Uh-oh.
and we realized we uncovered an area of inequity. So Wardsboro pays it all, and Dover has been paying half, and families have been paying the other half. So that's something we were just talking about.
Well, luckily, we're not going to be talking about equity for a while,
Got a few
because
months.
we couldn't get that on the calendar. But no, what do we do with that, Bill?
I would,
Because that
it's
can't happen.
It's 300 for total cost.
Roughly.
So we have 8 sixth graders in Wardsboro.
Correct.
So I would add 8 times $150 to the budget right now. And
Well,
make it
Wardsboro-
equitable.
No.
Wardsboro pays the full fares.
Oh, Wardsboro pays the full, I'm sorry, the opposite.
Right.
Oh, I thought it was the parents are paying the
confused
whole
you.
thing.
No.
How many sixth graders do you have in Dover?
Well, we said fifth graders, and there
No,
are
how many fifth graders?
14 of them.
14, then I would pose the question of budgeting 14 times $150.
$2,100.
$2,100.
You're good.
So where's that 2,100? Where are we going to save 2,100 in this section of the budget?
I do not know, but I will ask my 2 administrators if you were asked to save $2,100 in this section of the budget.
Oh, God, no, that's
Doesn't mean
not
this
enough. Or more.
Well, at a minimum, I'm starting with
There you go.
2,100.
Good man. Well, actually, is there any other questions on any of the other line items in the budget?
I just, 35, what is the count title?
So these are non-technology repairs.
Repairs,
Yeah,
okay.
repairs, sorry.
Classroom,
Yeah. So this is
desks
title.
and chairs. I actually see that the Director of Operations is keeping an inventory of equipment we have between buildings.
Wow. That's great.
So that if somebody needs like a desk, instead of a school buying one, they can go steal one from another school. What happens if that school needs a desk the following year? Does it come back, or does that school buy a desk?
We haven't made a policy, but it is an agreement that if Townsend needs their table back that they loaned us, that the principal will call me and we'll make it happen.
So is there any other questions in these line items? Is there any questions on the overall numbers besides can you save any money anywhere?
I'll just point out one other thing that we did do for equity is the consumables for classrooms is all, and actually it's SU-wide, which is great. I should say asterisk Marlboro maybe, but $50 per student in the classroom for consumables. So those are, and correct me if I'm wrong, workbooks and things like that that don't.
Paper, pencils, art supplies.
So, Matt and Tammy, you guys, I'll ask it so I don't have to make Bill do it. Is there any place that you see any savings in those sections?
So that's already significantly reduced, right?
Right.
So it's up.
Well, it's up
3%.
3.6%, so 0.6%. So I wouldn't say it was significantly reduced.
The amount per student for supplies is lower than it was last year. So there may be other things that are up, but.
Well, you got two consumables, because you got non-library consumables, and then you got classrooms consumables, books and periodicals.
So those are things like book jackets and all those types of things, right, of the library.
I think we have that in the library section.
In the library section.
Okay. You guys all set with that section? Moving right along. You want to do the whole page, you're going to do it by section?
Well, why don't I ask by section? So we have the art.
The arts.
So there are two different ways that art is used or purchased. So in Dover, there is an art teacher, so that is an employment, and in Wardsboro, it is a purchase service from the SU.
So why don't we just purchase it all from the SU and then we have less?
Because we're actually looking at all of these different areas of the budget. We're actually looking at and seeing what is the better way to do things.
So just for a high-level look, when you purchase something from the supervisory union, then they are working under a different contract. And when you create something under River Valley's contract, that's obviously under a different contract. So it's really creating the flexibility for purchasing the service that matches the needs of what you need for River Valleys. So that's what we're kind of doing right now, is we are looking with Matt and Tammy, what is the needs that they have for running their building, and what is the best place in which, is it to purchase the service, or is it to have an employee?
And I'm sorry, I was reading this wrong. I was reading that Wardsboro had half a day and Dover had a full day, so I thought Dover had a full-time person and Wardsboro had a part-time, like a half-time person. But you're actually, total between the two buildings, you only have a 0.3, so it's just 1.5 days per week.
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense.
Any other questions for Art? Moving along to world language. This was an increase, the position became a licensed teacher. The person, the teacher became a licensed teacher. So there was an increase in that salary. It was also a purchase service before and needed to be an employee.
Purchase through WCSU?
No, it was a contracted service, is a better way?
You could contract the service before the person became licensed. Once they became licensed, they had to be paid as a teacher.
Everybody good with that?
That's not a huge increase, is it? Or am I missing something here?
It's 43%.
It's going from 15 to 21.
Are we on world language?
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
one line item?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's 56%.
I mean, it's $6,000, but it's 43%.
Just the one line.
Overall, though, it's 56% increased, 85.39.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, moving down to band, not not
That's-
really a significant increase. We did add some equipment. There's some replacements of band equipment that needs to happen.
Is that in the individual buildings, or is that something that the person that's kept at WCSU has brought around?
It needs to be in the individual building for the equipment. The person that is doing that
Is
is the one that.
They travel.
Right, they travel.
Perfect, thank you.
And then there also is some music education. So that was band, the 1111 is band, and 1112 is the education piece of it, and that is a purchase service from the SU. Which I believe is 0.3 and 0.1. Am I right about that? Yeah. I need to have my other budget up on, need a
That's
dual
cool.
screens. PE, again, this is very similar to art, where there is a teacher in-house and then a purchase service within the same area of the budget. Any questions on that?
No.
Okay.
Anybody, I'm sorry.
Nope.
And that's all rolled together, right? All of the benefits and everything are all rolled into that number, right?
Into the 18102, yes, on line 70. For the purchase service, that is the total program cost that they're buying from New Central, yes.
Okay, and I'll just 11.8.
Right, so this is also interesting. It's actually kind of nice that we're going down line by line like this. So
Luckily, there's fewer lines than there used to be.
So when you purchase a service from WCSU, you're paying for any changes also. So if there's a healthcare change or anything like that, right? So that's part of the increase.
Yeah.
So the special ed SU assessment, that will change a little bit based on the approved budget for special ed.
Is it going down?
I think it's gonna go down a little bit, yeah.
Oh, see, hey, Matt and Tammy, you know when you were on this page here and said. See, I knew if we asked questions. Good job, Matt and Tammy back there.
Okay, lines 75 through 79 is co-curricular. This part of the budget, the 1502, is the co-curricular that is mainly Dover's after-school program and summer school, although Tammy and Matt have discussed, and you guys can go into further detail, sharing that summer school piece, right? So,
Is that 1501 or 1502?
1501.
So more just creating an opportunity for the students in Wardsboro to possibly attend the summer school program that's offered either here or whether we think about switching it to another location.
So that's where we're increasing opportunity for
Correct.
students.
Correct.
Because Wardsboro didn't have a summer school. So now there'll be something available for the students that go to 10 River Valleys, and the Wardsboro building can, okay, that's really good. We should highlight, or that should be a note.
Yeah, I just made a note to
Yeah,
put that in there.
because that's really good.
Yeah. And then in 81, this is actually Wardsboro piece of the co-curricular budget where they're paying towards 21C. This will be reduced. I'm not sure what it'll be quite yet, but it'll be probably, ask them how much they want to save in this part of the budget.
How come?
Because I'm going to tell them a number.
No, why is it gonna be reduced though?
Because we need to reallocate the way that the LEAs pay based on students. Again, I mean, Wardsboro's down, you know, they have 41 students, so they should not be paying more than Marlboro's paying. Right? So we're doing an
Oh,
adjustment.
so that's, you're right, okay, I see what you're saying.
So probably close to 4,000 you could save in this area.
Can you say 5? Can you say 6?
Give them paddles.
We haven't,
You can bid on it.
Kylie and I are working out the details, but it's be roughly what it's for.
So this budget is really nowhere near close to being ready to vote on.
Today?
Yeah.
I think we got a couple unknowns still, don't we?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is there's still quite a few unknowns, so you shouldn't.
Yeah.
They just put the fear into it.
Okay, next page, guidance. This again is another area where we have a teacher employed and then also purchase service. And then school nurse, another area here. We are, I don't know how much to say, but with all of these areas we're looking at as far as equity and a different way possibly to do things.
That's a good way to put it.
Then, any questions on those two programs? No. Okay. So.
Well, does anybody else? It's not just me.
No?
Okay. So then we're moving down to line 98, which is 2213. This is for employment training and development. So this is for admin directed. So this is something that both Matt and Tammy can direct. You know, they could bring in a trainer for something, anything like that. It's not something the teacher uses their professional development money that they're contracted to receive for. At Matt and Tammy's discretion.
Or directed?
Directed.
Under 2213?
2213.
Okay.
So what does this say?
I think that might be the contractual money. I'll double check that though.
I'll double check it then. I have admin directed on here, so.
Well, it's admin approved, but
Okay.
I think it's the amount of money we agreed to in our contract, which is up to $700 per teacher, total max cost of that.
Oh, well, that would make sense, because that's what you got here.
I know, but I don't know why I have the note admin directed. I have no.
No, because it would probably be admin approved.
I have, if you go back to the 1101 program, the elementary program, you'll see on line 32, the 5291, other employee benefits.
That's the 740 times 12 employed teacher. Okay. You're awesome, Lori.
It's like, okay, you know what it confused is because I didn't take this note out, 700 per
Right.
FTE, so
Okay.
it is admin directed.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry?
we just wanted to know that we found some savings.
Somebody have something they can throw at them?
There's a reason they're sitting back there.
Yeah.
Out of rage.
Hey, good job, folks. Your superintendent's proud of you, but he'll be having a little conversation tomorrow morning.
So then the next part of the budget is the IB and the STEAM, and that is the school focus piece of the budget. So not a lot of increase here, just a little bit of,
It's kind of like we moved some things around a little bit.
yeah. And we did reallocate. Tammy and I talked about it. Mainly the STEAM was reallocated. Basically just rebalanced that $20,000. That $20,000 is still in there.
Just balanced.
But it's not just one chunk.
Not one number.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah. It's just more appropriate where it is.
You think FICA's okay? Huh? Some
I
people
go
think
through-
it's a little high.
Yeah. I go through and check the numbers, and I thought, okay, well, I know that it's a good calculation. Library media, oh yes, here is where we put the books and periodicals, and again, equity-wise, we are doing this across the issue as well, $20 per pupil for library books.
Can we do 1950? This would be different.
Okay.
We're getting extra time, I take it?
I'm sorry?
We're getting extra time? 0.5 increase?
Right, so the
Cost.
purchase service, it's not extra time, it's just increased cost based on shared services at the WCSU. So that program at WCSU had some increase in cost. It could have been, part of its salary, part of its benefits.
The 0.5 is just that, that's what the FTE is. And
Right.
That didn't change.
The FTE has not changed, and that is remind me again, guys, for library, it's 0.4 for Dover. 0.1 for Wardsboro.
You need one full-time librarian for every 300 students. So Dover should be less than, should be at a 0.3. So the total should be a 0.4 or 3.5. Just saying. What does that save you?
That would save you 20% of that 56 days.
Yeah, which is quite a savings. It's almost more than the last savings we had. Just saying.
Oh, yeah. That's why we do this.
Okay.
I guess- I
Are
don't
we
think
being
we're-
directed to?
No, I'm just,
Okay.
I haven't heard anybody jump on that band.
He's just pointing out the best practice.
I'm just pointing something out.
Okay. All right.
Maybe somebody in the public will figure it out.
Moving along to principal, budget. We did move the, some of the numbers around so that, and also included money for an interpreter and lease and all that. So that is on line 126. Okay. And
Hey, I got a question. Do our both administrators have contracts?
I don't know. I mean, they have one right now.
With
Do they have one for next
River-
year?
With River Valleys, or are they still with Wardsboro and Dover?
Let me double check.
Because I don't ever remember redoing contracts.
I will
Did
check.
we, Matt, or Tam?
I think we did
I
last
thought we
year.
did last year, but I'll check.
But are
and
they,
I'll see if
then are they
end this year.
multi-year, and do we have raises built in, or do we have to
I
come up
will.
with raises?
Yeah, I think it was a 1 year.
Yeah,
So I
I
think
don't
things were still
remember,
in the air,
but
that's one thing.
if we could, I would like to do multiple year contracts with them, just so we get, that's one less thing to have to, like, have Matt come to us on June 30th, say, am I coming back to work on the 1st or no?
I think that's great. I will get copies and have those ready for the board.
So then that just leads to my next question is, the increase, is that a contractual increase, or is that just based on what the teachers got, or do we have to figure that out too, because then?
it's partially based on what the teachers, and also there's a correction in
Right.
there from before too, so it's both things.
Okay, but so we don't know if it's what their actual contract says?
That's right. Mhm.
Okay, so let's look at that, maybe we can save a couple $1,000s there. That's throwing something at me, Bill.
All right. Any other questions on this area of the budget?
Yes, I see, I don't know if I see it, but in the past, I know, just because I know Matt's contract, because it was similar to Bill's, we put professional development specific to the administrator in there, that they could, do what they wanted to, and, just, or how do the contracts line up? And maybe for the next meeting in executive session, we can just look at the contracts and make sure we're treating them fairly equal.
Got it.
Okay, moving along to operations, unless there's another question. No, so this is also a combination of salaried people, and at Wardsboro, they actually have a contracted service for some of their items. The cleaning is all contracted, and then some snow plowing and that type of thing. So this is where, obviously, there was a big increase for the building maintenance, which is, there's a sheet in the back here we'll get to, but that's on line 147. Okay, and so there's some maintenance items that need to be addressed. Let's see, where else? That's the major one, really. The other ones are just salary and benefit increases.
I've got a
Yep.
question, line 157, the oil.
Yes.
Which number is it the 235 or the 227 that the 38,000 is based on?
Both.
Both, because Dover does theirs with the town,
Okay.
and they got a 235, and with NIDO.
NIDO.
NIDO. And Wardsboro did their budget with their bid with the WCSU, and through Barrows, and we got 227.
So this number's gone back and forth because there's some years we'd have been better off dealing with.
Yeah.
But the one thing about the two buildings is Barrows probably knows their oil furnace, and Nido's will come up and help us with ours. And they're both kind of more local. Barrows is right in Jamaica, and Nido's is down in Wilmington, so that's something that may never change. Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing, I just wanted to make a point for people to look at, and it's, again, Matt and Tammy did a wonderful job here. It's only $180 savings, but I see next to asbestos, it says CM, which must mean that Chris is dealing with the asbestos, so instead of us having to pay somebody to do asbestos. So I think that's a really, again, another example of even though we're paying 70 or 80,000 there, here's some savings just for us. And so, there's probably $1,000 or more in savings in asbestos to all the schools.
Yeah, about district-wide, it was roughly about $3,000.
So we're a small part of that.
Karen, upkeep.
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
going back to, guys, just something to think about, and I think we really need to, so the building maintenance stuff, non-technology, 5431.
Line 147.
Yeah, I really believe that number should be the general maintenance, the stuff that we're gonna just do, that we have to do, that we have a budget in there. I think any major planned, like if we're gonna do a HVAC system or do, right, but I think that needs to be somewhere else.
So what you're saying, if I hear you correctly, what you're saying is like the ERV replacement, we're not doing that every year.
Right.
That is
And we should have a spot where that goes, and if you want to move it in later just to show, but I just think this is going to be confusing to people. Somebody's going to focus on this, where I'd rather keep the things like the little repairs that they each have done in the buildings, like, paint this wall, or, somebody broke a window, so we do that. That I really think should be separated out.
versus we're painting this entire room.
operating budget.
Right, so I put basically I put the ERV replacement in here to sort of balance out all of the maintenance things at Dover. So, you've got 6 exterior windows for $10,000, right, being replaced. So that's why I put it in for just a 1 year done. But absolutely, we can move it out and have it can come out of the capital fund budget, or it can.
Well, and I don't care if we vote on it this year.
You just don't want it lumped.
I just think it makes our it skews our operating budget a little bit.
Okay.
And,
So we'll move
and
into a
again,
different line.
just $60,000 in a, what is our total bottom line, like 6 million? No, that's your superintendent, that's special ed, whatever the
5
number.
point something.
So, I mean,
5.4.
it's, percentage.
5.3, so it's 5.8.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, like, if we could have maybe, And the other thing is, I really would like to see, because that is such a big number, and again, I know you've got it somewhere, but every acts exactly what we're doing, you know, like 10 windows or 5 windows at $10,000.
So in the back of your budget
Yeah.
is this right
And
here,
that's
and
got
this
it
laid
all.
out everything, so if there's anything else you want me to move into a different line besides the ERV? And I guess for clarification, do you want the ERV moved into a different line within the budget, or do you want to cut it from the budget and plan to use fund balance to replace it, knowing it needs to be replaced? That was a two-part question.
I'm gonna be an idiot. What is an ERV?
Energy recovery.
Ventilation.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, sorry.
I didn't know that.
I don't do.
I can't remember.
It keeps the air
I know it's the thing
circulating.
in
and
the
it-
ceiling
and
that needs
it's
to be
here.
replaced.
Yeah, and it needs to be replaced, but it's something that will be replaced once, hopefully.
I would really love to see this page be like another set of line items somewhere. I mean, I would really like.
All those different things?
Well, yeah, because that way we can explain to people why it's so high this year and why it's lower next year.
And broken out by school?
Yeah, I think so, just because I think people are gonna wanna, like, somebody's gonna say, you just put a new boiler in the school. No, that was the other building. I don't, what do you guys think?
But you could have a supplemental, just like what you have here, you know, it's a supplemental, look to a different page of what the expenses are. And you just can refer to the back page, and that tells you where that's going,
Yeah,
I agree with Wade on that.
you know.
Well, if you look at the HRA above, you know, it went up 50%, but the variance is $1,600.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. But here it's 247%, but it's big dollars. It's $44,000. It's
Those are the
probably
things we look for.
right a couple pennies on the tax rate,
Yeah.
unfortunately. So I just, again, I like it when the operational budget kind of has little increases. And if we need to do something big, even if it's a bunch of littler things that become a bigger project, I like to see that discussed kind of off to the
Maybe
side.
you do both, you know, if you have a separate line item, separate section here, and then also break it out on another page.
Yeah.
So I'm somewhat limited with my account codes.
Right.
So
Right,
remember
okay.
that,
No, I
like,
know.
so I,
Right,
you know.
And it's new system too, so that, in the past, we've done stuff, and if we had done it the same way in the past, then this wouldn't stick out as bad either. I understand that.
Can you have same account code on multiple lines?
Is that?
So you leave it under the
No,
same
because
account
then it might as
code?
well just be
If I
more.
manually do it, yeah.
Is
I
that-
can't pull
okay.
this out of the system.
Is that 62.5 kind of a number we look for next year, like looking ahead?
Yeah,
So it's gonna remain the same at around, right around that number, so
I
next
think it's a
year.
1 year explain.
Yeah, so the following year, the number should probably be somewhere in the same neighborhood.
So we-
Well,
65?
I think it depends on what we do with the ERV system.
Yeah.
Well, it also depends on what we do with the rest of the building and
Building
engineering
improvements,
reports. Right. Where you pull out.
Yeah, so if that was a constant number or somewhere near a constant number, it'd be a lot easier to explain than if it's gonna be varied based on what we decide to do each year.
I think it will be a more constant
With,
number.
with Gatsby and all the reporting and auditing stuff, Lori, would it be easier to have that if we just included, I mean, do we have a definition of what a capital expense is? Because I know, like, when you do the associations, you know, they don't want you to, the government says we can't count painting as a capital expense, that's a
Right.
maintenance. Do we have any kind of rules like that in here?
I
Number
had that,
one.
I don't have it with me, I had that fund balance, you know.
Right, the
um,
sheet.
that sort
More
of
of a
laid
planned
out.
expense, like you said.
Yeah, I don't think I brought it with me tonight in my binder. But I can get that definition for you, and we can come back to this next time in the updated budget. I will move out the 15,000 because I think that makes sense. I guess my question is, do you want it in this budget, or do you want to address it differently in the capital? It can be addressed as a capital.
So what
It's a
happens
one-time
if
expense.
what
It's
happens
not-
if we don't do it?
We'll wait till
Don't
it
do the
breaks
work,
and
yeah.
then we fix it.
We have to do the work.
And you pay for it.
Why do you have to do the work?
Well, from what I understand, this is critical.
Yeah, they just, the unit is dying, they don't make replacement parts anymore, and if, it actually runs our heating system, if it goes in the middle of the winter, then the building could possibly freeze up.
Okay, so not on that one, that's a bad example. I noticed we had the gym floor here, you know, that needs to be replaced. Well, I've been hearing the gym floor needs to be replaced for 20 years.
Right.
Been 5 administrators have told us if we don't replace the gym floor now, people are gonna die, and I don't know if anybody's dying in the gym yet.
I guess I'd do time.
Well,
As a former
Great if we could
administrator, right?
replace the gym floor.
no,
Yeah, just
we
twisting
had,
ankles.
we
But-
had a principal that was, you know, like, oh, people are,
Yeah.
it's, you know, if it does, and that was a long time ago, and we haven't replaced the gym floor, and it's still okay. You know, and I
Yeah.
think it's kind of part of that long-range plan is, you know, so maybe if we only spent 50,000, we saved 10 this year, and yeah, the floor may cost us another 5 next year, but, you know, maybe they come up with something newer, better, and, you know.
I think that's the idea.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The wood floor replacement's not in this budget.
No,
It's,
right, so that's next year.
Okay.
that's on the long-term capital plan.
Yeah,
That's in the CNA.
well, that's kind of what the idea of why I asked if it can remain
Okay, see the
stable.
ERV replacements in this, on this thing for Wardsboro,
It is.
on the
Again,
back page.
on this right here.
Yeah.
So this is just a
But that's- that
costing
doesn't-
of everything, and then
Keep that number
I
steady.
moved over budget submission for first draft. These are the only things that are in the budget. See, I didn't bring
Oh,
over
okay, so the
other
roof
things.
replacement, you're putting 50 away.
50 away for that.
Okay. And so, and that's part of that 60,000.
It is part of
Okay,
it.
but
Yep.
we also have our fund balance too that we haven't talked about yet. That, because I mean, in Dover, some of our money was assigned to building.
Mhm. So I haven't gotten good numbers yet, but I was on the phone with Chad from Sullivan and Powers today.
Who talked to you?
He did talk to me,
Not too
actually.
lucky.
So, yeah, so we're working with Marco and trying to, you know, I had given you some fund balance numbers last meeting, I think it was, and, but I hadn't had a chance to
Right.
get a hold of Chad, so I got a hold of Chad, so those are gonna change some.
So can we do this then? Let's
Just some of
just
the
get,
buildings.
let's leave this alone for now.
Okay.
But can we, at the next meeting that you're at with us, can we have, you know, kind of a suggestion on what you're seeing for capital? How much we should put, you know, because maybe, yeah, we'll put 50,000 towards a roof, but maybe we can take that out of reserve funds and not out of operational budget.
How do we fund the capital then?
Well, in Dover, we used to fund the capital by us, you know, having a separate article that would say, you know, do you want to put $50,000 towards the building reserve? Do you want to put 20,000 towards equipment reserve? And do you want to put 10,000 towards the bus reserve?
Okay.
And those were separate articles. Then sometimes we would use fund balance to fund that, or
You can't put it.
because we could change that at the meeting, because we could recommend, let's say we said we want to raise taxes in the amount of 100 to fund the reserve fund, but then Lori comes back to us in January and says, hey, just before our meeting that, you know, I just found that we're going to probably have 200,000 in surplus this year, so we can say, hey, look, instead of raising taxes for this, let's just use any surplus to fund it. So,
But it does go to Rick's point about building an operations budget, and then when you separate it out as a separate article, it gives people an opportunity to talk about why you're doing it that way.
Yeah, but then you're gonna have to get a vote, essentially getting a vote each year in order to fund some of these projects? Is that essentially-
no, it's not to fund the project, it's to fund the
Well, fund the
fund.
reserves.
Fund
Fund the
the
reserves.
fees for the project.
Yeah, okay.
But you do anyways, because if you put it in your operational budget,
Well, that's not, right.
you know,
Yeah.
they can't go for a line item, but somebody could easily stand up and say, I want to vote your bottom line, you know, reduce your bottom line $44,500 because I think you're out of line and you're,
Yeah.
I mean, and again, it's, you know, that's why I don't mind doing it. If you're voting it as an article where somebody has to do a ballot vote, I would be a lot more nervous, and I would do it just the way it is now. Being that we get to talk to the people and explain why we're doing something, and then they have to vote on it,
Right.
I feel more confident that it's not gonna be an issue.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I mean, who's
Okay.
gonna stand up and say, no, you can't replace those windows, we're just gonna leave them like that, you know? I
And
guess
that's
everybody might
fine,
stand up
people
and do
spoke.
that, But, you know, I think
Yeah.
but you have more of an opportunity to explain it on your end.
Right.
So the article would essentially be asking to move money up to a certain amount.
Or
If-
move
if
an
that's-
amount that we would
amount
recommend.
That we recommend, okay.
And then if for some reason we find out and we used to, Bill will tell you, we used to change budgets the morning of town meeting. We would do a sheet that said, hey, we're gonna ask you for an operational budget of $1.2 million. We found we only need $1.15 million, so can somebody make a motion to that?
Does that article raise the budget essentially, if you're, it does?
Yeah.
Okay, fine, good, that's great.
Because it's all conjecture when we get there anyway, because we don't know when anything's gonna land.
Right, so at the end of the year, you might have a
What the
surplus,
tax
you
rate
don't have to do as much, got, yeah, okay, got
It's
it.
just direction.
Well, and remember too, the budget's only one part of our meeting, because the other thing we're gonna discuss is, in Dover, we always made a motion at town meeting that any surplus be
Of course.
transferred to the reserve fund, and then that way, the money isn't in limbo for that year and a half. It's,
Yeah.
we know that at the end of the year, when Lori gets her audit, if there was a surplus of $12,000, she knows right where to put
What
it.
happens when there's a deficit?
Then we make it up the following years. She shows us there'll be, in the budget, there'll be the deficit, or we can ask that the voters at the following town meeting take money out of the reserve to fund the deficit, and then we just vote the operational budget.
Gotcha.
But again, you get to talk to the people
No,
instead
I-
of trying to write the article so they understand it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay,
So
so,
for now, we're gonna leave this?
yeah, leave it.
And then
We'll have a,
Okay.
right, we'll have a discussion on the whole.
Do you still want me to move the 15 though to a different line?
No, leave everything
Okay.
alone for now. And we'll look at kind of what you're suggesting for reserves and,
Okay, hopefully by then I will have.
yeah. And if
Okay.
not, we will just, we'll do what we think is best at the time, and if we have to go to our meeting and ask them to change something, we'll do it then at the meeting.
Yeah, I did remind them that it needed to be done no later than 12/31 by law.
Yeah, Chad.
Yeah. Upkeep and care of buildings and outside, this is actually more outside things here. So a lot of these different things, this $10,100 are all mainly for Dover. These are all handled pretty much through your contracted service, right, Tammy, for the most part?
Yes, they are.
How much is a contracted service in Wardsboro, just for the quick number?
So it's kind of chunked in together because any
It's cleaning.
repairs or anything also gets chunked into that. I could get you a hard number though for the next
Well,
meeting.
I'm just wondering, is that something we should look at, that, if we were to put a bunch of the Wardsboro and Dover work together, would that get us both better pricing? And it's nothing maybe for this year because it's so late, but again, when you have more time, Lori, that's it.
No, we talked about it, we talked about the potential of looking at that for next year. I think that part of the challenge is that it's cleaning, right? So, both buildings need to be cleaned at the same time, and the contracted service provider you have isn't a big provider, right? I mean, so, it's
Does
just.
any school use a Massler or some service?
It's definitely something Chris and I have talked about as well, of just trying to get an idea for
Chris is
cost.
very familiar with that, working
Right.
with the co-op.
Yeah. So we're
mean, I
talking
like-
about it and saying, just like the busing, right? You don't know unless you ask how much it actually costs.
Right.
And then you find out it's,
200 some odd thousand.
yeah. But
And if you have to
you
ask,
have
you
to
can't
ask the
afford it
questions
anyways.
to know, right? So that's, he and I have already talked about that for next year.
Cool.
Okay, so now moving on. Okay.
Moving on.
Now we're in transportation, where we talked about, not a huge increase in here, salary, benefits, that type of thing, increasing to actual. Bus repairs, we did put in a little bit more money there. The actual for 19 was $11,000, so we, came up a little bit there. Food service.
Transportation.
Oh, yeah.
The fiscal year 20
Mhm.
total, the 95,913, that does not include the 25,000 for the Brattleboro bus.
That's in
Oh, that
secondary.
was, okay.
So, right, so this, line 177, though, no, it's a good question. Line 177, see this purchase service, that 40,000? That represents just the elementary section of,
okay.
Joe,
Does actually say that.
Wardsboro's purchase service.
Okay.
So they also have a piece in secondary.
Secondary,
Yeah,
okay.
we split it out, the AOE needs us to split it out that way. Food service, I worked with Lori O'Hearn on that. So food service runs in a separate fund, and then this budget, the general budget, basically pays what the federal reimbursements doesn't cover. And so she and I worked together, and that 45 doesn't need to be increased. It's a solid number. So that's good. Then go ahead.
On food service, is there any talk about using Dover to feed Wardsboro, since we have
We
in-house people?
didn't go down that road yet, right?
Quick answer, there is some talk, we just don't have any hard numbers yet.
So again, a challenge is that West River is providing the food for Wardsboro, and it's actually pretty cost effective to do it that way. So we need to look at, when you get into the mode of transporting food, right? So now you're talking about a van, right? So there's a van that comes to Wardsboro with their food that West River has, that is leasing. So if Dover did the food, there would need to be a van leased, or some sort of transportation between. So it's a lot broader than just can Dover do the food. But again, something to look at and ask the questions. All right. Secondary. So secondary is, the first line is it's a standard line that's put in there for 504 students. So these are not special ed students, but they're still required some additional services that we need to put in money for. And then the rest is tuition, which is, there's a page in here that has the tuition breakdown here. And the figures that I used, there's actually, I should change this, it's 3 additional students. So I have 3 phantom students built into this number, which is line 186 probably is where the phantom students are built into. I also projected using the 17,600.
Well, you say four ed students.
I know, I forgot to change it.
Oh, okay.
Another
You said
student
that.
came in between the time I did this and.
Well, you know what, again, it's, who knows
Yeah,
what's gonna happen.
it's just like special ed, you just don't know.
Yes.
Yeah. But I did budget at the higher rate because we are seeing more students, as we've discussed, going to private school versus the public. And then the special ed assessment for secondary, so if you added this number and then the elementary number, that's where it comes from, Wyndham Central. Again, this may go down a little bit, so some savings there. Voc Ed is something we have to put in the budget.
Yeah, we won't see that usually till January.
The vocational?
No.
No, we're starting to get
Are you getting-
bills for 6 semester averages, yeah. And then, but those numbers could change if I get the information in time, up or down. And then the transportation, that's the secondary. Plus there was 10,000 put in for the Leland and Green Run and the mover. Yep.
So back to the vocational, it's not big numbers, but I mean, no, it goes up every year. Shouldn't we just add 3% to?
So no, it actually is based on a 6-semester average.
Right.
So it depends on what students you had 6 semesters ago as to what the cost is. And it comes from the state. It's a calculation that they do. So it actually doesn't necessarily mean it goes up 3% every year, because you could have a student 6 semesters ago dropping off, right? So I wait for the state to give us those numbers.
Not so much a numbers question, but how does special ed work with secondary students? Is it all billed back through the WCSU for our students?
Yes, everything comes through WCSU
I
first.
was wondering how that came back.
Right. So you pay your regular ed tuition, that goes actually through this budget. And then any special ed costs come through SU. Additional.
Even from schools that are not part of the SU?
That's right.
Great. Okay. Just curious.
Let's get started. Welcome everyone. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have one addition to the agenda tonight, and that is the cemetery deed for Harold and Cindy Smith. Anybody else have anything?
Permission for the giving tree? Do you want that as a
Um,
vote or just information?
We can throw it on there.
So moved.
Second, sorry.
So moved and seconded to add the cemetery deeds for Harold and Cindy Smith and the giving tree. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, remarks. The board would like to give its condolences to the family of Irene Miller. I know we're a little late in doing so, but Irene was an employee of the town of Vernon, and we appreciated her service here and the family itself. The other announcement that I have is a few hours ago on social media, Colebrook store has announced its closure at the end of the year unless something changes dramatically in the usage. So I will encourage all Vernon residents and all folks that work here in Vernon to utilize that service. It's been a great asset to the community thus far, from being able to grab, quick grocery items and not having to drive all the way into town, and breakfast sandwiches for lunch, all that kind of thing. Please, if at all possible, support the Colebrook store so we can maintain that store in the town of Vernon. Open public comments on agenda items only. Come on up, Cindy.
I did a spreadsheet for all of you to give you additional information on the funds that you were to talk about at our.
Oh, that's wonderful, because
okay.
I wondered about that.
I tried to put them in the order that the articles in. Do you want one?
Yeah, please.
Do you want one?
Anyone else? Guests, come on up, RT. RT Brown from BDCC.
Hi, how's everyone doing?
Good.
First of all,
How are you?
bear with me while I pass out the material. And congratulations to Chris and Josh on the Rising Star.
Thank you.
Awards. So, we'll see if I can talk and do this at the same time. We're here, try to
update as many select boards as possible during the year with our programs, and also to one short.
What's chair?
Okay. So I'm here to do that this evening. And I will do my best without the packet because I've given them all away. Yeah, let me just, I'll use this as my prompt.
I'll let you borrow that.
So every year we try to, as I said, update select boards with what our projects are. But also back in June, we sent our annual funding request to municipalities, so I'm here to support that request as well. I know you in the past have asked that we petition. This year, we sort of do that assessment on, we have a limited staff and capacity, so where we are able to put resources for those efforts. We're not able to do that in Vernon this year, but we still request that maybe you consider it as a separate article, and we'd certainly make sure somebody's there to address that on town meeting day. And I know in the past, our request has been put together with other nonprofits and service-focused organizations. I want to speak to that for a minute. In many ways, we're a little bit different because we're probably one of the only organizations that sort of has a focus on the revenue side of the equation. So that might resonate a little bit with fiscal conservatives. In order for people to support the things that they love about Southern Vermont, those sorts of services that are here, the people need to be able to have houses and pay their property taxes, have jobs, pay their income taxes that go to those kinds of programs. So our work in economic development, the sole focus is on that revenue side. So, I just like you to think about that a little bit more in your consideration for whether or not you could put this in as an article for town meeting. So now I'll jump to some programmatic updates. As you know, the relationship between Brattleboro Development, Credit Corporation, and SEVEDS, there's a close relationship. We like to say SEVEDS leads with strategy and insight and contracts with the BVCC to operationally fulfill that work. SEVEDS has a board but no staff. SEVEDS contracts with the BVCC to do that work. So sometimes it gets a little confusing when trying to understand the relationship. We look for gaps and then go out and try to address those gaps. One example, and it supports the area that I work in, which is the development of entrepreneurs and small business owners, is the Southern Vermont Micro Entrepreneur Loan Fund. This is for folks who can't obtain traditional financing. So a business that is new can't walk into a bank and provide multiple years of financial historical statements. So we're able to fill that gap by supporting them with a loan. And then, some businesses, for whatever reason, just won't qualify for a traditional loan. So we sort of look at a whole picture and try to understand if the project can be funded so that they can help grow their business. In fact, I had a meeting today with a Vernon resident who I've worked with over the past, who's interested in this program. So we'll see where that goes. SEVEDS works on the roadmap for the region, the economic development roadmap. As you probably know, it's called SEDS, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. We just went through an update in 2019. And it's actually a bi-county SED, so it includes Bennington County and Windham County, and many of the same strategies and objectives, attracting a younger workforce, helping to retain business and grow business, improving the overall wages, household median income in the region. So those sorts of endeavors and considerations are part of that SEDS. We have our internship program for recent college graduates or folks enrolled in college. We try to place them with area employers. Notably, one of the big projects that's really gained traction this year is Pipelines Pathways, the P3 program. So it's Pipelines Pathways program, and it is a program where we have funded. We went out and received funding to put a person in all 4 high schools in the region so that they can help connect students with understand what are the skills that they need to go into a career. We work with the schools to understand that they just don't have the capacity to think about it from sort of a vocational perspective. So we realize that they don't have the capacity, our employers have a need, so we're gonna have to go out and get the funding to get somebody in those schools to work with those students. And it also helps and complements the other high school program we have, Fast Tracks, which exposes sophomores to area employers so that they know that there's opportunities here should they not necessarily be college bound or in fact if they are college bound. We have the Young Professionals program, which you folks are aware of. That helps young professionals have a rounded life if they have a job but no friends. My colleague, I'm stealing this from my colleague Alex Beck, who used to run the program. If they have a job and no friends, they're probably not going to stay. If they have friends but no job, probably not going to stay. So we try to surround them with some activities, and that it ranges anything from social to very practical, like how to buy your first house kinds of programming. We just announced an event that's going to take place on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, where I forget what they labeled it, but the idea is essentially trying to capture the people that are coming home to visit their parents. So, come by Hermit Thrush and, network, meet some people, maybe meet a new potential employer, and we'll see how that goes. This is our first year out of the gate with that, but we'll see what happens. In the folder is also the most recent annual report. It's a pared down version than what we've done in the past, since we've now done it for a couple of years. It's not as dense, so you should be able to digest it. But it has a lot of the information about our impact analysis and some of the highlight projects that we've done this year. We have the relatively new program, and Michelle, I know you and I have talked about it a little bit, the BDCC's Community Facilities Technical Support Program. It's a USDA funded program that helps try and align projects with the USDA Community Facilities Program. It's what we call a technical assistance program, so it really tries to just help projects get from point A to point B. A lot of towns don't have a wonderful town administrator, and it's a volunteer select board, so it can be very difficult for folks to sort of wind their way through the USDA maze. So we saw that need and put this program in place to help them bring additional capacity to those types of projects, like a renovation of the town hall, or I had a visit with another town who has a building that they'd like to try to do something with. So oftentimes they're multi-year projects, but they need to do an environmental survey, they need to do structural analysis, so a lot of things need to be coordinated to understand what those projects are all about. I talked really fast. I don't know if there's any questions. I think I've hit on the highlights, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain them. I'll leave you to the rest of your evening.
I do not have any questions. I did just start working with, forgive me, I've forgotten her name, but she comes up to Leland and Gray.
Oh, Christy.
Chris, yes.
Yeah.
So I did just start working with her. I think the stuff that you guys are doing is great. I know that Young Professionals is doing a first-time home buyers workshop, which is anybody that's going to go for first-time homeowner's loan has to go through those courses, so these are all stuff that you guys are offering for the people around. I would be curious what kind of, how much assistance or help does come back to Vernon? How many people from Vernon are you seeing and helping?
Yeah, it's hard for me to answer. Oh, well, no, it's not hard for me to answer. Sometimes I have concerns about confidentiality stuff.
Sure.
So, I've had a couple of clients from Vernon. I will stress that we think of our work as a regional organization, similar to like the Wyndham Regional Commission. The easiest way for me to say it is we're trying to build a more vibrant economy in southern Vermont. So much of the work has informed, for example, some of the industry expansion projects like GS Precision or the paper mill that was about to close last year. I mean, I would wager there's a bunch of people that live in Vernon that work at those facilities, and the work of SEVEDS has helped to bring the capacity to the region, the ability to do those kinds of projects and to retain those kinds of projects. So it's a complicated.
Good enough.
Yeah,
I
it's a
understand what you're
complicated
saying. That's fine.
Answer, but yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Your time. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Artie.
Approval of regular meeting minutes from the 5th and budget from the 6th, please.
Can I have it back? Artie?
Yes.
Can I have
Oh,
it
I
back?
am so sorry.
On the November 5th minutes, on the page 5, in the 4th paragraph, it should be December 4th. I did say the 5th, but I was guessing at the date. And it's actually December 4th that someone from the Census Bureau will be in the library to talk to people. That was all I had. And so do we do these separate then?
Yeah, we'll do them separate since we gotta do a correction on one.
Yeah. I move that we accept the Tuesday, November 5th Select Board minutes as corrected. Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the regular meeting minutes from November 5th as corrected. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
And I move that we approve the Wednesday, November 6th special budget meeting minutes as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the budget meeting minutes as written. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
I abstain.
An abstention. Okay, bills and warrants, please.
All right, I move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 11T, accounts payable, $64,538.70. 44S, $8,682.12. And 45S payroll, $7,606.61. Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the bills and warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right. Recreation lawnmower, Seth is at a basketball meeting, so I am going to be speaking to it. You have in your packet a quote of $10,200 for a like replacement mower. That money is already sitting in the capital plan to be used. And being that it's a town full of John Deeres, we would like to stay that way, forego the bid policy, because we can send it to 3 different John Deere dealers if we want, I guess. But if we're happy with the quote that we have and that it's a like product and the money is already there to replace, then we'd like to forego the bid policy and get approval to expend that money.
So are you foregoing?
Waiving the bid.
Waiving the
bid
bid
pros because the amount he's got is over the 10,000, or just because you just wanna?
Because we can send it out to 3 John Deere dealers if we wanted to, but it doesn't really make any sense because they all sell at the same price.
So in here it also says that can't use the capital money? I don't understand that.
It's gotta be over $10,000 to use the capital.
Oh,
budget.
so he's afraid if it came in under, okay.
Yeah.
And who is
I'm
this
getting it now.
from?
It's Padula Brothers in Greenfield.
But the price is the same regardless of dealership?
That would be my understanding. It's a John Deere, and Toyota's a Toyota. They all pay the same for them, so.
I don't feel like there's a ton of information here with this.
Well,
I mean,
that's fine.
The departments bring in more.
Yeah.
I think that if we were to waive it without a little more here, that is, it's that not good precedent.
I'm not worried about it.
I
We
mean,
can ask him to send us bids.
10,000's been put aside, but if he can get it for less, he can't buy it because it's less?
If it goes under 10,000, then it has to come out of a budget. It can't be used out of capital plan because it'd be under $10,000.
That's great.
And unless he could find $10,000 extra in his budget, he wouldn't be able to purchase it.
That's why capital plans are what they are, and the reason that we made that little $500 emergency fund thing, because when you set limitations like that to your capital plan, which I don't think are bad, but this is what you deal with. You either put it in the budget or you do what you got. But as far as like specs on what the mower is and stuff like that, we can absolutely get those.
And I don't care if we forego the bid process, but I don't feel comfortable doing that based on a couple of numbers that are written here with
Sure.
nothing actually from the dealership or anything.
That's fine. I will ask him to get that to us. And we can move it to next agenda.
I'm just thinking there's things in the past that came under what was in the capital plan. Maybe ultimately they cost more than $10,000, but I can't remember, like doing the resurfacing the tennis courts came in way less than.
But Jean, it was over 10,000.
It still was over
Yeah,
10?
14,000.
Yeah,
Okay.
14.
Okay.
It's gotta be over
Yeah.
10. So.
Is that including selling the old mower outright trade-in, or?
I believe we were holding on to it, but I don't remember that for sure. I haven't been to a recreation board meeting in quite some time.
Because there were also the attachments to it, the brush and the snow blower
I
attachment.
believe those are all gone, but I could be wrong. I really don't know. I don't pay attention to the inventory of the town, unfortunately, of every piece of equipment that we have.
Next meeting would be good.
All right, we will move it to the next meeting. Ask them to provide the bid specs and the actual quote.
So how, I mean, could that go before the town if there was one cheaper? Can the town say that, sure, we would allow you to use that money, or it's absolutely off limits if it's under 10 grand?
The way it's written, if it's under 10 grand, you can't use it.
But do the townspeople have the right to overrule that in a town meeting so that you could get a lower priced piece of equipment and save money? This sounds ridiculous.
You
You
can,
don't have that option.
you can change the dollar figure of the capital plan, that we can vote at town meeting to say you don't need a specific dollar figure to use the capital plan.
Or you could just put it in the recreation budget.
Or you can put it in the recreation budget. So, I don't know, could we move that money from the capital plan to, so, you're gonna be raising $10,000 more by doing, or $9,500 more by taxes, by
No,
doing that.
I'm asking if
And then-
at town meeting, the townspeople can vote to approve spending less than $10,000 because it saves them money and still take that out of the capital plan?
They'd have to change the
You have
requirements.
to change everything.
But they could vote to change, we could have an article to change the requirements.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We can change it so there is no limit, and whatever, we need. It doesn't have to be $10,000. It could be $2, and we can put it in the capital plan. But you have to change everything leading up to it to be able to do anything.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, as I mentioned, that's part of the reason why we went to that $500 fund.
Yeah.
Is because we have that fund set, and if we don't hit that mark, then we can't do anything with that, out of that fund. So, so I will ask Seth to provide us the full information on that lawnmower. Transportation Alternatives, Grant Tyler Hill Road culvert. So you can talk to that. 'Cause I don't know
So,
anything about it.
as part of the grant requirement, as when we're writing this grant, is that it goes to public meeting and that there's an opportunity for public comment. We are asking for a $300,000 grant. This is a $430,000 project. It is probably not going to be completed for at least 3 years. It could be longer than that. There's a lot of design and engineering that goes into it. And this is the opportunity for the public to make comments on whether they want us to actually apply for this. And the select board.
Where is this culvert? Because it seemed like there was some culverts done in the last several years on
This is
Tyler Hill.
this is the Tyler Hill culvert. This is a temporary culvert that was put in because the first culvert was actually rotted. And the state has given us a permit to have this temporary culvert in, but it does need to be repaired as soon as we can secure funding to get it done.
Oh, okay. Do you need a motion?
Yes, that would be great.
I move that we approve the applying for the grant for this Tyler Hill Road culvert.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the, what are we approving exactly?
The grant.
Applying for the grant for the Transportation Alternatives grant for the Tyler Hill culvert.
Okay. So
I'll
moved and
make it.
seconded to approve the application for the Transportation Alternatives grant for the Tyler Hill Road culvert. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, let's go through some articles. Shall the voters appropriate a sum of $20,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Vernon Farmland Protection Fund?
And this was a request that the Farmland Protection started last year to replenish the fund after monies were used. I believe they would like to get the fund back to up to, I'm sorry, I think it's $200,000. So I think that their plan is to do it this year and next year is their request.
The current balance is
Oh,
$200,000.
So, I'm wrong, don't quote me.
Okay.
That's why I said, don't quote me about the total. They have a specific total in mind. I believe that they wanted to do this year and another 20 next year.
Maybe
And,
25.
And until they get to that. sort of amount.
That's a good idea.
But that was the request that came from that.
Chris?
Yep.
Folks, is it okay to ask questions at this point about these different articles, or are these?
Yeah, let us get through our discussion here, but yes, you can. Jeff?
It's fine with me.
Gene?
Fine.
Yes, sir.
Well, 2 years ago, I think Art Miller stood up and talked about some farmland with this fund, I believe. I think it was Mr. Dunkley's farm, some of his land that was being put on. How many more farms do we keep taking money and putting towards this fund to preserve farmland, which I get, but we don't have, as I see it, our revenue that we had from Vermont Yankee is gone, and we keep putting this farmland off and conserving it. What about developing some of this land to put some more houses to get some more property tax relief. All these are about through taxation, and at what point do we look at this and say, we're kind of broke? And I keep looking at the farmland, and I get it, but how many more pieces of property in Vernon, which is one of the smallest towns in Vermont, are we gonna keep putting off the farmland and not develop the actual town a little bit to help us out a bit?
Can I get your name?
Yeah, Jeff Costas from Tyler Hill Road.
Okay. That's a good question. When it comes to articles and that kind of thing, it's the town's decision of whether they want to expend that money through taxes or not. What we do here as a select board is we set forth these articles in a budget and say, this is what, our committees and our department heads have brought to us. And, we obviously, go through the budgets and that kind of thing and try to cut them down as much as possible. Our budgets have stayed pretty even. And you are correct. The big jump that, in what we're spending comes in articles on a regular basis.
Right.
Our budgets are flat or less than last year. But that's the town's choice to expend that money. We're not making a choice as a select board right now to expend the money.
No,
We're making the choice to set it in front of the taxpayer and say, hey, this is here, this is available, and do you want to do this or not?
Right.
Farmland is obviously very important to the town of Vernon. I will tell you, I had a conversation with Art this last year, and he said that, he really didn't foresee any new, things coming up. And the idea, was to rebuild to about $250,000 in case something does come up. Now, that fund already has $200,000 in it, so you're talking, $40,000 over the next 2 years at $20,000 a year. Not a significant dollar amount, but I've said it many, many times that every time that I hear it's only $20 in taxes for the year, it's only $5 in taxes for the year, it's only $3 in taxes for the year, it drives me crazy because all of those $3 and $5 and $20 add up quickly. And we're all conscious of that as well. So I think we do our best to, set the options in front of the townspeople, and it's the townspeople's choice from there. And I think all of us have a different perspective on every article, from the sheriff's department to farmland to the elderly assistance fund to the town bus. We all have those different perspectives as a select board and agree and disagree with the expenditures that are made in those groups and categories. But in the end, it's up to the town. And we can sit up as a select board and say, we agree with this for X, Y, Z, or disagree with this for X, Y, Z, but ultimately, we don't make the decision. If the taxpayers are okay with their taxes continuing to rise by supporting the things that they, want and to continue to have in the town of Vernon, then there's not a whole heck of a lot we can do as a select board.
Yeah, I know. I just read, Charlotte voters were pretty. So if you folks decided not to appropriate the sum of money for that, then that's what I was kind of feeling you guys out a little bit as far as your voting to appropriate that, or put it on the town meeting, I'm assuming.
Yes, we're voting right now to even bring it in front. We could essentially take this article and if we all agreed, we don't want to even bring this in front of the town this year. We should just leave it off of everything.
Right.
Then it wouldn't even come to a town vote.
Gotcha.
But it's something that we've done for many years, and as I said, agriculture is important in the town of Vernon, and it is widely supported at town meeting. Last year it was widely supported, previous years it's been widely supported.
And it is important. The money coming from the taxpayers to conserve it is ag is very
totally
important.
Understand what you're saying.
We're taking town money to help out, and conserve some land, but I mean.
Jeff, I'd like to point one thing out.
Yeah.
I'll be a bit briefer. There's a lot of studies that have been done looking at conserving farmland. For every dollar in tax revenue that open land provides to a municipality, it requires 70 cents in municipal services. Houses do not make money for a town. They require fire and police and schools,
Agreed.
roads. So
But some
just,
sort of
just building houses is not gonna be good for the bottom line for the town. A mix
Agreed.
of different,
But some other development, something in the town that can actually generate something here, because we're kind of, with
industrial, but again, I mean, a lot of that is gonna be open land too.
I understand, but there's got to be something, because we keep taking the town, and I don't mind, I have no issue with ag, but we're taking town money to conserve it, and it's just, I don't know all the ins and outs of conservation for the farmland, whether it's locked down, or it's got to be, the money's donated, it's going to be paid back, or how that all works, but we're looking at, you just read today that the Colebrook establishment, they're going to close that a year. There's just no, whether it be, the schoolhouse grocery, doesn't move a bunch of gallons, and the Colebrook is dying on the vine. So clearly there's nothing, the traffic counts aren't good in the town. That's my concern, is just taking more money and putting it towards this fund. That 20,000 could go someplace else. Where would it be better utilized in the town for the taxpayer dollars? That's kind of where I'm at with things, and saying, if we've got X amount of dollars for the town, what's the best utilization for that fund to help everybody? And I don't disagree. I think housing, I agree. If you got all the utilities it takes and municipality support for homes, but we should have some sort of plan to come up with something that's going to generate some more tax base for us.
So just a little inside baseball from the planning commission, which Jeff could probably talk to it better, because I'm not part of the planning commission, but I do a lot of work.
I've talked to enough already.
Yeah, I do a lot of work in conjunction with the planning commission regarding the VY property.
Yeah.
So right now, that is the planning commission's focus. It's the select board focus to redevelop that property. Simply because of the infrastructure that's already in existence there.
Yeah.
So we are, doing several different things to that end. So I don't want you to feel like, the select board's sitting up here and we're not looking for the future of Vernon, because we all very much understand what you're saying. We have all been involved in the select board long enough, or lived in town long enough, and saw the massive decline in property tax value right after the closure of VY. It's come back, thankfully. We've seen, our taxes skyrocket and will continue to go up. There's just no way to stop that, unfortunately, unless we significantly decrease the budget and significantly decrease the spending on our articles. That's just not going to happen. But our town is used to certain things.
I agree.
And they're used to certain abilities to do things like conserve farmland or provide elderly assistance and being able to go out and plow the elderly folks' driveway without any cost to them. These are wonderful things that most towns our size don't have, and our town chooses to continue to support that. Will that always be the case? Probably not, based on, the outcry of how high taxes were when tax bills went out the first time this year.
Yep.
And they will continue to be that way. It's not gonna get cheaper, it's gonna get more expensive. So that's why we, as a select board and a planning commission, are looking to the VY property to help us offset some of the loss that we've seen. We'll never get back to where we were, but we're gonna work our butts off to make sure that, our town is taken care of as much as possible, and that property is used to its fullest potential to regain some of the tax revenue that we lost.
Gotcha.
We are completely focused on that.
Fair enough. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome, and I appreciate the question very much. All right, so we got through that one. Shall the voters appropriate a sum of $10,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established elderly assistance fund? Chris?
Nope. I'm good.
Question for Cindy. So, the current balance in the elderly assistance fund is 45,000. In general, the last few years, have they spent 10,000? In other words, has the balance kind of stabilized at 45,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
The last couple of years, they've spent 10,000 or just under 10,000. It depends on how much snow we get. And
They do other projects too.
They
I
do.
mean, if there's
They do, and
build handicap ramps and
we
things like
have,
So potentially there could be some projects that.
there could be. There wasn't anything big last year, other than the snow. But I think the year before we had a big project. So it's hard to know. We try, the Elderly Assistance Committee does try to, when people ask for funding, to see if there's other avenues that they can get some assistance from. But
You're on that committee, right?
no, I'm no longer on
Oh,
that
okay.
committee.
Not anymore, okay.
Could we change that to 5,000 and bring that up to $50,000 instead of?
We'll be back to 45 by the end of next year.
Well, that's
If they spend
we spent just
5,000.
under 10 this year.
So did Marilyn chime in on this? I seem to remember her coming last year and actually reducing the amount that was originally in the article.
They were asking for 20 and they reduced it to
And
10.
they reduced it to
Yeah.
10,
And
so did she
this
have
year
any
she
thoughts
said
this
the
year?
same.
Just
I think she was
like
basing that on what we spent, like,
what's
what we
been
spent
spent.
last year.
So she doesn't foresee any big projects, I would assume then.
Right.
Cindy?
I'm okay with the 10 because we spent over 9.
Yep. Gene?
Yes, same.
So I'm gonna follow the same line of thinking as Jeff, and, you know, if we spend $10,000 a year or somewhere thereabouts, we have 4.5 years of reserve that sits in that fund right now. And to this gentleman's point, we are at a point where we can no longer lean on our tax base on a monthly basis just to keep a high amount in a fund that is not necessary.
I mean, the return on investment isn't that great. You know, if we've got $45,000 sitting, basically kind of returning inflation.
Yeah. So I would be okay in removing this article this year. Because honestly, if we're gonna put $10,000 in the thing every single year anyway, why not run it down to $20,000 and then start putting $10,000 in it every year from there? And because then it doesn't matter. We're not holding this huge fund balance that never does anything because it's sitting there. And everybody still gets the same services that they've always gotten and always need. We just don't have this huge chunk of money sitting there doing nothing.
But then what do you do if a big project comes along?
That's a risk we have to take. I mean, we have $45,000. Unless we're rebuilding half of somebody's house, I think we'll be okay for a couple of years. Just my thought.
Well, another thought is, as you talk of taxes continually to rise, and then in a few years, you're gonna ask for that money back. You know,
Costs
it's
more.
like you're robbing Peter to pay Paul here.
No, we're spending down an extremely high fund balance and then starting to replenish it again.
Yeah.
What if you were just to appropriate, to put it into 5,000
Yeah.
and see what the voters say?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that either. I'm just giving
I
a
don't-
suggestion.
Yeah, I don't think we ought to take the article out totally. A more modest request I wouldn't agree with.
That's why I thought the 50,000, we just bring it up to that number and call it a day. I mean, we're at 4570 right now.
Okay, so everybody's okay at 5?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $1,100 to be raised by taxes to fund the Vernon historians for the purpose of records, preservation, retention, and promotion of historical education initiatives and insurance coverage? That's really hard to say.
You got through it though.
Yeah, yeah. Guess who's going to be reading this one at town meeting?
Not you.
No, he's gonna do it tonight.
Oh. You get the hard ones.
So we don't have any balance.
Well,
on
let's
that
make
one.
this easy on yourself.
It's not
and
a
you-
fund,
That
Jean.
goes straight.
It's
to
not a
them.
fund.
It's just an
Oh,
article.
yeah, and that is what they
just get
requested.
we just cut a check to them and give it to them and they do what they want.
Yeah.
So we don't have any
Do what they
tracking of
want
what it
with
was
it.
done with. So we don't know how much they spent last year.
They spent it all because they got it all.
Do other nonprofits have this privilege?
That's how they should. That's what we should do. As a select board, you should say, yes, we want to give the nonprofit this, and it's their treasurer's
That's what they do.
job. So it shouldn't, I mean, if you like what they do, this is you supporting, and essentially it's just like BDCC or hospice, except this is a local
It's ours.
nonprofit that you've all agreed to support. So it really should go in, just write them a check and they pay their bills.
Okay.
That's
500.
really how it should work. We used to do their budgets all the time, but it's really up to them. They have a board, they have their own board to figure that stuff out. So.
We have a really hard time of letting go of things like that, and I think it was last year or 2 years ago that we said, you know, this money is yours, you have a board, you can pay your own bills and take care of things.
Except that we're paying.
Except for we're paying to do that, yes, you're correct. You're supporting a local nonprofit. Everybody good with this one? Head nod, one way or the other? Okay.
Fine.
Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the operation of the Emergency Management Office?
Have we spoken to David at all?
No.
Just in general, making sure that that amount is still.
Yes, yes, I've spoken to everybody. This did not go in front of you unless I checked. Yes, and he can, it's, you know, about $3,000 for the electric and the utilities for that, and he's taking much less of a salary these days than he was when he first started, when we had more grant money. So yes, he said that was fine.
Good.
And with any luck, we'll actually move the EOC at some point.
No. That's something, that's a long-term thing we need to consider as well, and this is probably gonna happen long after I'm gone, and all of us here are gone. But do we need to continue to operate an emergency management office in the town of Vernon? Obviously, we still have nuclear waste that sits there. It's very well protected on its own. Could there be an incident? Sure. Being in a part of the emergency management team and the assistant emergency management director in the town of Vernon, I understand the value of it. But it's something that, you know, we need to start considering as a town, and do we need it long-term? We obviously do other things outside of, you know, the power plant itself. We look at trains and things like that. There is a crazy amount of stuff and weird things that come through on our tracks.
Mhm.
And we have one of the largest number of railroad crossings for a small town in this corner of the state. So we have those issues as well. So I support it, but I'm just saying it's something for us to think about before we go spend, you know, $50,000 on a generator and $100,000 to move the office and, you know, all that kind of thing. What's the long-term goal for the town for the emergency management building and office? So, just something to consider. Being really contemplative tonight, and I'm not sure why, but we're gonna get through this, I swear to God. It is the fumes! Thank you.
He's altered, he's in an altered
He's in
state.
an
Oh,
altered state.
I think I am. Not a good way either. Shall the voters appropriate $2,000 to be raised by taxes to fund a public fireworks display?
And that was just on last year, so.
So it's the same number as last
put it
year.
out there for your consideration.
Last
There-
year we voted it down.
What's
Because
that?
last year Hannah asked us not to vote for
Yeah.
it because she was gonna raise it by fundraising.
Yeah, but we had some money in the fund anyway that she added to make it happen. I don't think that we have anything left in that fund.
We have
do
some left, not a whole lot, but we do have some left.
Yeah, like $700 maybe. It's very minimal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
This is one. Do we want to leave it to the town, or do we want to lean on our volunteers that made it happen last year and say, you know,
And remember, they didn't pay for the fireworks because they had the money in the fund.
yes.
So they didn't actually raise money to pay for the fireworks last year.
They did the year before.
The year before.
They did a real big fundraiser.
Yeah.
But
So the money was in the fund from their fundraising efforts, I guess.
Because remember, this will
Previous
fund
years.
fireworks, not this year, but next year.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'd leave it on, let the town decide.
Is that everybody else was thinking? This is
Sure.
one that is almost as controversial as the sheriff's.
Yeah, there'll be longer discussion about this.
So we'll have a lot of discussion about $2,000 and have no discussion about $200,000.
Right.
Shall the voters appropriate $25,000 to be raised to fund the professional services fund?
I don't think we need that one, we've got 264,000 in that fund.
That's what I said about elderly assistance, and you disagreed with me.
Well,
we're talking $500,000.
64, that's like, you know, over
I'm just giving you a hard time. I'm just giving you a hard
Get
time.
the air freshener going.
Money reimbursed to us from North Star that was spent out of there, so
Yes.
we got the whole amount that we had submitted to them.
Yep.
Pull up.
We don't need to request 25.
Okay. I'm in the same
See,
vein.
look at what you've done for us now. Look at all the stuff we're pulling out of here.
Shall the voters approve the provision of notice of availability of the town report, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
This is mailing, only those that we have to, and it's just a postcard. Same thing we've done for the last few
Yep.
years to save money. Yes,
Yes,
yes?
Yes.
Okay.
yes.
Shall the voters appropriate $40,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town culvert fund?
Oh, yeah. Isn't the culvert gonna be like 400 plus thousand?
The Tyler Hill culvert is 430,000 is what they're looking at.
So I think
Price tag going up
So the-
every day.
And
It does.
right now, we have enough for the match for the grant, for that. So
that's all.
we do, the 300 is the limit on this, the TA grant we're talking about.
Not sure.
I think we should leave it in.
They didn't guarantee they'll give us any, so.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we still gotta continue to build that fund and
Mhm.
hope that we have the grant, and then maybe next year, if we get the grant and we get some of the big projects done, we can pull it next year.
Right.
Make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's other culverts.
Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town road upgrade fund?
Yeah.
So if we look at current spending and past spending,
We need it.
it's right where we need to be. Do we know what projects, I think we might have asked David, what roads that we're planning 2 years out for this?
What his plans are for 2 years out?
Well, that's
Well,
what this would be
budget
funding.
year. Oh, I don't know off the top
Okay.
of my head.
All right.
I can get a list from him.
I'm sure he has a list, I was just curious. So I'm being contemplative. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $2,500 to be raised by taxes to fund the town parking lots maintenance fund?
So we got $64,000 in it already.
Yeah, this is another one that I'm, because the rec's been done in the last 4 years, the town office has been done in the last 4 years, if I remember
At the
correctly.
school.
It wouldn't be our expenditure.
That's not us, I hope.
So the only project that I can foresee is
What did they,
the highway garage. So if we wanna kick it, it's $2,500 one way or the other. I mean,
Or we can leave and have David defend it at town meeting.
yeah, nobody's gonna say anything about $2,500 at town meeting, but most likely.
Unless it's fireworks.
Unless it's fireworks, yeah, yeah.
they'll move that to the fire.
Yeah.
Town parking lots fireworks. Maintenance.
Yeah, I like it. So what do we wanna do with this, folks?
You wanna table it and see if I can get Dave on that?
If he can
Find out
just,
what his plans are for the.
if he could just send us in an email, he doesn't need to come here. Send us in an email what his road upgrade fund plans are, what roads he has planned, and what parking lots he has planned for that budget season.
And is there any other culverts that are on the agenda, not including the Tyler Hill one?
I think there might,
There's, it's kind of continual.
as the state changes their regulations.
Right,
and-
but, I mean, that's all I'm saying
Thanks for that.
is there going to be, if we didn't get that grant, are we going to have enough money in here to take care of that as well as upkeep on any of the other ones?
We should by the time that the culvert has to be done by state regs.
So Dave's original plan was to finish this culvert by Tyler Hill by 2023.
Yeah.
So hopefully if we get the grant funding, we can start saving money for the next culvert. There's quite a culvert inventory was recently done in 2018, and it lists pretty specifically what culverts need to be changed and what needs to be upgraded. And Tyler Hill happened to be one that absolutely needed to be fixed immediately because it was so degraded that they need to put a temporary in. So that's why he's going for that one.
Yeah, it's a large culvert too. if I-
It's big. But there's a number of culverts that need upgrading in town, and they're quite pricey, so.
They get more expensive as the state changes their regulations, how everything has to flow and diameters of culverts and all that kind of thing.
But I would get a list of his culvert
You gotta
priorities.
save Lake Champlain. Not sure how that works from down here, but that's the idea. All right.
So we're
Giving-
keeping the parking lot, right?
Yes, and
Okay.
we'll question David on the parking lot and
I will,
and the roads and,
I will put that correspondence in your packet for next time,
Okay.
or forward you an email.
so do we wanna relook at both articles when we have the information in front of us?
Sure.
Okay. So we'll relook at I and J.
Just I and J?
Yep.
You go okay with culverts, right?
Yep.
All right. Giving Tree, we need to allow the library to have the Giving Tree up again this year.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to grant permission for the Giving Tree this year. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Very good. Harold and Cindy,
I don't benefit from it, but.
I'm sorry, Smith's Cemetery deed, please.
I move that we approve and sign the cemetery deed for Harold and Cindy Smith and Tyler Cemetery, so called.
Second.
Moved and seconded to sign the cemetery deed for Harold and Cindy Smith. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay. Public participation on non-agenda items. We lost our public. Bye, public.
Sure.
Correspondence and town admin report.
Okay, your correspondence in your packets. Not a lot this last couple weeks. I did want to call your attention to the email from Andrew Mills, who emailed from the National Grid. They are planning to build a maintenance and operations center in the same location as a house now on Fort Bridgeton Road, Route 142. And in order to do that, they are going through Act 250 permitting and have asked me to fill out the municipal impact questionnaire. Just wanted to double check with the select board that there's gonna be minimal employees there, occasionally some maintenance done in the building. They'll be removing the house that's there and just replacing it with the building. And the question is, do we foresee any impact on our emergency services, EMS, police, fire, any road maintenance impacts, or what's the other one?
solid waste disposal impacts.
Is everybody familiar with where this is? I can kind of explain it to you. So
Okay.
as you're going down 142 and it starts to get back to where Governor Hunt Road comes back together on the south end, there's a little white house, and then there's a 2-bay woodshed that sits way in the back that's fairly new. So I think it's very shortly after the Richardson's house. So Richardson's, and it's got its own, it's the last house on the left before you get to the opening where all the houses are that sit in a triangle.
So Covey's old house.
Here's a picture.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
If you-
it's in your
if you go-
packet. I know,
Sorry.
but I couldn't tell.
Oh.
I couldn't, I'm just
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
I know where it is.
Counts for
So I
Belmont.
didn't need to,
Wanna go try
I
to-
didn't need to look at the picture, but yeah, it's that little white house, and the yard is open way in the back, and then there's a big woodshed in the back there.
Oh.
You'll see it on the
It's
way
very
home when we go,
open.
yes.
The property's very
The
open.
property is extremely open,
There's
yeah.
like a garage is nearest the road and then the house? Is that-
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay, yeah.
yep.
Wow.
So it's right on the edge.
And what is that for?
Tucked away.
It's whether it will impact the town or not.
No, I get, but what is,
They're going to build an operations, I think it's 3,000 square foot.
32.
A couple of offices, which won't be manned all the time, and mostly repair area, maintenance shop
The warehouse.
for who?
So.
for the National Grid.
Okay, that was the part I
Oh,
missed.
sorry.
And I don't have my packet with me, so.
Because, this is going Act 250, does that
Yes.
mean that the neighbors get information from the
Yes.
state? It
They have
does,
to
right?
sign off on
Yeah.
Act 250.
Well, that's good, I would want the neighbors to be informed.
No.
Right.
So
We have
is going through that list of what it will impact, obviously it's not a town road, so it's probably not gonna impact our town roads.
Yeah.
The only thing that I can think of that it would have any impact on is emergency services. So if someone gets hurt from National Grid, whether on the property, if there is a fire at the building, obviously that becomes our issue as a town to assist them in that. That was my only thinking in looking at that questionnaire that could possibly be an impact to the town.
But we do have the capacity to provide it, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
we do have the
Right,
capacity.
yeah, we would
It's-
provide those services.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have to hire more people.
Right.
No. You get what you get with the volunteer fire department anyway.
I think it's a good idea.
Brattleboro's not far away.
That's true.
I move that we have Michelle sign this.
Second.
Look at
Do
Jeff.
we really need a
Came to.
vote on this?
No, not really, but
Okay.
it's, because you have given me the
So we're good.
ability to do administrative stuff,
Just-
but this was kind of on the cusp, I just wanted.
Just general consensus,
So I
we're
would
okay
not-
with
yeah,
her signing it?
We both withdrew it, so you don't have to put it in.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
General consensus is yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
consensus,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and the only other thing I have is that, MFT is working on the floors, almost done, he was hoping to have them done
Really?
by
I
this
didn't notice.
evening. And,
I'm only high as a kite right now.
you had
from that
approved the
stuff.
expense of $1,800 for it. He did submit an invoice, he did have a lot of, higher dump fee than he was hoping, so the invoice came in at $1,830 to cover all of the 15 boxes of cards, I guess, that he had to pay to get rid of. So I said that I would bring it to my select board to get that approved this evening.
Do you need a motion to approve the,
Well, it's over the 1,800, then it's
I
over
move that we
that.
approve the overage for the floors.
$30.
That's
Second.
$30.
Moved and seconded to approve the overage of the floor stripping and waxing of $30. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Just as a side note, before I adjourn the meeting, I did
Who
send,
seconded?
Gene.
I did.
send Seth a quick message that we need to see everything. He's going to attempt to bring it to tomorrow's budget meeting because he's going to be here anyway. And if we want to take the time and look at it and are okay with it, we can approve it tomorrow night. If not, we'll push it off to the next agenda. But we should have everything in hand tomorrow, since he's going to attend anyway. All right?
Very good.
Upcoming meetings, tomorrow night, same bad time, same bad channel. Regular select board meeting December 3rd and budget meeting on December 4th. We are adjourned.
So,
We'll call this meeting of the Brattleboro Development Review Board to order. It's 7:05 p.m. on November 20th. We're good to go there. Great. Every single DRB meeting we start with my opening remarks, which some of you have probably heard a few times, some of you have never heard. This is where I explain how this all works. So if you're wondering what's about to happen and how the procedures work, you should be paying attention right now. At the DRB, we hear applications for land development in the town of Brattleboro and appeals of zoning administrator decisions. Procedurally, the Development Review Board operates on the record. What that means is we take a clear record of testimony from the applicant and any interested parties, and then issue a written decision with our findings. Applicants and members of the public should be aware that because we're on the record, this is your only opportunity to comment on and provide evidence related to an application. In the event our decision is appealed to the environmental court, that court will not take new testimony or evidence at its hearing. It'll look at the evidence from our hearing, the regulations or relevant law, and determine if the evidence supports the findings and decision of this board. Excuse me. Only interested persons that participate in this proceeding may appeal a decision made by our board, so I strongly encourage all of you to participate at this hearing. Because we're on the record, I'm going to ask that if there's even a modicum of a chance you think you are going to speak, you allow me to swear you in. So if anybody who thinks they're going to speak, if you raise your right hand, I'm going to swear you in right now. Do you hereby swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the cause under consideration will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? Okay. If you didn't get sworn and you change your mind and you want to speak, I need to swear you in, or whatever you say can't be considered as evidence by us. Applicants require a majority vote of the full board to succeed. That means 4 votes out of 7. This would be where I tell you what we do if we didn't have a full board present, but it's not relevant at the moment. So unless we have a bunch of conflicts and a short board, I'm going to save that for another night. After taking testimony, the board will close the public hearing and we may vote on your application at this meeting. The board will issue a written decision within 45 days of the close of the hearing. And while we may vote on an application during the meeting, it's the written decision that controls the timeline for an appeal. It should be noted that the town of Brattleboro is a party with an interest in land development applications. The town of Brattleboro has no special status before our board. Documents provided to us by the town planning department, the town attorney, or any other town employee are considered in exactly the same way as information from an applicant, a neighbor, or other interested party. So, with that in mind, Brian, we've been properly warned.
You have been, but the previous application was warned for conditional use, and it is in fact a site plan. Conditional use is a more rigorous review, so I don't think that's material.
Okay. Is anybody here for application 2019-156, Tim Kavanaugh and Diane Leary? I mean, it sounds like a no. They've moved to continue that application, and I think we ought to just take that up preliminarily. Can I get a motion to continue 2019-156 to our meeting on December 18th?
I move. Second.
Motion seconded. Any further discussion? Any members of the public who want to speak on this issue? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I thought this might be an okay time for me. I wanted to enter a motion to change the agenda order, and if somebody seconded that, I could sort of discuss it, but I was simply looking at the documents and wondering if we might take 2019-158 in front of 2019-165, and I didn't know if anyone wanted to second that. We could discuss that.
Aren't they the...
They're for the same applicant, but I just thought it might make sense. Again, if somebody wanted to second that, we could discuss this motion.
Well, we can, I think we can discuss it with a second or without a second.
Okay. I just felt that if we took what's at the bottom of our agenda and just put it in front, do 2019-158 before 2019-165.
Might it, I'm just wondering if it might make more sense to just consolidate, to hear them both at the same time.
I guess the way I saw it was 2019-158 seemed to be sort of a smaller application in a sense, and 2019-165 be the bigger. So it's just sort of kind of how I like to eat my meals. Take the smaller portion and then the larger portion. That's my only motivation. And because it's the same applicant, they already know they're sort of at the bottom, at the tail end of the agenda. So that's why I was proposing it. And I just wanted to get the feeling for the rest of the board whether they like that idea or not.
It's fine by me. You go ahead. All right. I think we have a second. We have a second, right? Any further discussion? Brian, will this impact any warning or anything like that?
No, it's fine, you guys can
All right.
close as you see fit.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So I'm going to switch those when we get there. Are there any disclosures of conflicts of interest or ex parte communications from the board related to any of these applications? Nothing? Okay. Who are our alternates tonight? Just
That, Ian.
that Ian. Okay.
Could I ask a housekeeping question? Brian, do we have control over the heat in this room?
I love it.
Just wanted, like,
I just happen to be near a radiator, and it just seems like this room is warmer than it's ever been.
It can be colder than it's ever been too if you wait a minute.
Yeah, right, exactly.
It's this building.
But should I adjust this?
Open the window and put you out on the fire escape.
On and off. I'm just gonna get the people for the first application set up here.
Yeah, I apologize.
No, that's all right. The first application is 2019-149. That's the Red Clover Commons application. If you folks could come up to the table, I think you kind of know the dance by this point.
I hope so.
At least where to be. Could you please tell us a little bit about your project and introduce yourselves? And could you please take that easel and put it in this space so that they can get it on the television?
I'm Christine Hart. I'm the Executive Director of the Brattleboro Housing Authority, also known as the Brattleboro Housing Partnership.
I'm Kathy Beyer. I'm Vice President for Development at Housing Vermont, and we're co-developers with the Brattleboro Housing Authority on this project.
Tom?
Tim Napoli, Dufresne Group, we're the civil engineer on the project. And I'm Tom Bachman, Gosling's Bachman Architects. We're the architect on the project.
And I'm Chris Balzano, also with GBA.
Okay. So this is the second part of what has become the Red Clover Commons project. Some of you were on the board when we first appeared. Just to remind you, Kathy and I looked for a site for the second phase for about 2 or 3 years, and couldn't find one in town that worked. And through some serendipitous moment, she and either Tom or Greg were looking at the site plan and said, oh, we could put a building there. So we have been moving in that direction. We've met with this board to get some ideas about whether that would be a good idea, and felt that it was, and certainly have worked with Brian and his department. So we're here for approval of that. If we call it Red Clover Commons 2, it's been very well described, I think, in your materials. We have everyone here to talk about it and describe it in more detail, and I think we'd be happy to pretty much answer any questions or give you an overview if you think you'd like that. It's really up to you.
My understanding is there have been some changes to the landscaping proposal that are a little different than what we have in our packet.
Yes.
Could you tell us about that first, just so we have an idea of where you're at the moment?
No, I'm not aware of any.
Yeah, there's a, James.
Did I misunderstand?
think that created some confusion. There had been a condition that they needed additional landscaping.
Oh.
But because of some covenants and easements, it seems like that probably is not achievable.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood something that was shared with me right before. Pardon me.
I think the one piece that we would like to just bring to your attention is the connectivity between the new building and, I can't believe I'm calling it an old building, but the existing Red Clover Commons. When we first...
Could I ask you just a quick question? When you refer to it as sort of old building, when was Red Clover Commons 1 finished and ready?
It was opened in 2017.
Okay.
So it's really old.
Yeah.
That originally we had, because of a lot of reasons, we were able to have a connection, a physical connection between the two buildings. As we continue to do work on this building, the Red Clover 2, and also speak with the fire department and public safety, that connector had to be abandoned. And we have spent a great deal of time really looking at how to make this new building connect to the existing building in a way that will really be accessible for our frail and elderly residents. I mean, it's in our interest for them to be able to access Red Clover. So, Chris, would you like to walk them through what we've come up with?
Yeah, so we've got, as part of this plan, there's a small addition on what we're referring to as the old building, the Red Clover 1 building, which cuts the distance from the entrance to the new building, which is right here, and the entrance to the old building over here, about in half. And we've installed just a simple lift there to get them to the first floor level, where they'll then have access to the rest of the building and the elevators and everything that they need.
What page are you on?
This is L100.
Looks like this one, yeah.
Mention the cover.
And just to be clear, the reason the connectivity is important is because Chris's program, they offer a lot of services in Red Clover Common 1 that will be used by the people living in Red Clover Common 2. So we want to just make sure that accessibility is easy and convenient and obvious. Chris, does that connector show up on the landscape plan?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay, what about the color green?
It's not 100?
It does not.
It's a different drawing.
Yeah, that's just 100. There should be an L100 in there as well.
Could you just point on your map what we're talking about again?
Yes, this small addition here.
And is it in that sort of darkened color?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. It's just a small vestibule and a lift. to
Okay.
get them.
That addition is only about 125 square feet.
Okay.
It's very small.
What's the method you're going to use to ensure that the gate on Canal Street and the entrance on Canal Street is accessible to fire year-round?
It's the same as it is now.
Yeah, there's a lockbox there with a key that the fire department and the police have. And the fire department has gone over this, and in fact, they made some changes to turning radiuses to accommodate the fire department so that they can get up behind the building from both sides.
Fire access and turn around here.
Could I ask a question related to the illustration 101? I can wait. I guess it's two questions. The left-hand portion of the illustration says fire access reinforced turf. So I guess I'm curious about, what that actually is. And then I'm also curious on the right-hand side how the existing building, is this an entrance of some sort?
Yes, that is the entrance to the existing parking garage.
Do you mind pointing on there?
Sorry.
Yeah.
This
Oh,
here
okay.
is
I get
the
it.
entrance to the existing parking garage.
Okay.
And the reinforced turf is similar to the fire access that is not on this plan for the existing building.
Okay.
Tim might be able to speak better as
Yes.
to exactly the details of
It's
that.
basically a grassed area with gravel subbase underneath, so you're carrying the load of the fire trucks and
Okay.
whatever other vehicles need to get back there. But it's maintained as a grass area.
It's essentially so the grass doesn't turn into mud when a heavy vehicle
Yep,
goes on.
So that'll be
Okay.
maintained and cleared.
And we clear it in the winter.
Plowable in the winter.
Oh, okay.
So we clear it so fire trucks can get on.
I see.
I was reading through the application, and I believe it was said that you were going to keep the snow removal on site. And I was looking at the map and was trying to figure out where it was going to go.
If it says that it's temporarily on site, because at Red Clover, we truck most of the snow out of
Okay,
there.
I may be wrong, but that's what I thought.
Chris, why don't you just point out where the snow gets plowed at both driveways?
Yeah, I mean, at least on a temporary basis, we have cleared this area here so that they can push everything off the end here, and then, it's hard to see because of the fold in the page, but there is the ability to push the.
But that would be the area that you wanted to have access. for
Right,
fire.
I'm just saying off of the back of that area.
That area has to be plowed on, but it will be with the fire trucks, so they would just push it off at the end.
But how much space do you have between there and your neighbors?
We've got, I think our setback from the back of the building is 22 feet.
Yeah.
Would get built up pretty quick.
And I think
We truck it off.
Okay.
That's what we have to do, because we do want to make sure that that's clear for the fire department to get around to the back. So it necessitates trucking it off. We've had to truck it off with the new building, so. if it is.
I guess this would
Why are
be.
you using propane for the water heating rather than heat pump?
It's a good question. We're using air source heat pumps to heat and cool the building. Our experience, Housing Vermont works around the state, building multifamily housing, and the heat pumps for hot water are fairly new technology, particularly for multifamily housing. I think they work well in single-family homes. So we are not willing to be early adopters of a technology that hasn't been around for a few years.
And then to follow up, I guess, when we're looking at, I guess it's illustration 200, the heat pumps that do the cooling of the environment of the building are, they essentially sit on top of the building?
On the roof, yes.
On the roof. And then I have a question for the chair. Is it any appropriateness for me on this board to say that I like the pitched roof on the, quote, old building and wonder why there's a flat roof? I mean, that's not really our purview, is it?
If you view pitched roofs as necessary for conformance with the character of the neighborhood, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you can tell them how you feel.
But I just don't know whether I don't know whether that's appropriate for me as a member of this board to make a decision based on.
The thing is, the neighborhood it's in is a very commercial area.
It is.
Canal Street with a lot of flat
Yeah,
roofs.
and I feel like the closest building them is the Walgreens building, which is probably a flat roof.
Yeah, and just to give you a little history on why
Okay.
it is flat roof, it's because we need a flat surface for the air source heat pumps.
Okay.
The site is very tight, there's no place on the ground to put them.
Okay.
And that's what really dictated
Yeah.
going from a pitched roof to a flat roof
Yeah.
on this building.
Looking through the illustrations, that was just my personal reaction, which was the Red Clover Commons 1. I'm like, oh, I love how it's got that little bit of pitched roof. And so that's my personal opinion.
Well, the other part is that the pitched roof in the first building
Yeah.
is part of the stormwater, the
Okay.
surface storm system.
Okay.
And we couldn't put that kind of system with a pitched roof in this space because
Okay.
it's pretty condensed.
All right.
This way we have a flat roof and we can more direct the water
Okay.
to where it needs to go to fit into what is a really interesting and environmentally based storm system.
Okay.
We are, on the exterior of the building, we are picking up all of the detailing that we did on Red Clover Common 1. It's the same siding pattern, the same texture, same windows, so we really want to make this compatible with what we started with.
Okay. Am I thinking that we're going with this bluish scheme for color?
Yeah, this picture that you see up in the corner is the existing
Yeah.
red clover, and the idea is that we are matching the color scheme
Okay.
of the existing building.
Okay.
You know, when things print, they might not exactly look.
Yeah, it's more gray.
Yeah,
than it's
yeah.
blue.
It's tough with any sort of printout. That's why we had the picture here to kind of indicate that that's what we're
So there's
going for.
what you're foreseeing is sort of a consistent visual aesthetic between the existing building and the new building?
Correct. We're doing the same kind of landscaping. We really want this to look as one complex.
Okay.
Question for you.
I'm sorry.
Do you have backup for the heat pumps for low temperatures?
Yes. What we are allowed to do is to put in a strip of electric baseboard heat.
Resistance?
Yeah. This building is really well insulated, as Red Clover Common 1 is. So if the heat pump fits 30 below and the heat pumps aren't functioning at full capacity, we're going to be able to keep...
Oh, I know them well.
Yeah. We're going to be able to keep the units warm.
Okay.
And the heat pumps, do they, how much, or are they going to be protected noise-wise from the neighborhood? Once again, you're going to be backed up pretty close to residential housing back there, isn't it?
We've never had a complaint about these being on a roof in a neighborhood as far as noise.
Are they going to have a noise protection around them, or?
They are screened on two sides?
On two sides, but it's more of a visual screening to canal and fairground. So to answer your question directly, on the back side, there is not a screen.
No, I just, like I say, you just hear about people complaining about the noise the air handling systems put out. And I was just wondering if that was a possibility to try to, would it be an evil thing to have, work that into the design rather than have to worry about complaints about it afterwards?
I mean, could be a possibility. I mean, I would.
I think we want to look
so,
because
yeah.
I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that the lot behind, where this building is, the lot behind it is vacant. It's where
No.
the Lotus Graphics building, and then there's a big vacant lot, and that's where you'd see this, or where this would be next to it.
If there were a sound issue, it would affect Red Clover Common 1 before it would affect anybody else. And I can,
Oh, yeah.
I can almost guarantee if there were a problem, Red Clover Common 1 would address that acoustic issue.
Yeah.
And
yeah, we just finished a project in downtown Montpelier, and we've got exactly the same system, and
You probably know what kind of decibels it puts out.
I don't know what kind of decibels.
Okay.
But there have been no complaints, and it's in the center of the city. So.
Are there any recreational facilities associated with this?
Not in this building, no.
There's, because this residents here will have access to everything at Red Clover Commons, there's some lovely community gardens in the back of.
It's more passive recreation here. I mean, there's a very nice south-facing kind of terrace porch area on the front of this building. I think that's where people will be hanging out.
You haven't asked about the color temperature yet.
Oh, I always forget that. All right, this is what I have to do with every meeting. First of all, what I've noticed is sitting on this board is all these LED manufacturers have these beautiful detailed schematics about everything. And honestly, I don't know as a board member if I could even understand all the data that they give you. But what I do know is that LEDs are available in many different color temperatures. Many of us are used to the tungsten bulbs, and they come out about 2,700 K. And that generally your fluorescents tend to be more in the 5,000. That's when you get the cool blue, the sort of impersonal. And I don't know if the town actually has anything in the zoning specifically, Brian, about color temperature.
Yes, we do.
We do. So am I just talking for the sake of talking?
Yeah.
Do we give them a restriction that says their color temperature should be on the warm side?
Yeah.
We've done it as a condition before in response to your suggestion.
It's required.
Okay.
What is
condition
it?
just states it, to be clear about it.
Oh, okay.
It just, the intent here,
Mhm.
the electrical engineer, they're matching exactly the same fixtures and
Yep.
lamps that they did in phase one.
Yeah,
So-
with phase one, it had the same.
I don't know what that color rendition is.
Okay.
I'm not an electrical engineer, but I know that they are matching everything that's going on.
It's just come up before this board where, when we're dealing with sort of brand-new projects. I mean, in yours, it's sort of an addition to an existing project in a way. But just to be aware of the color temperature and what that may do to the sort of emotional feel of a building or even its, neighborhood.
We already have a condition,
We do?
draft condition. Color temperature for all fixtures shall be between 2,500 and 3,000.
Okay.
Other
Well,
questions?
you prompted me on that, James.
I didn't want you to forget. Any other questions from members of the board?
So there's only 6 new units going in? There's only 6 new units?
18.
Oh, 18.
18, because I'm looking at 101, and I only see the floor plan for, so that's the lower floor, and then there's one above it?
And two above it.
2 above.
It's 3
Okay.
levels.
And there's 1 2-bedroom apparently.
Yes.
Okay.
KT, the illustration 200 sort of gives you you can sort of see the side views.
So you're gonna have one electric car charging port here, and technically you're required to have 2 for the complex.
2 for the zoning?
Yeah, but you can put one someplace else in another project if you have.
I mean, it just has to be the conduit so you can install.
Yeah, we
what you
have it
to
in
do.
currently we have it in the parking garage.
Oh,
And
okay,
These,
so you
these
could
people
do
can
one
park in the
more?
parking garage.
Yeah.
Okay. So you'll end up with 2.
I can't remember if we have 1 or 2 right now.
I think we have 1.
We have to make the condition 2 by state law, so
Yeah.
if that's making or breaking the project, you
Yeah,
probably have
hopefully
bigger
not.
problems on your hands, but. Other questions? Are there members of the public who came to speak about this application? No members of the public.
And we do have our civil engineer if there's any stormwater, any civil questions.
Are the stormwater, I got the impression when I was looking through here, I was having a hard time following it, there's stormwater pumps that are there on the drawing already existing, I thought?
So there's one there kind of in the back leg of the property. And the proposed project will kind of reconfigure those to the state standard, stormwater standards. So the shape of it gets reconfigured, and basically the pond area, which now.
Is that the furthest one away or the closest one? There's one that's deeper and one that's shallower.
Yep, and I believe the one that's further back, that would be the pond. And the first one's another train in the treatment, it's a 4-bay.
Yes, there was one that was a treatment and then one that was a pump.
Yeah, yeah, and what's there now is just well, we'll call it a pond, but it's an infiltration basin. So the idea is most of the
So it's the
flow
furthest one back.
would be the new infiltration basin, yes.
So the one that's there now is which one?
The one that's there now is gonna get reconfigured to
Right.
this new one.
That is an infiltration basin that's there now.
Okay, and that's going to turn into the treatment one?
Essentially, yeah. The
And
side
then-
deck is reconfigured.
And then you'll have the second one, which will be the infiltration.
Yes.
And is that doing all of your, are those two ponds taking care of all of the stormwater, all the
No, so-
runoff? of
So
the-
there's some on site that will leave the site as it does now. So say in the back of Red Clover Commons 1, that just heads off to the drainage swale that's there now. That's being untouched. But pretty much everything in the back where there's new construction happening, that's being collected and sent to the treatment system.
Because I thought I saw in the application somewhere that you were saying that there would not be any additional infiltration into the town sewer system due to this project.
Right.
I'm assuming you do have, you know, collection things on the driveway and sidewalk or whatever. But those are kind of wired into the, or piped into your pond.
Yep, and so, but there is one run that, there's a leg that comes from Canal Street that's, I'd call it municipal runoff that heads through the site, and that will be maintained. So we're not picking up anything there. It gets kind of reconfigured just to avoid new utilities, but the concept there, that anything that comes on the site from Canal Street leaves the site in the same manner that it does now and doesn't go into the treatment system.
Pass through.
Right.
Okay.
Anybody on the board want to make a motion to approve application 2019-149 with the draft proposed conditions?
Second?
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Have a nice
Thank you
night.
very much.
The next application is 2019-157 George Paradis. I think it's Paradis. We had so much rustling of paper, I didn't actually hear if I pronounced your name correctly or wrong. Incorrect.
Good enough, Paridis.
Paradis.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir. So could you tell us a little bit about your project, please?
So I'm the owner of 19 Elm Street in downtown. And at this moment, this building consists of 2 front apartments on the first and second floor. There are 3-bedroom apartments, and in the back there are 2 1-bedroom.
Hold on one second. Would somebody mind closing that door, please? I'm sorry. These microphones, they pick up audio for the people who watch it on TV, and I just want to make sure we have a clean... Go ahead.
So, I think I gave you, you have in front of you some of the papers that show, one of them shows, first of all, the whole lot and the survey that was done a few years ago. And then a simple schematic that shows how the second floor apartment is, and which indicates actually what the bedrooms are, the bathroom and the kitchen. And what we have found is we own 3 different buildings in the Brattleboro area, and we found that actually we don't find a lot of people who want the 2 and 3 bedroom apartments, and there is a demand for 1-bedroom apartments. So even this apartment right now is occupied just by a single person. So we thought that we should change actually this green highlighted area into an efficiency apartment and leave the front portion into a 2-bedroom apartment. And so finally, in the third is the schematic of how we envision this efficiency apartment. And I don't know if you have it in color or not. I hope you do. that indicates essentially the blue is the existing structure, red is what it's going to be demolished, and green is what it's going to be new. And the windows in the back, they will have actually to be raised, so of course they don't interfere with the stove, although actually the one in the new bathroom has to be moved to the left rather than being high up, so that there is enough space for everything and there is no water coming in. And we think that that will actually help the city to accommodate more people or tenants. Yeah.
You go ahead, I didn't mean.
No, I think it's, we have a plumber for that. We have consulted a plumber. We know where, right where the toilet is, there is a chute that goes down, and the downstairs apartment has exactly the same configuration, so it's going to go through that laundry room, so there shouldn't be any problem. The electrical is already, the whole apartment, this is wired and has also a 220 in it, so that is also covered. And the new door, there is a second floor landing that goes to the back apartments, so which of course they're going to use the same staircase. And we're going to close the existing door, which is red on the right hand side where it says next to the bed. That's where the door is that communicates with the other apartment. That will be walled off.
How much room is there for parking there?
We have 5 spots right now. It's exactly, yes. It's the back of the building, and there's enough, yeah.
What's the landscaping like around the building?
It is in the original, in the survey that I showed you, it shows where there are, I don't know how easy it is to see it, the trees that are there or the bushes. Essentially there is there are 2 trees that belongs to our property, and there are trees that are hanging over from the center next to our property.
Mm-hmm.
Ask a question there.
Sure.
So we have a photo like this. Is this something that you got, or you can take this if you want? And we're looking there. Is that?
Yeah, that's the back.
The back.
That's
yeah.
right. And you see just 2 cars, and then there's space to put 3 more cars there.
And would that correspond with this area of the property?
That's right. That corresponds to this area
Okay.
of the building. That's correct. Yes.
I can hold it up for the camera.
Yeah.
What is the outdoor lighting like at the premises?
Our own. I mean, we have motion lights for the back and the side, and the front light is permanently on. Because of other kinds of problems, we believe that it's appropriate to have lights in the area.
This is just a light over the front door?
Yes, that's right.
Is it downward facing? Does it face down?
It faces downward, but I'm afraid I have to admit that it's not covered. So it's the light bulb faces down, but yeah, if it has to be covered, I mean, that's easy that we can do. We can do it, yeah.
Okay. You're not going to have any signs?
No.
Just go into landscaping.
Yeah. We are not.
From the planning department.
Yeah, my thought is that we, consistent with our ordinary practice, have him submit a plan that Brian deems appropriate.
Yeah, we don't plan to change the landscape at all. Everything is inside the building.
Can you tell us, is there anything about this project designed to make it more energy efficient?
Yes, as we take the whole thing apart, to bring it down to the stats, then of course we're going to bring modern insulation. I'm the one who pays the heat, so I have an incentive. I don't know how other apartments are, but all the apartments that we have in the Brattleboro area, we are the ones who pay the heat. So yes, we have reasons to make sure that it's efficiently heated. And also actually we use heat pumps for the heating of the water, etc. right now. So that's exactly what we just changed the system.
What do you do with snow in the wintertime?
We have Connor Services. They are the ones that they come and they plow the building and they push actually the snow to the back, so the people have to move their cars to bring it to the garage, to the parking.
But after it's plowed, there's still room for 5 spaces?
Yeah, right, because yes, it all goes, that's correct.
Okay. Are there any, never mind, actually. I think that's all of my questions. Does anybody else have some questions?
What are the, I guess this is more directed to Brian, what are the sort of rules that govern, I believe, I'm a Brattleboro resident, but things have changed recently with inspections for rental properties. And I'm curious is if the proposed change, we're talking about just the second floor, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
If these proposed changes to the second floor look like they would conform with any?
Yeah, the fire department looks over the application and they didn't see any issues with it.
So any issues of egress or numbers of doors and access, that seems to fly in terms of the fire department?
The Division of Fire Safety is going to inspect and make sure that
Right.
the construction is...
Okay.
Actually, we contacted them already.
Okay.
I had a communication with Howard Leonard.
Okay.
And so he came in, look, because we have so close, we're just across the street essentially from the fire department. That's where Elm Street. So he looked at it and we're asking because we had exactly the same concern. Do we need to put a fire escape or not? And the way it is, he says, nope, everything is fine.
Okay.
So
I think you need to get re-inspected every 3 years too. So even if it changes, I believe
yeah,
you still
it's
have
every
to-
4 now.
Oh,
We
it's
had
4.
one of our buildings just got its inspection.
Okay.
This is coming in 2021.
Yeah. Again, it's just my instinct to, as a board, wouldn't want to approve something that wouldn't conform with.
Yep. Is there bike storage there? Oh, sorry. Is that what you were going to say?
No, there isn't. Do you want us to put one? I mean,
Yes, it's one of the requirements. We'll-
Sure, yeah. I mean, when you say bike storage, so that they can lock them or that it's covered?
I don't think there's any requirement that it be covered, just to have a rack, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't really define what storage is, so whatever is most convenient for your tenants.
Oh, covered will be more convenient for them.
It's beyond us to
Yes.
tell you how to make it.
That's right.
But the town ordinance does require bike.
Sure, we can do that. Yes.
I guess then, because of this bike,
Yes.
because they brought up bikes, there's a few in the picture.
Yes,
Could you just describe the second floor landing to me a little bit? It's indicated.
Oh,
But
right.
if you
There
could
is a
just describe it, perhaps.
Yes, so
And I don't know if perhaps underneath it might be a possibility for bikes or something.
no, because
Okay.
it's the other apartment that's coming. So as you look at it this way, right? Yeah, because you have it on your right across to where the new door will be is actually the door of the other apartment.
Okay.
They're about 10 feet distance. It's quite a big landing.
Okay.
And the stairs, of course, go straight out, and then the door is also straight out of the stairs. Yeah. No, we will have to put in the back. I mean, you can see from the picture that people tie their bikes.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we let them tie them there, but we can put a rack so for them to tie them nicely. And indeed, you know, if it's covered, of course, makes it a little bit more useful.
Further questions? Are there any members of the public who came to speak about this application? Okay. Is anybody here prepared to make a motion to approve application 2019-157, provided it include the proposed conditions set forth in the draft DRB decision, a condition for bike storage, a condition for a landscape plan to be approved by the zoning administrator, Sir.
He needs to have access to a charging station.
Is he really?
No, not a charging station, just an exterior outlet.
Oh, an exterior,
Yeah.
oh, dedicated, yeah.
You're
Yes.
familiar with this requirement, the 120 volt, 20 amp ground fault circuit interrupter outlet, or a 220 volt, 50 amp ground
Right,
fault circuit
we
interrupter
have.
protected outlet
Yeah.
on a dedicated circuit shall be provided convenient to parking and signed as an EV charge point. That's the condition that we
Yeah.
have here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And to bring outside lighting into compliance if it's not. I'm not
Yeah.
sure if it is or isn't. Brian can square you around that.
And he heard my spiel about the color temperature.
And it's in the draft conditions too.
Oh, it is, okay.
So can I get a motion on that?
And
So
moved.
moved. Second.
I think Mr. Ennis may have just seconded himself.
No, she so moved it, I seconded it.
Okay. So, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice night. Okay, so the next application is 2019-158. And just for I get the feeling there are a few members of the public who came to speak about this application. There are two applications with the same applicant. The first application we're hearing is the bottom application, if any of you are looking at your agenda. But these are going to kind of run together, and if you have something you want to say and you're not sure which application you want to talk about, just come up and make a public comment, and we'll figure it out. So, application 2019-158, that's Barrows Coal Company. I assume someone here is from the company. If you could just come up here, sir, and tell us who you are.
My name is Michael Fifield, president and owner of Barrows and Fisher Oil Company.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Could you tell us a little bit about your project?
I am looking to get permitting to be able to replace the foundation on our largest oil tank at Barrows and Fisher, located at 55 Depot Street.
And this is because of the new bridge?
Yes.
And just in case someone here hasn't seen your application, if people come to the meeting, they have access to the materials we have, but they might not actually go through them all. Can you explain the situation with the bridge for those of us who wouldn't be familiar?
With the bridge going in, I'm concerned about the structural integrity of the foundation. It does have a little bit of spalling. 2018, we had a full-blown inspection done on it. The tanks are in good condition. There was a write-up about the foundation due to spalling, and I would rather be proactive with the amount of construction going on in the location of our facility. There's a little bit of grant money out there that I'm going to try to apply for, and I would just like to be proactive in replacement of the foundation.
Now, this is, what you're referring to is not the 6 tanks that are moving?
No,
This is
no,
the
this is our
tank?
larger fuel oil tanks.
And that's, and as I read through that, that's currently not in use?
It is in use.
It is in use?
Yes.
And it's, and I, trying to pick up on this as I go along. I believe it said that that tank didn't have a center column.
It does have a center of support, yes.
Okay. See,
Yes.
I was going back. And that would be considered a good thing.
Yes.
I wanted to ask just a couple questions. This would be what you included, this inspection report?
Correct.
So you had this company, Acuren, come in?
Yes.
And then my next question is, I don't know what the term spalling means. Do you mind educating me?
It's when moisture gets behind a layer of concrete and
Yep.
just pops it off.
Oh, okay.
So it's surface spalling.
Okay.
It's not structural or anything
Yeah.
such as.
Yeah.
And as I said, I just would rather be proactive with all the construction going on.
And then, you don't mind, I had Brian print out a satellite photo.
Yep.
Because I can visualize your space better. We're talking about that largest tank that you can see from the
Correct.
satellite.
This back one here,
Okay.
furthest to the side.
You want to see that on the camera?
This one here, right?
Yeah, yeah. And then this particular tank will stay in its position, presumably, even after the proposed construction of this bridge.
Correct.
Okay. That helps me understand it. I appreciate you letting us change the agenda order. I kind of felt, let's deal with this thing right away first.
I'm in agreement. It kind of, like you had said, it kind of all melds together.
Yeah, yeah. But now I understand that, am I thinking that the two large circles will stay where they are?
Yes.
Even after the bridge?
Yes.
Okay, that helps me understand it. And then reading through these reports, you essentially had one company give you the inspection.
Yes.
Give you recommendations, and it looks like another company has put forward to you a proposal of how they will handle that.
Yes, sir.
And that's what these documents were.
Yes.
So
I think that's my questions.
if you're coming from New Hampshire on the new bridge,
Mm-hmm.
this large tank will be on the left of the bridge.
Correct.
South, yeah.
The south or the left. Yes.
Yes.
And
But the bridge isn't gonna go over this tank.
No. No.
You're keeping your air rights, so to speak.
We're not allowed to put a bridge structure over fuel containment.
can't imagine why.
Based on the proposals, I have a gut feeling that you've been really keeping track of what's been proposed by State of New Hampshire and V-Trans. But based on the proposals you've seen, roughly how far to the south of this new bridge would be this largest tank of your facilities?
There's a minimum of 75-foot buffer,
Okay.
or excuse me, 75 feet from the center line of the bridge.
To your fuel tank?
Minimum.
Okay.
And we're actually over that.
Yeah, and that's probably a federal regulation?
Correct.
Okay.
See, and I assume this drawing that
Wow. Oh, yeah, I should have looked at that.
that line is your 75 feet?
Correct. The two center lines are the outside of the bridge, and these two outside lines are your buffers.
Okay.
That's why this little tank is right on that line.
Yep.
I see. Okay.
So, I understand there's a berm to keep the stormwater in, right?
It's to keep the oil in case of a spill, also to keep the river water out.
What happens to the things that are kept inside? Does it just
Goes
sit?
through an oil water separator.
Okay.
And are those berms large enough to hold the volume of the tank?
They are.
It actually does, if the tank ruptures.
They are manufactured, I think it's
Nothing
10%
goes
oversized.
into the river.
No.
Are you, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No.
Are you using the same, is this gonna be the same as the recommendation by the inspection company to have the 16 anchors?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
It's funny, when I was reading these documents, it seemed to me on a much larger scale, parallel to a decision we made recently, where someone's residential home heating oil tank was located, I think they were actually in the floodplain, floodway, and that was recommended that they anchor their tank. And we're talking a scale probably of 1,000 times smaller or something, I don't know that.
That's Mountain Pond Park.
Yeah, but just, the parallels were such that I thought, it's kind of make something less bad.
That being said, is this large tank in the floodway?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that was why, but that's part of the reason he has to come and do this, right? If his tank wasn't in the floodway, he wouldn't need to come to this board. He would just go ahead and repair his foundation.
It would be administrative permit.
Yeah, okay. But because of the situation that they're right down there in the floodway, they need to come to this board.
Yeah, that's right. Even though it's not a substantial improvement, because it's in a dangerous location, you have to see if there might be an alternative to making it a non-substantial improvement.
Okay.
And there is nowhere else you can do this?
No.
That would be out of the floodway? How's the foundation protected against scour?
Other than being 12 inches above grade, there is none.
Mr. Chair.
Don't ask me what that means, because I don't know.
You mean you asked a question and you don't know what you're asking?
I asked a question that said, how is this foundation protected against scour? Because it's in our.
I would just wish someone, you promised me I'd learn things if I joined this board. I don't know what scour is.
Can I explain?
If you're scouring.
I can do it, I can do it.
Okay.
It's pretty simple. It's basically when the current hits the structure and undermines it and takes out the gravel underneath of it. But that tank basically in the river, the current does not hit that spot, so it's sheltered.
I see. So scour is what happens when.
There's been bridges that have collapsed by scour underneath the abutments.
Causes undermining.
Okay.
Happens to train tracks.
And how is the fuel line protected from the same kind of event?
It's buried in gravel and it's plastic sleeved.
That's watertight, I assume.
I hope so.
That's all my questions. Anybody else?
Am I reading the right page? Was that tank built in '66?
Correct.
There was a tank there before that too. It's like been there forever almost, hasn't it?
I think it's a smaller one was built before that in '53.
Okay. And during Irene, that tank never flooded?
Nope.
Just because of proximity to the dam, basically?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, that's all mine.
Are there lights on the tank?
There are no lights on the tank.
Was Irene the closest the highest the water's been at that tank?
Yeah, it was probably within 2 feet of cresting the berm. And that was the most violent I've seen that river be in my 20 years being down there working for the company.
Sure. Anybody else on the board? Are there any members of the public who want to just speak about this application, which I assume most of you have gathered is just about the single tank so far? Okay, we're waiting for the next one, I guess. Are there, does someone have a motion to approve application 2019-158, including the draft conditions?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously, but you have to stay here. And we'll move right along to 2019-165, which is the same applicant.
I'll just move down.
More.
All right, so we knocked out one of those. What's that one? This is the big one. This one right here. Which drafts? Which drafts? Here?
Well,
Is this what we just
removed?
No. This is the draft.
Yeah, blueprint tables in my office. Remember you were asking me about the bridge? There's your bridge.
These tanks here, my papers over there. Oh, should we, I'm willing to take out the others that are sitting here.
I'm not gonna even dare open this thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
You wanna put the big paper out and we can take one? Let me get Do you wanna?
Okay, let's go for it.
See, you got color, I don't have color.
Actually, you do the audit, because I can't use mine. Thanks. And then we're gonna open it and click it on Jim's lap.
Here, we can open ours.
I'm not opening mine. Okay. So application 2019-165, could you folks who haven't spoken yet, please identify yourselves, and then you can tell us about your project.
My name is David Frothingham from Barton. I'm the civil engineer for the project.
John Maher, Tanks Unlimited, mechanical engineering of tanks.
Mike Byfield, Barrows and Fisher.
Jonathan Griffin, I'm the Agency of Transportation. I'm the project manager for the bridge, and here in support of this effort. Part of the larger bridge project.
Taylor Shulda, the Landscape Architect with Stephen Associates.
So, all right. Why don't you just give us the overview of the project?
Okay, so as discussed in the previous application, the New Hampshire DOT and Vermont Agency of Transportation is building a new bridge over this property, approximately in this location. Currently, 6 of Barrett and Fisher's fuel tanks are either under or within 75 feet of the center line of the proposed alignment. Therefore, we need to move those 6 tanks outside of that. Given the site constraints, the only space available was at the south end of the main building, but north of the bridge. There's a small hillside terraced up by the railroad tracks and then slopes down into the floodplain, and there's a driveway that goes down into the lower area. So what is proposed is 6 vertical tanks placed inside of a concrete containment dike, essentially a concrete floor with concrete walls, designed to store the volume of the largest tank plus the 25-year rainstorm plus 6 inches of freeboard.
What was the last thing you said?
Plus 6 inches of freeboard.
What's that mean?
Freeboard is the space between the water surface and when it would start to overflow a dam or a wall.
Okay.
So there's basically an extra 12 inches of space in this.
Understood.
Just the largest one tank.
Right. The spill containment requirements assume that the largest tank rupture, is that only one of them ruptures, and then you have to account for what happens during a rainstorm, and then extra volume just as a precaution. You have to take out the volume of the other tanks in there when you make that calculation.
What are the requirements you're referencing?
It's the spill prevention
EPA, SB
control and countermeasure plan. It's a federally mandated requirement for any facility storing more than 1,360 gallons of fuel oil.
And this ultimately comes from the EPA?
Yes.
CFR 42.
Okay, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Also associated with the tanks that are being removed is a loading rack where they unload fuel from 12 pullers, move it into the tanks, and then move it back into local delivery trucks. That also has to be moved. That is proposed in that same area, kind of right off the end of the building here. That's a concrete pad with a basically steel frame structure with a large roof that covers the trucks when they're being loaded and unloaded. In order to make grades in that area, if this sits up at a higher level of this building, there's a concrete retaining wall below it, and then just below that are 2 fuel tanks that they use to fuel their vehicles, gasoline, diesel, or small 1,000-gallon tanks. These tanks currently exist in a kind of a bunker building. It is also under the bridge. Within 75 feet of the bridge, we have to move those tanks as well. So we're taking all these tanks, moving them out of this lower area and up into this area, up out of the floodplain, out of the floodway.
Could I interrupt for just a question?
Sure.
The proposed bridge there, am I thinking that beige square, that's the building that you referred to that would have to be replaced by the proposed?
Well, it's just it's a small building with 4 bays and concrete walls. They keep sand in one bay. They keep
Okay.
That kind of
So
currently there's tanks in one of those bays. We have to move those out.
The tanks need to be moved.
Yeah, the building's.
The building will be able
stays.
to stay there under the bridge so long as it doesn't have tanks in it.
Flammable liquids.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now I understand. The building will stay, but any tanks in it need to be moved. Okay.
Basically, any tanks within 75 feet of the center line of that bridge, we have to move.
Okay.
The loading rack area is also equipped with a spill control system. There are 2 drains in the concrete pad which go to an oil water separator and go to a stormwater filter before discharge to the river. That oil water separator is sized to hold the largest possible spill. So basically from the 9,000 gallons? 9,500 gallons, so one of the big transport trucks. You know, the hose would break and it would spill out. That tank would hold that entire volume before it then goes to the stormwater filter and then. That's.
This is only tangentially germane to the project, but since we have the project manager for the bridge here, I just follow along in the newspaper. Could you just give us an update on the timeline for the project and
Sure.
what's going on?
So there's still a lot of work left to do. Right now, I think it's currently set on New Hampshire DOT's advertising schedule for the end of May to put it out to bid. That's an aggressive schedule. That might slip a little bit because we still have to relocate these tanks. Although we can advertise without them being relocated yet, so long as we've got the permits and we've got a contract and we're under the way, because there's so much work to do. Starting in New Hampshire, they can construct for 2 years before they get to Vermont. We also have to acquire rights from several other property owners other than Barrows and Fisher, which we don't have yet, and we're currently working with those property owners to acquire those rights. The select board would ultimately be the condemning authority if we have to go through condemnation, which we're not at that point yet. So a general update is the final design is done. We're working on developing what we would call our pre-contract plans and special provisions. And we are working with property owners and the railroad to finalize all of the rights that we need to enter into that next phase and obligate the construction funds from Federal Highway.
You're fairly confident the width we see here is the width it's going to be?
The bridge width, so that 75 feet off center line is the buffer. The bridge width shown though, that is the final design width of the structure. I don't have a typical section with me, but there's a wide sidewalk, wide shoulders. I believe there's a turning lane. There will be a light at the intersection now of Vernon Street and 119. Vernon Street's being raised 12 feet, so that way we can get the clearance over the railroad that we need. And ultimately, the project's advancing quite well right now. The right-of-way is the most complicated part, honestly. This is probably the most complicated part. This is what we would call critical path for us. Once this is in the works and advanced, then the other pieces just start falling into place.
Could I ask a follow-up question? To just get it clear then, the relationship between the state of New Hampshire and the state of Vermont was something like this, and correct me if I'm wrong. New Hampshire says, Vermont, we need you to figure out the landing, so to speak, when we start building that bridge. You got to get us the landing spot on your side, and then that's Vermont's responsibility. You, in your capacity, has to figure out tanks need to be moved, this property needs to be purchased, et cetera, et cetera.
So once the alignment was selected, and there was a lot of public input on that with the environmental assessment, the EA, and we got NEPA, then that was the alignment for the bridge. So once that was selected, then it was our responsibility to do everything in Vermont that needs to be done, and it's New Hampshire's responsibility to do everything in New Hampshire, plus coordinate the efforts because they're the predominant owner and the contracting agency.
Okay.
So Vermont Agency of Transportation is responsible for going through our right-of-way process using the state of Vermont laws to acquire rights, as well as railroad agreements, and the New Hampshire DOT is responsible for doing the same in New Hampshire. And the ownership is actually at the low water mark of 1933. And that was when New Hampshire DOT, or New Hampshire sued the state of Vermont to own the river, and they won.
It's the best deal in the world Vermont ever got.
Right, exactly. When they complain about costs, I always remind them that they sued us and they won.
There's two things I need to point out, changes from the plans that were submitted. The section that shows the loading rack and the roof of the loading rack, the structure itself got narrower, therefore the eaves got bigger. So it's still the same span, just the actual dimensions of the structure change. And currently, other than a strip of pavement along the one length of this building, the rest of the site is gravel. As part of this project, their entire current gravel areas are going to be paved.
So it will be a pervious surface.
And currently gravel is an impervious surface. They're going from impervious to impervious.
Yeah, I believe in the application it said there wasn't an increase. Am I correct?
I think they said there's no way to avoid it.
There's no way to avoid it. There is an increase of 0.15 acres, 0.17 acres.
But as a total percentage, it's very small.
It's very small.
Okay.
Can you just explain why it's unavoidable?
The increase?
The increase in impervious surface.
It actually all comes from this driveway right here. There was no way to utilize existing driveways and existing truck patterns to build this on. The site is very long and narrow, so to maintain two-way traffic, especially during bridge construction, so we have to keep access for Barrett and Fisher open at the same time that the bridge is being constructed. We needed 2 lanes of two-way traffic through that center of that site.
There's also a 2-foot sewer line that runs
It's also the main
the whole length of the property through the middle of it.
one of many site constraints that left us with only this spot to work in.
So let's get this clear here. Your property, the Barrows property, contains through the length of it a 2-foot sewer pipe that
Yes.
presumably is going straight down to the wastewater treatment plant.
Correct.
It is the main trunk line out of downtown to the sewer plant.
And in terms of any engineering that you folks have to propose, has to accommodate that.
We stay out of there's a right of way for that line.
Okay.
We stay outside of that.
Okay.
It's red clay probably too, right?
I don't want to come within 100 miles of it.
Questions by members of the board? Oh, we've got a point of order here.
Actually, a question.
Oh,
Does
sorry.
your emergency operations plan contain flood events as well?
I am not sure on that. I assume so. We do have means of a 10 horsepower pump. It's float driven. Currently it is off. We hand operate everything. As I said, we inspect the boil water separator daily. The pump will do 300 gallons per minute, and that is currently what is in place for flood management.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Is that pump would handle water for you? If the water was a
Correct.
concern, you could move that water
Out of the
at
dike
300 gallons per minute?
Correct.
Okay.
Is that sewer line on these plans?
Don't think it's on there.
Yeah, it should be on the 1.2, 1.1.
1.1's behind me then.
What is he?
Oh, if it's shown on this.
Right through here.
Okay.
So you're butting up against it, but.
Yeah, okay.
Do you mind pointing it out on our map?
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Interesting.
I was just looking for the
And
column.
what is the right of way on that, 50?
25.
25.
Yep.
Oh, I see, I got it, yeah.
And we have trail
Oh,
And then on your map here, am I understanding what you've shown here is we're sort of looking at the entirety of the Barrows property?
Correct, yeah, everything that's in color is the entirety of the Barrows properties. There's actually multiple parcels.
Yeah, and any of the beige coloring is an existing building? Is that
Over the
correct?
tanks, yep. And then this is post-development condition.
On the very bottom of the map there, no, closer to this side, that's a Barrows building as well?
That is,
I
yes.
guess I'm just not completely, yeah.
Yeah, it's there.
And basically, all your access is really through Bridge Street, is that correct?
100%.
Yeah. And this, Barrows has been in that location for,
1887.
I'm sorry, 1887?
1887.
Interesting.
Great grandfather.
Final line.
But the tank's from 1966.
Correct.
I just told him he aged well.
So the one that we had before this one, is that the big tank over there?
Yes,
Oh,
that's
okay.
down here. Yep.
Yep.
Could I ask a question of the fellow you're from the state of Vermont?
Correct, yep.
Which agency again?
Agency of Transportation.
Okay. What concerns, or what, maybe concerns isn't the right thing, what sort of discussions happen with the footing of the bridge and planning for what happens in terms of floods? There was a mention in terms of the concern of scouring, and the bridge has been affected by that. So I'm just curious if you wanted to talk a little bit about,
Sure.
presumably Barrows property, they're gonna have to give up certain rights of way so that certain bridge footings can go in?
We're acquiring a significant amount of right-of-way from
Okay.
Barrows.
Okay.
I think the last count was like 12 different easements, which range from temporary construction easements to permanent crossing easements to access easements, to the Highway P essentially, which is a permanent highway easement for the foundation. So we're acquiring a tremendous amount of easements and encumbering their site quite a bit actually with the construction of this bridge. As far as the foundation goes, all foundations designed by AOT, the Agency of Transportation. We typically do deep foundations, which are designed to withstand scour events. This pier, we're a little bit less concerned because it's protected. It's got quite a distance and offset from the shoreline. But all of the piers that go out through the river are all going to be on piles. We are doing an enhanced kind of soil column for the abutment on the Vermont side. And then we are entering into discussions about changing the foundation type to mitigate impacts like driving piles is, you literally have a diesel hammer and you're hammering them in. Creates vibration. If we're concerned about vibrations or foundations of the local buildings, there's other things that we can do. We can do a deep spread footing where we would excavate even lower with a cofferdam and install it at a lower elevation below the calculated scour. So there's a lot of alternatives that we can do to install these piers, and we basically account for what we call an extreme event, which would be the 100-year flood, and we calculate a scour for that event.
Now, somewhere along the line, I swear I read that this new bridge would actually raise the water level behind it. Was that true?
So theoretically, yes, right? Because now you've added, I think we have 7 piers. So you're adding volume into the Connecticut River, which effectively displaces what space that water can take. So you do have an increase in surface water elevation, but through all the analysis that we've done, it's almost negligible. The engineering assumptions could provide a greater error than the calculated difference. So, but the theory is there's less space for water because you put concrete there.
So in theory, your floodplain above the bridge is going to get bigger.
So we had to do a CLOMAR for it.
What was that term?
CLOMAR, I forget the acronym right now.
Okay.
David, I don't know if you know it offhand. It's basically a hydraulic, an in-depth hydraulic study.
CLOMAR is a letter of map revision.
Yes.
I wrote the C stands
CLOMAR
for.
is something, I can't remember either. Our hydraulics folks know that stuff a lot better than me. Basically, if you do have changes in surface water elevations within mapped floodways, there are federal regulations you have to follow in order to do that.
So when we got the elevation report, that showed that this new construction was gonna be, I can't find it right now, one foot above the
Base flood level.
the base flood level. That won't change.
Correct. It's, I mean, I don't remember offhand, so I don't want to say a number, but if I recall correctly, it was less than an inch, which was the calculated
I think
elevation
I
change.
heard something
Might have
like
been
3/10 of an inch.
It was very, very small. I don't remember what it is, so I don't want to commit to a number, in a public forum. But it was a very small amount. The area, the waterway area is so wide.
Quite large.
It can't be
Yeah.
3 inches.
No, I wouldn't think so. That's why I was wondering that.
I mean, the waterway opening is so
Okay, for
large
you.
through here. I think that the dam control basically is what is controlling all the surface water elevations.
Yeah.
Does anyone know how much control, like if the dam was opened as much as it could, how much that would affect water level?
Look at Irene.
I
mean, it's amazing. I mean, CBS News was broadcasting down by the old Irving paper, and the water was still like 3 feet below the road there, and it was just amazing. I mean,
You're talking south of the dam.
yeah, it's just south of the railroad bridge, and I mean, the dam literally does control,
Yeah,
and they had it wide open,
okay.
so it was pretty amazing. I can't give you numbers or anything,
Yeah.
but I was amazed.
Further questions for the applicant? All right, members of the public, I know somebody's here to speak to this. Nobody usually sits here for this long.
Because they're with
Do
them.
nothing. I mean, you don't have to, that's okay too. Sir, if you could just go up to the microphone, it's not gonna amplify your voice, but it's so the people at home can hear you.
Did you swear
No, I
in?
didn't.
I'll swear you in right now.
Oh, there's a microphone right
Right
directly
Right
behind you, yeah.
Right behind you.
That way the television can pick up sound.
It's like doing karaoke. Do you hereby swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the cause under consideration will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Can you just say who you are?
Okay. My name is Michael Abbott, and I'm a member of the New Hampshire House of Representatives. I represent Cheshire District 1, which is the towns of Chesterfield, Hinsdale, Walpole, and Westmoreland. And I also sit on the Public Works and Highways Committee of the House of Representatives. and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have relative to the bridge.
Oh, we have a great opportunity here, don't we?
Get her done.
Absolutely.
That's what he keeps telling me, right?
All right, well, if there's no further questions.
I have one question.
Sure.
If he's right
Fire away.
From what I understand, New Hampshire supports a fishing access on the island currently, between the two bridges, between the two existing bridges. Is that going to, as I understand it, vehicular traffic is going to go away on those bridges? Does that mean that fishing access will disappear as well?
Well, it actually, the boat ramp that is there is basically non-existent.
Well, yeah.
It's not used.
Okay.
And what they are going to do is improve the boat ramp on a setback on the New Hampshire side on Route 119.
So that you'll actually have a boat ramp, but a state of New Hampshire boat ramp on 119 on the, kind of like between the two bridges, so to speak.
Well, no, not really. It's further down than that. It's down by where the
setback.
Yeah, the setback.
By Robust.
Yeah, by Robust.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that where the old railroad bridge is? Is that where you're
Yes.
talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah.
Okay.
I have one question. What's the height from the river to the deck, bottom of the deck? This
43 feet.
I'm sorry?
43 feet.
Plenty for me, I'm happy.
Can we sailboat?
What's that?
It's shallow, it's a shallow draft through there.
You can build that now.
Oh, the stack on my boat's kind of high. I have the steamboat, so.
No problem.
So there won't be a boat access in this area?
No.
No?
Can I ask a question about the access
Yes.
to the tanks? And right now you use Depot Street, right?
Yeah, and we'll continue, so it's the only access to the site.
Okay, so you'll go down, that road will be closed to vehicular traffic down to the Whetstone.
No.
Past
down
the
to
Whetstone.
bar.
No, that'll still be open.
The
Oh, I
road,
mean, the road will stay open, but you won't be able to go over the bridge.
No.
Correct.
Correct.
Is that's, okay.
So obviously, if you had to deliver to a customer in New Hampshire, I don't know if you service customers, you gotta go like this, up, round, over the new bridge.
Correct.
Okay.
like everyone else.
No, but not everyone starts from there.
All right, so I think we got no further questions. I would like to know if somebody'd like to make a motion to approve application 2019-165.
So moved.
With all the proposed conditions
yes.
in the draft decision, excuse me.
Second?
Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you for entertaining our questions about the bridge, which really were not relevant, but
Thank you very much.
curious.
Thank you for coming as well.
And have a nice night.
We still have to. I was out on the river once, and Marine Patrol came up, wanted to know about my boat. And I had to explain, Marine Patrol guy, how New Hampshire, on the river, where and what decisions and courts and stuff. Again, that's something.
I gotta go get some of my old packets.
I was sitting there thinking we didn't do that.
Folks, I forgot to do the minutes from our last meeting. I forgot to.
Did we not vote on
You're fired.
I skipped it.
I know, that's it, Janice. I don't know, you're fired now.
I know. So could I just, before we
want to
close up,
have them take the conversation outside.
Excuse me.
folks, we're still on the record. We just have one more matter we have to deal with administratively. If you could either be quiet or talk out in the hall, please.
Do you mind just doing
go
the
out
conversation in the
We're
hall?
quite done. Sorry, we got a bunch of live mics. Okay, minutes of September 18th, 2019. Do I have a motion to approve? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Move.
Second.
Oh, wait, I said the wrong date.
Yeah.
October
I
16th,
take it back.
2019. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved. Second?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank
Any
you.
further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm
Opposed?
abstaining.
I haven't gotten there yet. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes 6-0-1. Any more motions?
Adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
And just before we push it, we confirm that our next meeting is scheduled for December 18th. Is that correct? Did I get the date right?
Yes.
That's what it,
That's what it says.
Third.
Continue with December 18th.
Yeah, look at the calendar up there.
Yeah, it's on the one that was continued.
Okay, I'm
Wednesday.
just confirming now so I can put it on my calendar and
Confirmed.
not worry about it. Thank you.
Confirmed.
All right, but if you don't show up, you know you're in trouble.
I will let you know if I don't show
Okay.
up ahead of time.
We got a motion to adjourn. We got a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Meeting adjourned.
Got a lot of work done, folks.
I always return your steel.
What did we do that in?
So when are you leaving for Pennsylvania?
That's not bad.
Not bad.
That's not bad.
Meeting to order at 6:01. We have several additions to the agenda. After recognition of visitors, there's going to be a recognition of student recipients of NAACP awards done by Ann Beekman. The second edition, adding to new business app pre-K contracts, another one needs to be signed. Adding to new business, item G, discussion of vote results. Adding to new business H, discussion about interim steps for, oops, not cogs, dogs. Spell checker doesn't get those. We can talk about cogs as well, but I'm going with dogs. And item 5, adding to new business I, the superintendent search discussion. With that, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of November 6th, which was our last meeting, and November 13th and 14th. Thank you, David Scholes, for those, which were the 2 information sessions for the vote. So moved. Thank you, Ann. Second. Thank you, Sean. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the minutes of November 6th, November 13th, and November 14th, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Nays, abstentions?
I'm abstaining, I wasn't here for November the 6th.
Okay, the ayes have it.
I abstain.
You abstain?
Well, I didn't go to the 13 and 14.
Oh, okay, so you
I was there on the
abstain.
6th.
So you abstain on the 13th and 14th.
Yes.
Maybe I should not do this as a slate then, huh? Should I do them separately?
If it matters, I don't know whether.
We still have a quorum actually approving, so let's go with it in the interest of time. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, the motion carries. Recognition of visitors. Ms. Normando, please, and so I should say quickly, if, when you're speaking, please state your name, please address the chair, please, I know, Jody, we've been through this a few times in our life together, please avoid any personal attacks. We're all trying to model the finest behavior for our students. We have 2 in our midst. Yes, Ms. Morgan.
Just a suggestion of how, of meeting procedure. Under new business, many boards do not put action on any new business. They allow it to come in, and then they'll allow the week or the next week or what meeting to talk about it before they take any action on it. And I was just suggesting that that would be a good procedure to do, because then you're not voting on something you've just seen. Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestion. We will think about doing that where it's really a pre-K contract, maybe not, some other things maybe. Your point taken, thank you. Is there anybody else that has something?
Hi, my name is Devin Rhodes. I come representing Team Tenny as a spokesperson and president. Eager to be here tonight to represent our group. We've kind of laid low, stayed out of the, the initial process of the boards carrying over. With the whole turf discussion, we've wanted to stay out of it, but with the new field study and our name being thrown back into things, we wanted to be here to represent our group and to hopefully request to be a part of this study, being that we had a relationship with the finance committee previously and we were working towards a common goal.
So it appears to me at this point that we're not going to be really discussing that because Steve Perrin can't be here tonight. So I could put you under additional agenda items. The next meeting we're having is going to be a high school sort of budgeting centric meeting, as well as a finance committee meeting which handles buildings and grounds. So because it would have to be the end of the meeting and it's quite a packed agenda, in the interest of your sanity and getting a board that is still awake, it might make sense for us to talk about this next time, because there is a Steve Perrin from the high school is working on getting some quotes, but we don't have them tonight, so we can't even talk about anything. It's unfortunate. So you're welcome to stay.
That'd be perfect. If we could be thrown into the agenda along with that discussion topic for next time, that'd be very appreciated for us to get our message across as well. Thank you.
And with that, I will move on to Ann Beekman for our first edition, which is recognition of student recipients of the NAACP Awards.
Hi. On Saturday night, I had the great honor of attending the Windham County chapter of the NAACP's first annual Freedom Fund Dinner. It was a lovely time. I recommend everybody get tickets for it next year. However, 2 of our BUHS students were recognized with Youth in Action Courage Awards. And in light of that, I would like to offer a resolution to this board. Be it resolved that the Windham Southeast School District Board acknowledges and congratulates Brattleboro Union High School students Z. Mohammed and Royalty Ricardo on their Youth and Action Courage Awards given to them by the Windham County NAACP at their annual Freedom Fund Dinner on Saturday, November 16th, 2019. The board wishes to express its great pride in and respect for these exceptional students, as well as our deep gratitude for the important work that they're doing to further justice and equity in our communities and in our world.
Thank you. Round of applause for And I just realized why we have 2 students present. You are the student council representatives, aren't you? Yes. So would you like to join us at the table this evening? Yes. We have name tags for you and everything, so you're official. So can we, maybe that's the best side. Maybe we can kind of scoot around. And how fortunate for me, because I have known you since, well, you were I've known you since you were both in diapers. So
Thanks for
yes.
Thanks for sharing.
Since I've known you this long, I know you're not shy, so do you mind introducing yourself for just maybe saying a few words about yourself, just so we can get to know some faces? It's always nice to know some faces.
Sure. So my name is Amelia, and I'm the student council president. I'm a senior this year, and we will be having student council board members. We attended the first meeting officially 2 weeks ago, I guess it was, and we're going to be having a rotating group of members, so you'll see a lot of different faces each time, but we'll all introduce ourselves.
Hi, I'm Sarah Gordon-Macy. I'm also a senior and a member of student council. Yeah.
Well, welcome.
Thank you.
We're glad you're joining us today. Moving on to communications. I sent a normal laundry list of communications. Anybody else have any additional communications to add? Oh, we're cooking through this agenda. This is going to be awesome. We're going to be out of here in no time. So committee reports. Finance committee, I have linked the minutes. We have not met since the last meeting. We meet monthly. Do we have anything else to add, Sean?
I don't believe that we do, just we had a report on the 6th.
Right.
So I think we're covered, and we'll meet again the first meeting of the month.
Excellent.
At 5 o'clock.
Looking forward to it. Personnel. Not met since? Excellent. Policy. We have not met. I gave policy an amendment the 2 weeks off because we worked very hard and we had to have the information meetings too. PPE.
So we didn't meet, but can I announce what we'll be talking about in case people want?
Yes!
Okay. So tomorrow.
Can you speak up, please?
For me? Oh. So tomorrow we'll be having our programmatic and performance equity subcommittee meeting. It'll be here at Green Street, and it's been changed back and forth from 6 to 7 p.m. So it's 7 p.m. if anybody's attending, or if you have a friend that's planning to attend. So what we'll be doing is we'll be reviewing Lyle had sent us 2 different sets of data on after-school care. So those folks who did bring after-school care to us in Putney, or people who are just in general interested in after-school care, we are going to be reviewing that data, at least for the first round. Nobody has reviewed it yet. So we really don't know. We'll probably definitely need more data as we kind of look at it and assess, what does all this mean? But that'll be our first pass. So if you're interested in that conversation, please do come. We'll also just be reviewing a little bit of Title IX requirements around equity and field access. We'll be looking at the fields, as we said, in a few weeks. But we just wanted to update ourselves on what are actually the requirements and just be a little bit more well-versed in kind of legal statutes. So I know the committee will be delving into that. And we're meeting with Tyne Reed. Teen Reed tomorrow. She'll be joining us for the first 45 minutes just to talk about the data that exists in the district and what they're collecting around mathematics, just to get ourselves a little bit more well-versed in that. So join if you feel so moved.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Jody Norman from Dumston. One of the things that I would like the committee to look into, or a couple of things, I guess, but I'd like to know the equity of cost that goes per student for outfitting a student for the sport. And the other thing that's come to my attention is that some of the middle schoolers get transportation to games, but I know Dummerston doesn't, and some other schools don't, so I think that needs to be looked at also. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Climate crisis. Thomas.
We haven't met yet since the last meeting, but we'll be meeting right here on December the 2nd at 6 p.m.
Excellent. Communications.
I sent around 3 press releases earlier, I think it was 3, that were sent out since the last meeting. Maybe I should have been 2, I may have changed it since voting was down. But I sent those just for people's reviews. They've been sent to Christina and Ann and approved prior to sending out via Barb. We do actually have a mission statement. I don't know if we want to look at it tonight or put it off for next time, but we had finalized a mission statement at our last meeting. We wanted to talk a little bit about that we essentially come to the conclusion that we should expand the committee. Because we're such a committee of 3, we keep running into quorum issues and trying to discuss things and send drafts, but running a risk of running afoul of the open meeting law. So more members would help with that situation somewhat. I talked to David about potentially joining, and I think that was agreeable. But if anyone else would like to join, either from the public or the board, we're going to be open to that.
So, does anybody have an objection to David Scholes joining Communications Committee?
When I can do it.
When you can do it. But in that way, two people can talk about something and not violate open meeting law because it would be a quorum. So that way, with 4 people, 2 people is not in the quorum. So that's very helpful. No objections. Thank you, David, for volunteering for yet another committee. I appreciate that. It would be nice to have 2 more people to be on some of the committees. And then diversity and equity.
Has not.
Okay, and WSESU, we met Monday night. Does anybody else want to cover that? Who was there? We met Monday night to approve a good pile of warrants. And then we had a pretty, and then I guess the communication was given that Lyle Holiday will be retiring at the end of this year, which I have listed in your communications list. And then we had our initial run-through with the budget with Frank, looking at the incoming grants, which Paul Smith provided. Frank sort of walked us through the whole new accounting system, which was very fun for me. And then a little refresher for those of us on this finance committee. And then we had our initial contract negotiations because the contract with the teachers and staff is negotiated at the WSSU level. So met with Carrie, who's the chair of the Vernon board, to have the initial discussion on contract negotiations. Did I miss anything?
Just that we've scheduled 2 meetings on the next 2 Mondays. And the second one, on December 2nd, we'll have a special ed focus. And I think we're going to have Shelley and Lisa with us. Good to see you again.
I got it all? Excellent. So, admin update.
Can I make an announcement?
Of course.
I don't think it is well known that Lyle was retiring at the end of the school year. I think we should take the time to honor her work, not only as superintendent, but her work in our school district for 30 plus years. I think she deserves some recognition for her contributions to our school district.
We were kind of surprised we didn't have a lot of time for anything. I suspect we'll probably come up with something.
I think this will be the tip of the honoring iceberg.
The beginning of the season.
We're all just trying to get over the shock of it and trying to figure out how we can make it go away. Ripping up the letter was not successful. So, but thank you for that. So, we have a lot of elementary principals here tonight, and I know the principals work very hard, so we have moved, even though this is new business, moved it up early into an admin update so they can go home and get some sleep. So, Lyle, take it away.
So I've met with each of the elementary principals, and we've been looking at a number of things. We decided that, just for your information tonight, we're going to set aside capital plan, and Frank has said that we will, when we're in our budget process, we will spend at least one night just on capital plan. So they're going to leave that out tonight, but each one is going to talk a little bit about what they're thinking about with any programmatic changes, any professional development that might be needed to support any programs for the upcoming year. I've told them each they have 4 minutes, so we'll see who listens. So you want to start any order? Do you care? Okay, let's start at the north with Herb.
Okay,
and
great.
we'll just work our way south.
Thanks. I'm Herb Pelletier, for those who might not know me, principal at Putney Central School. Each year as we approach the budgeting process, we look first to see where we're going to fall if we just level program. In other words, we level fund the existing programs. Then we take a look at things that we might want to shift around, add, rearrange, delete. And really, for the coming year, the two things that stand out the most is that we're pretty short-staffed right now with academic support people. We have one. We've had an increase in enrollment each of the past 2 years. And so particularly in the K-5 realm, you've probably heard before that we have 27 or 28 second graders. So we've split the second grade into two. We have 29 sixth graders. So in any case, the idea is to add a math-focused AST person. I'd call it a math specialist. Tina and I have spoken about this at some length, looked at the data, and saw a real need for some additional, what we would refer to as Tier 2 math support for the kids. So that's, I'm assuming that part of the cost of that will be offset by Title I funding, but that's always a guessing game until we finally determine how much money we actually get, which usually happens around the first or second week of July, sometimes later. And the only other thing really is just an expansion of our restorative practices, professional development work. We have been working with Mel Motel and her crew, and they've been fabulous, but they need to eat, they need to be paid. So we had a set amount of professional development funds that we were able to access for that. It's under the coaching line budget for professional development, and we'd like to beef that up for next year. It won't be a terrible amount, but we need to be looking at probably another $3,000 or $4,000 for that for next year, so that we can have them in on a more regular basis, not only to work with faculty, but to work with kids. And in some cases, they've actually worked with a couple of parents to help them in terms of their relationship with their kids and with school, et cetera. So it's been terrific. So we'd like to continue that important work. Those are really the main things from us. Capital plan we could talk about next time, I guess. But any questions about that?
Who was it you said you worked with for the restorative practices?
Mel Motel. Yeah.
Okay, next will be Dummerston. Yeah.
So a big focus, I think, this year at Dummerston School, and this is really reflected in our continuous improvement plan, is really this idea of social, emotional, and academic learning, and really understanding how children learn through engagement, and creating systems within our school that really support the authentic engagement of students. And so, thinking about all the work we've been doing around creating an effective MTSS system, we're really thinking about what work do we really still need to be doing to improve our instruction. One of the things we've been talking about in our leadership team in terms of PD is looking at doing a school-wide training and possibly collaborating with Guilford Central School on a really strong research-based program such as developmental designs or responsive classroom, so that we're really creating learning environments that kind of hit the sweet spot in terms of how students are learning and how students also become active in self-assessing and kind of identifying their pathway forward in their learning. So we're very excited about that as a potential opportunity. We're also, as Herb mentioned, looking at where, we might make some changes and shift some things around. We are looking at the possibility of increasing our school counselor to a full-time position. What I'm finding as a new principal is that our school counselor is, she's really part of our teaching staff. She's actually in classrooms for a significant part of her day, doing direct instruction around social emotional learning, using research-based curricula, She does zones of regulation, second step. She's also oversees our EST process and coordinates our middle school asset team. She's working with a very wide range of students from pre-K to 8. We added the pre-K this year, so we have we have a really diverse need in our school in terms of the families who are coming in and the developmental age of their children. And all of those parents need different types of support. So we're looking at that. In terms of curriculum, this year we're also evaluating our Tier 1 literacy program. For years, Dummerston has used a program called Open Court, and we're looking at the effectiveness of that program and whether it would make sense to shift or to renew our commitment to Open Court, because the materials are actually falling. they're crumbling right before our eyes, so we do need to make a decision in that regard. This year's our first year with our pre-K, and so we still have an investment to make around our early learning center. This is, this was our first year out of the gate and a real chance to see how the space worked and how the program worked. And so we have some additional investments to make in order to really refine that program and provide adequate facilities and space for all the children who are enrolled. And then, finally, I'll just say we're also looking at the idea of possibly at least a part-time night custodian. I believe Dummerston School is the only school that doesn't have that type of staffing, and the reason, one of the big concerns without having that staffing is really around the security of the building and use of the building at night and having events taking place at night without a certified, without a licensed staff member is somewhat of a security concern. So that's something else that we'd like to take a look at in terms of our shifting.
Jody Normandeau, Dummerston. Any chance of increasing our pre-K? Because I know we started out with just a minimum of 10 kids.
Right. Yes. We're looking at increasing enrollment in the pre-K. We needed to actually really dedicate a para to the pre-K. This year, there are 10 students, but we found, and I think the other principals would agree, we really needed a para to support that program. And so with that para, then that means that we can actually increase enrollment, up to 15.
Thank you.
Yep.
Moving on south to Brattleboro, we'll start with Academy.
So a lot of Academy's plans are wrapped up in the capital plan, which you'll hear more about going forward. But locally, I'm pretty confident I can present a level funded budget. As Herb said, we tend to move things around as we need them. So this year we added some technology money to replace some interactive whiteboards that were no longer working. Things like that can shift over to some of the initiatives that we have going right now. You've heard John speak about restorative justice. We'd like to keep investing in that. We've also been working with Mel Motel and Amelia in the high school. It's been phenomenal. What we're seeing our kids do is really high-level work. So we really want to continue that. Our behavior referrals are down because of it. Behavior is changing. So we'd like to invest some of our funds into paying people like Mel or Scott Kaltenbaugh to come consult with us and help train kids and staff. We also, you're familiar, some of you, with our nurse's office numbers. They're very high. It's a very busy place, and we currently have a full-time nurse and a half-time nurse para. The half-time nurse para can be anybody. They're not a certified, they don't have to be a certified nurse. So I'd like to make that be a half-time RN, just to add a level of medical knowledge to that position. We have some complicated student medical needs that I would feel comfortable having another RN in the building, because if our full-time nurse is out, it can be worrisome. So that would be the biggest, probably, staff shift. Other than that, we're going to be looking at our use of academic support teachers and special educators and thinking about how we can best utilize them to make sure we're doing the best to, have our universal instruction meet the needs of all kids. That might mean specializing per content area. We've talked about that in the past, wondering with our current staff if that would work better, because we have a lot of kids who need services. So things like that, but no big purchases. We're done with Reading Street. We bought that a couple years ago. So that's pretty much it.
And I should have introduced Kelly and John. They felt so Kelly and John. Okay, we'll come a little further east. Mark Spino, Green Street.
Okay. Over the past 6 years, Green Street School has transformed quite a bit, and the budget has supported that, which has been sensational. I put together a resource pamphlet just to give the board a greater understanding of all of the different programs we've built over the last 6 years and that we have in place to support kids. So it's a pretty comprehensive pamphlet. I'll give that to you. And for the public watching, it's on our website as well. So for the budget this year, we have some capital projects that we've identified to help support this building and supporting our students, but we'll get into that at a later time. In terms of programming, pretty much a level funded budget I'm looking at this point, with a minimal addition. We currently staff our front office with an admin assistant and then a part-time para who supports the office for about 3.5 hours per day. With the increasing needs of our school community, it's really become, we're not able to meet the needs the way we want to meet them right now in terms of students, staff, parents, delivery personnel coming in and out of the building. For Miss Moe to be representing the school and also doing her business of paying the bills, it's become very much overwhelming. So I'd like to add, essentially it's a 0.6 para educator position, which would enable us to relieve some pressure on the school office, and it would also help with the nurse's office. We're a two-strand school.